हेलो 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 हेलो। हेलो 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 आपको अभी वाला कार्ड आज ही कॉपी कर लेंगे, क्योंकि अपने पास अभी 300 मिनट हैं। तो अभी आप कब तक है अपना प्रोग्राम यहाँ? हाँ ठीक है, हो जाएगा ना, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा। 4K हो जाएगा क्या इसमें? हाँ 4K हो जाएगा ना, लेकिन
Hello, good morning everyone. Can I please request everyone to settle down? We'll be starting soon. Hi, okay, so I think we'll start. Before we begin the session today, I would like to call upon our guests for our inauguration session. So may I please call upon the stage Mr. Ajay Yadav, Mr. V.N. Ambade, Mr. Subraranjan Sen, and our keynote speaker, Mr. B.C. Chaudhary, to please come on stage. Right, and Mr. K. Ravichandran as well. Thank you. Okay. With that, I would first like to just start by a brief introduction. So, good morning, all respected dignitaries, our distinguished guests, eminent scientists, researchers, scholars, students, and people who are just passionate about conservation. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my honor to welcome you to day one of the National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh, being held today. We're gathered here today to recognize the rich diversity of India's natural heritage, particularly those species that often remain unseen, unrecognized, and underrepresented. Particularly those species across our forest, wetlands, grasslands, deserts, and river systems, countless lesser known species silently sustain ecological balance, yet face growing threats due to limited research, data deficiency, and rapid population decline. This conference is a tribute to those species. And to the tireless individuals working in the field to study, protect, and advocate for them. With this vision, SNHC India initiated the National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh to bridge critical conservation gaps and create a platform for meaningful dialogue and action. Since its inception in January 2023, followed by editions in 2024 and 2025, the conference has evolved from a vital forum of translating scientific research into actionable conservation and management strategies. Through focused technical sessions, it brings together researchers, practitioners, and implementing agencies to address challenges and propose solutions for conservation of lesser known species. In 2026, this particular conference expands to a central India landscape approach, strengthening regional collaborations and broadening its scope beyond flagship species. SNHC also furthers this objective through the publication of its English quarterly magazine, SNHC Journal, launched in March 2020, to sensitize people, especially youth, towards nature healing and conservation practices. As we commence today's deliberations, we also mark 50 years of successful crocodile conservation in India, a powerful example of how sustained scientific efforts, institutional support, and long-term vision can lead to a remarkable conservation success. May this milestone inspire us as we work towards securing a future for lesser-known species, yet equally vital species. We hope the discussions over the coming days will foster a deeper collaboration, innovative research, renewed commitment towards conservation of India's biodiversity. Now, this entire event could not be possible without our partners. So I would just like to do a quick shout out of all our partners for this event. Our supporting partners being the MP Forest Department, Wildlife Conservation Trust, and Biodiversity Authority of India for standing with us. Our heartfelt thanks to EPCO Bhopal, MP Tour Travels, and SNHC Journal for its institutional travel and printing needs. And our knowledge partners, WTI, BNHS, Corbett Foundation, Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, WWF, VNS, One Vihar, TOFT, Round Glass Sustained, Momentum Shifts, Ground Report, Monga Bay, NCISC, Sanctuary Nature Foundation, IRALE, Wetlands Institution, Barakulla Vishwavidyalaya, and the Mansarovar Group of Institutions. Thank you for enriching this conference with your expertise. Now with that, I would like to start the inauguration session. As I had mentioned earlier, but I will do a quick introduction of the dignitaries for our inauguration session. We have with us Mr. Ajay Yadav, an IFS officer, APCCF and member secretary of the MBSBB, and Mr. K. Ravichandran, IFS as well, PCCCF, and director of IIFM Bhopal. Along with that, we also have our chief guest, Mr. V.N. Ambade, IFS, PCCF, and Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden of MP. And our keynote speaker is Mr. B.C. Chaudhary, former professor of WII Dehradun, advisor to WWF India, and executive trustee of WTI. We would first like to start by a welcome with planters for all our dignitaries. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our guests with a planter. May I now request all our dignitaries to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing wisdom, knowledge, and learning. I would now like to request our honored guests to kindly inaugurate the SNHC calendar of 2026. As we now officially begin our first session, I would request Mr. Ajay Yadav on behalf of the Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board, as well as our supporting partner, to kindly deliver the welcome speech.
आप सबको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। आदरणीय श्री वीएन अंबाडे सर, आदरणीय सेन सर, आदरणीय के रविचंद्रन सर, आदरणीय श्री वीसी चौधरी साहब, उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय इस कार्यशाला में पधारे सभी महानुभाव। SNHC के बारे में मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि इन्होंने पहले जब मेरे से बात हुई थी, ये चौथा चरण है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का, और इसके बारे में जब मिस्टर विकास ने बात की थी कि ये यहाँ भोपाल में आयोजित कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता हुई थी। और बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड की तरफ से हमने ये कोशिश की थी कि इसको पूरा सहयोग मिले, और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, वाइल्ड लाइफ विंग के तरफ से। और एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है जिसके बारे में, लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ के बारे में सबको जानना चाहिए, उसके बारे में अलग अलग फील्ड में क्या गतिविधियां हो रही हैं, क्या प्रोजेक्ट्स हो रहे हैं, क्या समस्याएं चल रही हैं, इसके बारे में हर किसी को जानना चाहिए। ये बड़ा इंटीग्रेटेड एफर्ट है यहाँ पे कि ये सब चीज़ें सभी एक्सपर्ट ग्रुप के सामने आएंगी, और एक बहुत अच्छा 3 दिन का डिस्कशन यहाँ हो पाएगा। मध्य प्रदेश में भी काफ़ी स्पीशीज़ हैं जो थ्रेटेंड हैं, जैसे ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड के बारे में आप सभी को पता है, इवन कैलेंडर में पहले पेज पे उसी की फ़ोटो है। और लेसर फ्लोरिकन बहुत ही थ्रेटेंड रेयर स्पीशीज़ में है, जिसके कि हैबिटेट भी काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ है, जो डिग्रेड हुआ है। इसी तरह से बहुत सारी स्पीशीज़ हैं जिसके बारे में पता भी नहीं है कि उनका क्या स्टेटस चल रहा है अभी, और उनके हैबिटेट को किस तरह का थ्रेट है। तो ये कार्यशाला लाइक माइंडेड लोगों की है, और सभी लोग इसमें अपना जो टेक्निकल सेशन है उसमें सभी लोग अपना सहयोग देंगे, सभी लोग अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे। तो मुझे आशा है कि ये एक बहुत माइलस्टोन होगा देश में, इस तरह से इन स्पीशीज़ के बारे में फोकस लाना और उस पर नए सिरे से काम करना। इस कार्यशाला के अगले 3 दिवस के लिए मैं सभी को शुभकामना देता हूँ। आने वाले सभी हमारे जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण हैं, सभी टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उन सबका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. We will now proceed with the keynote address to be delivered by our honored guest, Mr. V.C. Chaudhary. We would request Mr. V.N. Ambade We would request Mr. V.N. Ambade, IFS, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, to kindly facilitate Mr. V.C. Chaudhary with a shawl. During the facilitation, I would just like to do a brief introduction of Mr. V.C. Chaudhary. Professor B.C. Chaudhary, who started his wildlife conservation career in July 1975 in Odisha with FAO, UNDP and Government of India's Crocodile Conservation Project, has completed 5 decades of active service in July 2025. He is still actively involved, being the principal investigator and advisor to about 20 wildlife projects ranging from amphibians, freshwater and marine turtles, cranes, whale sharks, wetland, mangroves, and coral reef restoration with organizations such as IUCN, WTI, and WWF India. From Odisha, he moved to Tamil Nadu to initiate the TN Crocodile Project in 1976, and in 1977 moved to Andhra Pradesh to initiate the State Crocodile Project. Having moved to Hyderabad and associated with the erstwhile Central Crocodile Breeding and Management Training Institution in Hyderabad since 1978 and later in 1984 to the Wildlife Institute of India. He has trained hundreds of wildlife managers, biologists and PhD students. He was instrumental in initiating the UNDP supported National Sea Turtle Project in bringing the satellite telemetry technology to India and working as an FAO UNDP expert in African nations like Somalia and Kenya. Professor Chaudhary continues to teach at IGNFA, WII, NCBS, ISER, SACON and IISC and many other institutions. He is also actively associated with the Central Zoo Authority in evaluating the zoos and advising many ex-situ conservation projects. He continues to be associated with multiple commissions of the IUCN. It is a privilege to facilitate Professor Chaudhary for his 5 decades of service to nature and wildlife. Wish many more years of his expertise and wisdom to be available to the conservation community in India and elsewhere. Over to you, Professor Chaudhary.
Good morning, friends on the dais and friends in front of the dais. It's a privilege to be standing before you and speak something which I was told just a day before that I would be giving a keynote address. Okay. I just wondered on the central Indian landscape and the state of Madhya Pradesh, what practically is known as the heart of India. What does one say? For an academic person, it takes you back to your initiation or your introduction to the state of Madhya Pradesh. And the first thing that came to my mind is the book Deer and the Tiger by George Sala. Okay. To many of us, that's probably the beginning of a conservation career, and that is kind of a Bible on which most wildlife researchers get into. And that opportunity to a few generations of youngsters was given by the state of Madhya Pradesh by allowing persons like George Sala to work in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And that credit probably not be taken away by any other state. But having said that, 1952, the Indian Board for Wildlife was set up, and in some way the first stone for wildlife conservation action was laid at that point of time. But till about 1972, when the Wildlife Protection Act came into existence, there was not really much that happened. But it's also interesting for us to know, it's those IBWL meetings which happened in multiple locations and not necessarily chaired by the Honorable Prime Ministers then. It was actually chaired by very eminent wildlife people at that point of time. They were the ones who charted out a path for wildlife conservation in this country. But why am I giving you these historical events? Has a meaning. It has a meaning because in 1973, the creation of the tiger reserves, the Project Tiger, and creation of 9 tiger reserves, and as the Britishers used to say, India is the jewel in the crown, the Kanha became the jewel in the crown in the tiger reserves of this country. And today, after 52 years of the Project Tiger, Madhya Pradesh still continues to be the jewel in the crown with 9 tiger reserves, and possibly the tiger state of the country. That's very tiger-centric, but that focus to some extent has been shrouded over by yet another talked about international event that's bringing the cheetah back into this country. Okay. There has been 2 schools of thought, but like everything, there has to be 2 sides of the coin. And probably the state will tide that over and say that like the tiger reserves we made a success, we will probably make the cheetah a successful reintroduction. Okay. Many people probably didn't even know. We claim that bringing the cheetah into Madhya Pradesh was a trans-continental transfer of animals. But it is again in this state, a princely state has actually brought in translocation of another carnivore in an attempt to introduce that into his state. And that is the Gwalior princely state, which has actually brought African lions to be introduced into the state. Again, the state of Madhya Pradesh takes the credit for that. So I think, last night I came back and I was wondering, I have been given this responsibility, what are the things which I should give credit to the state for? And I made a list, and the list stopped at 20. Let me just read out what is the number of things I wrote. The first thing I wrote was George Sala, which I talked about. The second thing I talked about the 9 tiger reserves, starting with Kanha. But not many people realize, did the state of Madhya Pradesh had this range of tiger reserve just for the tiger? Not necessarily. Kanha was the jewel in the crown, but Kanha also set up the real wildlife tourism, how it is to be done. In fact, the creation of rest of the tiger reserves in the state of Madhya Pradesh was to ease off the tourism pressure from Kanha. That is how rest of the tiger reserves came. And today, out of 50 odd, I think about 57 tiger reserves now, and some of them don't even have tigers, that's it, another story. But are we doing the tourism the way it is supposed to be done? Are we doing tourism the way Kanha has set an example in this country? That's something which I thought must be flagged. We now have about 11 or 12 species recovery program. We are spending quite a lot of money for recovery program. And Kanha has actually shown the way, Madhya Pradesh has shown the way how a species recovery program should work. And that credit goes again to the state of Madhya Pradesh and to Kanha, because what they did for bringing the Barasingha back from a very small number to such a number, possibly in the next 10 years we will see Barasingha in its former distributional zone. And I'm talking because I belong to the state of Orissa, and from this floor I'm going to urge the state of Madhya Pradesh, can you take the Barasingha into Sunabada Tiger Reserve adjoining your state, into state of Orissa. At least in my lifetime, I will see Barasingha in my state. Okay. Yet a very recent credit, mass capture and translocation of herbivores, very, very successfully reintroduction of the Indian bison, wrongly talked about, the gaur, into multiple areas. And I was, in couple of months back, I was in Bandhavgarh, and I was just wondering, Bandhavgarh is such a wonderful place. It has now 2 large mega herbivores, which you have taken, and the other one, which you have not taken, but you have invited them with a red carpet, the elephants. Okay. And I was wondering, the third herbivore which you are going to take, reintroduce there Barasingha, whether there are enough forages available for two large herbivores and yet another third herbivore. So I think, these are a little bit of scientific investigation that needs to be done. The fourth one, which I do take a credit a little bit into that, I think next session we will be talking a great deal more about the recovery of the Gharial and the 540 kilometers of the Chambal River. Not many people know that Gharial is surviving today largely because of Chambal. Gharial is considered to be a species of the Gangetic basin, and many people say if the snow-fed rivers of Gangetic system was not there, Gharial wouldn't have survived. The fact is contrary to the fact. It is actually the rain-fed river like Chambal which has contributed to the survival of the Gharial. And this is where one need to look into, are they genetically different? Are the snow-fed river systems are contributing a completely different genetic profile than the river-fed river systems which are contributing yet another population? Possibly both of them are contributing. In the newly declared new Gharial project by the Honorable Prime Minister, I will probably talk about that in the next session. These are something which need to be looked into. Not many people know this state has also reintroduced the Deccan Mahasir into its rivers. Okay. Not many people probably know about it. And something else today many states do not have, and the state of Madhya Pradesh claims or actually have, is a whole range of wildlife veterinarians in all its protected areas. Starting from the Jabalpur center, this is the only state where you have veterinarians, wildlife veterinarians in all protected areas. That's a credit not many states can actually take credit for. You also have the State Wildlife Research Institute in Jabalpur. Not many states can take credit for that. And in Chambal, yet another species recovery which is making waves, and possibly we have a presentation on that here, is the Indian skimmer. When we started surveys in 1981, we used to see the skimmers, and we used to amazed at the way the skimmers start feeding on the water body. But there are two individuals sitting here. I would urge them to please stand up. I will mention their name. One of them is Vinod Johari, sitting there. The person who actually set up the Deori Center, which actually brought the Gharial back into this state. And yet another person sitting here is R.K. Sharma, who probably continued the longest period of time monitoring the Gharial population in the country. Thank you very much. And it's I'm so privileged to see both of you. And interestingly, Vinod Johari is the first of the 9 months diploma holder from the Central Crocodile Breeding Management Training Institute. I was his teacher, and seeing you here is a privilege, Vinod. Thank you. Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about, we have talked about the Gharial recovery, facilitating research. No other state has given the research facilitation so much. Right now, sitting in front of me is my colleague, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Bhopal, Dr. R.J. Rao. May you be known. It is Jivaji University in Madhya Pradesh which brought wildlife research into major focus. And currently, I think institutes like the Wildlife Institute of India, Wildlife Trust of India, WWF Wildlife Conservation Trust, and possibly many other universities and others are getting the facility of facilitated research. That's something which the state would be taking credit for. And not many people know. One of the things that takes a toll on the wildlife flora and fauna of the country is wildlife crime. This is the state which actually set the tone and the institutional mechanism for wildlife crime control. And I think someone who is responsible in some way, which I am given to understand, is someone sitting on the front row is Suhas Kumar. Okay. So I think, so where do I stop? I think these are all laurels in the cap of the state of Madhya Pradesh. But not everything is rosy. Everything cannot be rosy. So when I talk about all this success, there are some failures which come to the fore. I know there are some people sitting here. There is a researcher who is working with Dr. R.J. Rao. He is from Karera. And my colleague, my old enemy, Dr. Asad Rahmani, always, keeps fighting with me. But he keeps fighting. He keeps, please stand up. But he keeps telling me, we have lost Karera. We have lost the great Indian bustard. A state which has recovered many, many species will probably try to do, maybe the GIB will be back someday into the state of Madhya Pradesh, possibly. The other species which I understand the Honorable Chief Minister of the state has signed an agreement with the state of Assam to bring the wild buffalo. There has been counter arguments on that, whether the genetic stock of wild buffalo of Assam is same as the wild buffaloes of the central India. But science will tell that. But wild buffalo extinction, local extinction of wild buffalo is something which needs to be looked at. I also know there is a bit of a decline of the Saras population. Madhya Pradesh at one point of time had a fairly large population of Saras. I think institutions like SNP and others have actually brought back Saras in a significant number in the landscape of the Bhoj wetland. But possibly the future of Saras in the state would be a different scenario from the commitment that is being made in a session like this. The vulture decline was something which every state suffered from, but this state has the benefit of a very good vulture population in Panna. But would that vulture population do well in the Ken-Betua linkage and the creation of water bodies? Is it going to be conducive to the vulture? Time will tell, but efforts from the state to bring back the vulture into its 9 tiger reserves and rest of the areas was something which I would like to look forward to, and many of the youngsters would like to look forward to. The human-wildlife conflict is an issue which almost all states are facing the challenge. The future challenge of wildlife conservation is the success, the very success which is going to pull us down. The increasing number of wild population, starting from elephants, starting from leopards, starting from crocodiles. You named them, the 1972 Wildlife Protection Act and the commitment of protection, the Indian Forest Service and the forestry brothers and sisters, and also the research community has brought many, many species back from the brink of extinction to a population status which is now becoming problematic to manage. So HWC issue is yet another thing which is now in the hands of Subharanjan, but he is going to give that baton to his next generation with a framework which would be very, very ideal. I say that because I had the privilege of giving a bit of the knowledge to all of them, and hopefully seeing them here, sharing the chair here is a privilege. And finally, reminding the year tourism, which is being projected as the panacea for all issues of bringing livelihood options for local community. I beg to differ. My colleague here, Suhas, also begs to differ that tourism unplanned, tourism unplanned and tourism targeted for not necessarily for local communities but to another targeted group is not benefiting wildlife nor the community. So I think, this is where I must stop. I was asked to talk only for 5 minutes. I probably have taken a lot more time. But in the central Indian landscape, the very conference is trying to look at not the charismatic, not the megafauna, but to lesser known fauna. How many lesser known fauna we have in the central Indian landscape? I was looking into a couple of presentations. One of my colleagues, P.P. Unyal, and his student, she is going to make a presentation on jugnus. We will close all the lights when you talk. Maybe you will sign. Okay, that is what the lesser known species is going to talk about. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope I have done justice to the opportunity given to me. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary. I think your speech was not just enriching but also very encouraging, because a lot of those themes are going to be addressed in the next 2 days. Now, with that, I would also like to request upon our other guests to come and give a few introductory remarks. I would like to call upon Mr. K. Ravichandran to please grace us with a few remarks.
Respected Chief Guest, Sri Ambade Sir, respected Chief Wildlife Warden of Madhya Pradesh, Sri Subharanjan Sen Sir, Sri Dr. Chaudhary Sir, Sri Ajay, my seniors sitting in front of the dais, and dear participants. At the outset, I congratulate and compliment the Society of Nature Lovers, Conservators and Local Tourism Development, SNHE, for organizing this national level conference on the most critical and most important element of our landscape and ecosystem, the lesser known species. Dr. Chaudhary spoke about the credentials of the state of Madhya Pradesh in the wildlife conservation and management front. But many a times, we give attention to the mega fauna, flora, but when it comes to lesser known species, we tend to ignore largely. Whether you are a forest manager or a scientist or a researcher or an academician, lesser known species are always given a priority which is the lowest order. What is needed if we want to have proper ecosystem structure, functions and services, we need to give importance to lesser known species. If we look at the lesser known species, even in case of agriculture, if you want the productivity or enhancing the agriculture area and the products, so you need to look at the pollinators. So unless you focus your attention on lesser known species, there will be a problem. So we are organizing so many surveys on major species, including birds also. We need to have a regular periodical survey on lesser known species as well. Today, we are discussing about the lesser known species at the Central Indian landscape. I urge upon the organizers to look at the seascapes also. Seascapes provides many species, right from hydrozoa to gorgonians. So it provides n number of economic benefits. So we need to expand the scope of this conference. It is a national conference, not only looking at the Central Indian landscape, we should look at the entire landscape of our country and the seascape so that we can provide a meaningful solutions and we can address all the issues. I am closely looking at this SNHC's activities for the last 3 years or so. Even this very own conference has grown in its size, and the number of themes which they have handled in the earlier conferences have also increased in today's conference. I am sure the participants who are going to present their views will touch upon all the issues related to the conservation management of lesser known species, and they should come out with a way forward so that we can take care of the species which are most important when it comes to the lesser known fauna, and we should also look at the habitats which host this fauna in a way we should protect. I am sure the galaxy of researchers, scientists, academicians, and foresters will deliberate on all issues related to the conservation, management, and enhancement of lesser known fauna in the next 3 days. And we look forward to have the document so that academic institutes like us will benefit out of that. So with that, I once again compliment and congratulate the SNHE for organizing this national level conference, and also the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department for providing a pivotal role in organizing and extending all the support to the conference success. So with that, I thank each one of you for coming over to Bhopal and discussing on the very important subject. Thank you so much.
I would now like to call upon the dais our guest of honor, Mr. Subranjan Sen, to please give a few words.
Thank you, and dignitaries on the dais. So it's an honor to actually be in the same room, and I must congratulate the organizers for getting together this wonderful vital roles in our wildlife management and the whole wildlife protection matters. And this is the fourth one that we are having. It is migrated from the MP centric to the Central Indian sphere, which is a very welcome step. And obviously in the previous editions we have had focus on various lesser known fauna, including Indian skimmers and caracal and otters and floricans and dolphins, all kind of lesser known but absolutely vital fauna. Some of them are keystone species in our ecosystems. And same with this edition, the list that I have been given focuses on crocodilians, great Indian bustards, and hill myna and aquatic ecosystems, very importantly. Dr. B.C. Chaudhary gave a very wonderful keynote address, and I would like, as coming from Madhya Pradesh and being in charge of the wildlife wing as of now, Madhya Pradesh obviously has been a leading state in terms of wildlife by any matrix, and obviously the credit goes to everybody who has served in the department and also outside in the various institutions and research institutions and the Wildlife Institute of India and everywhere else. But we know that we have had successes, obviously, but as Dr. B.C. Chaudhary also pointed out, we have had failures. And in fact, one of our whenever we list out our failures, the first thing that comes to mind is the lesser florican and the great Indian bustard. And as Dr. B.C. Chaudhary said, that we have lost both of these species more or less. The lesser the bustard obviously we lost a long time ago, and the lesser florican unfortunately looks like it's on the way out, at least in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Things have not been very good even outside, but after a long time we actually kind of started a project on the lesser florican. We did a survey this last monsoon. Unfortunately, the results were not very encouraging, but we'll see how we can go forward carrying that. And what our plan is that we, Madhya Pradesh obviously notified several bustard sanctuaries and sanctuaries for graded lesser florican as well. But unfortunately, the Karera is an example, and unfortunately, we lost the great Indian bustard, and somehow we have not been able to protect these two bird species. But going forward, our objective is to try and bring back the lesser florican, and we have a we'll talk with the experts here also. But our objective now, I think, is to keep the some of the habitats that can still support species like these, the great Indian bustard and the lesser florican, and hopefully the breeding programs will lead to a situation where we need to put back the animals back into the wild somewhere, and MP will be ready for that. That's the way we have envisaged going forward. The other, if you go by the species, we have a caracal. We have some good news in that we had caracal photo come up in cheetah enclosure that we had in Gandhi Sagar. Just before that, we had a caracal swimming in the Chambal. So the MP Biodiversity Board, I know, has had a project for looking for the caracal. Unfortunately, not. No positive signs has come out of that. But I'm happy to announce that with the GTF, we are actually starting a project on the caracal in the Gandhi Sagar area, in the Gandhi Sagar landscape, and hopefully that will let us know at least where the caracals are, and hopefully we can bring that species back into recording in Madhya Pradesh. Gharial we have talked about, we'll be talking about that. And one of the things, Gharial, obviously Chambal is the stronghold of the Gharial, as Dr. B.C. Chaudhary also said. But there are threats. Only last year we got to know that even the Gharial is part of the wildlife pet trade. So that's one of the threats, and we have been trying to the other threats are obviously there, mining and all other issues with Chambal, and we have with the other, I think, people, some of them are in the room. We have started projects like something called the River Watch, which basically tries and basically protects the nesting sites of the Gharial, and so that we can keep the Chambal as a stronghold of the Gharial. We have had a long-running project with the WCTA on pangolins, on radio tagging pangolins and understanding their behavior and how they fit into the whole ecosystem. And there some very insightful information has come out of that. Wild buffalo, obviously, we have in the process of getting the wild buffalo to our easternmost portion of Kanha, where the habitat is suitable. We are hoping that that will bring back one of the coarse feeders there and help with the ecosystem there. As far as aquatic ecosystem is concerned, we've had a Mahashir project. Unfortunately, it was kind of dormant for some time. And one of our efforts recently has been, we'll want to revive that, and we want to see how we can actually go ahead and help the Narmada Mashi re-establish itself in Narmada. The other thing is about P.C. Chaudhary Saab said, talked about Barasingha. We have got 9 9 tiger reserves, and obviously it doesn't only save the tiger or protect the tiger. The whole concept of our wildlife management is ecosystem management, but obviously you will have to look at specific animals who are keystone species or indicator species and try and species that are on the verge of extinction and try and revive them. So when we talk about vultures, MP has a good number of vultures in the sense that we have been doing a vulture count every 2 years. Now we have changed that to every year. So every year you have a summer count and also a winter count to take account of the migratory vultures. We plan to go ahead doing that. We have a vulture center here also, where the conservation breeding of white rump and Indian vultures are taking place. We plan to basically release the population that we have been breeding there, and we did an attempt last year, but then unfortunately we did a hard release and it didn't go on very well. So going forward we will be doing it with a proper release enclosure to start with, and then we'll try and release the vultures there. One of the things that we will emphasize is actually nesting of vultures, especially the two that are under tremendous, I think the most threat, that is the white rump as well as the red-headed vultures. In Madhya Pradesh, we do last few years we have been doing a lot of bird and butterfly surveys, which involve this volunteers, citizen science, and we are looking for ways to standardize these counts and make it more scientific, make it more basically data driven, so that we can actually compare results from year to year. And so we are working towards that. We'll need your help for doing that. The other species that we want to focus on is forest owlet. As you know, Maharashtra has a lot of the forest owlet population, but there are forest owlet populations in Madhya Pradesh as well. And one of the things that we've been working on, there's been a long-term research going on in on the forest owlet in Madhya Pradesh. And one of the things that we have been working on is actually try and establish 2 sanctuaries specifically to protect the forest owlet. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. That's one of our objectives. As you know, Madhya Pradesh is one of the few states, I think, where we have a state wildlife action plan. Dr. Suhas Kumar was the chairman of the committee that actually came up with that, and we are trying to implement a lot of our wildlife action plans lays emphasis on lesser known fauna and on ecosystems, on protecting our unique habitats that we have. So going forward, I think we can take inspiration from the people in this room and go ahead and do this protection of our ecosystems, because our own survival basically depends on those. So again, I'll congratulate the organizers for assembling all of you dignitaries here, and it's been an honor to stand before you. Thank you.
I would now like to request our chief guest, Mr. V.N. Ambade, head of Forest Force MP, to please present us with his introductory remarks.
I was looking at my watch. It was on meeting at 11, and I had to rush for 11. I postponed that meeting to 11:30, but still, not much time is left. Distinguished guest on the dais, especially B.C. Chaudhary sir, because when I was doing diploma, B.C. Chaudhary sir was our teacher. So Guruji is there, and Mr. Suhas Kumar Sahab, I worked with him in the wildlife wing, and he was a faculty member there when I was doing diploma. And so many dignitaries are there in front of me. I am privileged to be sharing this um, platform with all the dignitaries here. I will already B.C. Chaudhary, Sam and Subranjan has spoken a lot of things about the um, Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh has been a state where we have done excellent in wildlife management. It's a history right from the Pawar Sahab and continues till today. So it's all due to the officers at the helm of affairs and the wildlife wing and the department also. Mr. Murthy has done what everybody knows in Panna. So Madhya Pradesh has been the state where we are looking for new adventurous thing. Recently we have done the animal capture operation also. And that is a new thing in whole of India. So again we are planning in the month of April that thing. But I should thank SNSC for this wonderful workshop. After my second tenure, I joined Madhya Pradesh government. I was in Government of India as a DDG in Regional Office Nagpur, and I joined somewhere in January 2nd, 24, and I was told to look after the member secretary, State Biodiversity Board. And after a few days, I found Vikas was coming in front of me and saying, "Sir, there is one workshop is there coming up on 16th." It was second. So I said, okay, no problem. So my first question was, you are simply looking at the faunal only, or it's flora also something is there? Because lesser known is flora and fauna both. So he said, no, we have not thought about that, but maybe in future we can think of that. Because in Madhya Pradesh, so many already species are there and we have to look for those also. But okay, whenever we talk about the anything, it first comes to the animals that faunal only. We simply don't think about the floral elements. So that is one thing. And from there, I am seeing it has now reached the landscape level in Madhya Pradesh. So I always think we should manage wildlife on a landscape approach. So it is not like in our state also, we are having so many wings are there. It's a territorial, there's a wildlife and corporations are there, but they are sharing a landscape. But sometimes we tend to look at a very unit level only. So if wildlife wing is doing something and the adjoining area is statewide and again adjoining area is corporation, but we are not managing in a landscape basis. So I tried, since I joined, as I took over as a half, I'm trying my best to bring the things on landscape basis. So I first look at the constitutions. In the constitution we have got the provision, and it has become now a constitutional mandate to protect for the wildlife and forest and environment. And the Article 48A and 51 AG for the citizens. And as a citizen, we are the first citizen of India, then we are others. So as a citizen, we are here all, experts and all, but we are first a citizen of India, and it is a duty to have our role to play for the protection of wildlife, environment, protection of environment, and have a compassion for living creature. That is a very straight word. So I think all in this room are very compassionate towards the living creature. That's why we are here. So in Madhya Pradesh, Subranjan already told about the lesser known species in Madhya Pradesh. I was in wildlife, that member secretary Biodiversity Board. That time the caracal studies was going on there, and I extended their period also, seeing it is going in towards the Chambal also. And then so many species are there as pangolins, mongoose, civet cat, jungle cat, florican, GIB, schema, tern. Last time green munias they were speaking about, and parakeet, forest owlets, so many raptors, so many invertebrates are also there. So since I was in a regional office, so there is one FC Act is there. We have to look after that diversion proposals. So whenever there is any linear projects for railways or for roads or canals or anything, there will be a fragmentation of habitat. And when there is a fragmentation of habitat, it indirectly or directly impact the wildlife, be it mega herbivores, mega carnivores, or small, lesser known species. But what we do, we mostly look after the mitigation measure for the mega herbivores, carnivores, underpasses, so many things. But for the our REC members were having so many teachers, environmentologists. They used to say कि आपका वाइल्ड लाइफ का मतलब सिर्फ शेर तेंदुआ ही होता है क्या, सांबर चीता ही होता है क्या, और कुछ नहीं होता वाइल्ड लाइफ का मतलब, बर्ड्स नहीं आती उसमें. They used to say very bluntly, asking the state forest department officers. आपने लिखा कि there is no need of any mitigation measures and all. Why? So we were having, we said कि okay, at least give some underpasses for the lesser known reptiles also are there, snakes are also there, so many are there. So at least you should give 2x3 box culvert, don't give hume pipe culvert. At least they will pass through. And second thing was, we are so myopic in giving these underpasses. We give only in the forest areas. I used to say कि who has created that boundary? For animals and wildlife, there is no boundary as such. तो भैया आपको तो towards the entire length ये देने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, whether it is a forest area or non-forest area. And we all know that there are certain traditional routes also for the migration of animals. So we have to consider those things also while giving the routes, passes. It is not just the forest area mein it's a small stretch is coming 5 kilometers you will give, and rest of the 80 kilometers you will not give anything, it will not help. So I used to press, I tried my best to inculcate this habit in the agencies. You must have heard about the incidents of NHI somewhere in 22 when they were during the widening of the road, they have cut the trees and so many nests of cormorants were there and their chicks died and all those things. So this is also happening during this projects also. We have to take care of that, and we started putting condition that trees on along the roadside with having a nets will be cut under the supervision of DCF. Some negatives about the Madhya Pradesh, like the GIB extension has been spoken by the Chaudhary Sahab. I was in Madhav way back in 94-95. In Karara Sanctuary, I think I have seen 4 GIBs in the April 95. I had shown to that Chief Wildlife Warden at that time. But after that, I don't know what happened. So, and in Maharashtra, since I worked in wildlife, so there was one project of Solapur Airport. So everybody knows that Solapur, Ahmednagar, Nanded and Chandrapur in Maharashtra is having a very critical habitat of GIB. So if the airport comes there in that critical habitat, it will be like a, what to say, it's gone forever, GIB. So there was a lot of pressure also. So giving permission is a very easy thing. If you want to reject, it's a very difficult task. It needs a lot of your understanding, literature survey, you need to have sufficient data and everything. So for 39 hectares of that project, I was having a data of the Jhala was doing survey on GIB in Maharashtra, somewhere in 18 or so. There was a report. So I gone through that report. I got the information regarding the estimates of the GIB in the state of Maharashtra, and so many data I took from the states. I inquired from the DFO Solapur also about the sighting of GIBs. everything I have prepared and deliberated in the REC meeting. So whatever the areas they have made a critical habitat of GIBs in the state of Maharashtra, we superimpose the entire area of that airport, and it was coming exactly on that critical habitat, even the nesting site also. So it was a fit case of rejection. So we rejected that proposal, giving so many things. Even that report we have found that they have done the modeling also. Modeling means if one GIB is sighting, it means there is a chance of 7 to 8 GIBs in that areas. Like that they have done the modeling also, because visibility is not there in the tall grasses. So I took everything and rejected that proposal. So lot of hue and cry was there, but stand was taken for the conservation of GIB there in Maharashtra. When we think about the lesser known, we have to think about the conservation of water bodies also. Recently we had a wetland conservation workshop in Khajuraho in September. It was a nice workshop, and we came to know of many things about the conservation of wetland, is why it is very important. Wetland itself is an ecosystem, and wetlands not only caters to the ecosystem of wetland ecosystem and the animals there, fauna there, flora there, but it also helps the other animals living nearby. It depends on that water body. So water body conservation is also important when we think about the lesser known conservation of lesser known species. Somehow in our management we many times miss this important aspect. We have to look into this aspect also of the conservation of wetlands inside the forest area, outside the forest area. Many Ramsar sites, I think 5 Ramsar sites in Madhya Pradesh, and we have to conserve those Ramsar sites also, because so many sewages and everything is going into those Ramsar sites. So that is also there. We can develop those sites into community centers, community conservation resorts also. We can think of those sites, especially in indoor areas. So this is all. So I congratulate everybody and for coming here, and I wish success to this workshop, and I think that we will come with good suggestions from 3 days deliberation, and which will be utilized by the state of Madhya Pradesh and also the all over India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambade. We would now like to honor our esteemed guests with mementos as a gesture of appreciation. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come forward. So we will now have a 30-minute break for tea. So see you all in 30 minutes. It's basically regional reports of Professor B.C. Chaudhary's work. So we just wanted to highlight that.
यदि आप ये करेंगे रफली मतलब आपको यू नीड 40 बीट गार्ड्स टू बी पोस्टेड। इन लोगों के बगैर काम ना होगा, क्योंकि प्रोटेक्शन तो बीट से ही होता है, मैदानी स्टाफ से ही होता है। वहाँ पे सिर तोड़ते हैं लोग, एसएफ वाले बंदूक चलाते हैं, उधर से दूसरे लोग भी बंदूक चलाते हैं, और वहाँ के लोग उसके लिए सब ट्रेंड है। तो बट बीच बीच में किसी की डेथ भी हो जाता है, दैट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट थिंग। बट वहाँ की सिचुएशन इज रियली टफ। बट ऑल सेड एंड डन, एवरीबडी शुड सैल्यूट द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट कि अभी तक उसको बचा के रखे। तो एंड देन रिसर्चर्स सब बीएनएस के लगे हुए हैं, डब्ल्यूडब्ल्यूएफ के लगे हुए हैं, सब लोग लगे हुए हैं। ऑल सेड एंड डन, प्रोटेक्शन इज वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यूज फॉर द चैम्बर। वहाँ इलीगल रेत का माइनिंग कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ, अनलेस यू मेक इट लीगल सम प्लेसेस। रेत तो बह के आता है, लेकिन मेन इश्यू ये है कि वो कितना आता है कितना जाता है, इसकी कोई साइंटिफिक स्टडीज नहीं है। फिर इट गेट्स रीफिल्ड एंड देन चंबल को फिर लोग दोबारा जोतने में लगे हुए हैं। चंबल का सारी रेवेंस खत्म हो गया, आपका चंबल गया। तो रेवेंस आर द रियल ब्यूटी एंड रियल इकोलॉजिकल नेसेसिटी ऑफ द रिवर। सो इन चीज़ों को फ्लैग करके इन चीज़ों के लिए हम कैसे बचा सकते हैं, क्योंकि हाईवे बनाने में लगे होते हैं, कभी कभी उसको मैदान बनाने में लगे होते हैं। इट्स नॉट अ रियल इशू। यदि वहाँ पे गूगल लगाना चाहते हैं तो लोगों की लाइवलीहुड बहुत अच्छा जाएगा। गूगल पे 1 किलो है लगभग 1200 रुपये से 1600 रुपये तक जाता है। ऑलरेडी सम पीपल आर डूइंग इट। सो रेवेन्स हैज टू बी यूज्ड फॉर ओनली फॉर गूगल प्रोडक्शन। अदरवाइज जो रिवर का पूरा इकोलॉजी है वो रेवेन्स के ऊपर डिपेंड है। थैंक यू।
I think if we want to protect Chambal, especially the area in Madhya Pradesh, then you have to revamp it. Revamp it in the sense that give some legal sanctity to it, or some special importance to Chambal. We made a proposal in 2008 to make it a wildlife division, to bring the focus into the management. And that proposal is already there. I am taking the opportunity to urge you to revive this and get that division made. Okay? So that will go a long way. The second thing I want to tell is the habitat. People don't talk about the habitat, people talk about the species. The problem is with the habitat. Now, in Chambal, you have this irrigation project, and you have sudden release of water from the dams. These are the issues which are actually plaguing Chambal. The whole sand dune ecology changes with the river flow changes. So if that happens, Gharias don't have any future. So how to tackle this? More studies. Karoni is doing study on river flow in Chambal now. So probably those studies should not remain in paper. It should be implemented somehow. For that, a bigger effort has to be launched. Now, ball is in your court.
मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा कि शायद यहाँ पर काफ़ी यंग रिसर्चर्स बैठे हुए हैं, तो फिर मैं हमारे एक जिसको देखते थे लॉन्ग टर्म स्टडीज पूरे इंडिया में मेरे हिसाब से क्योंकि जितना हम लोग रहने को करते हैं तो लॉन्ग टर्म स्टडीज जो हुआ है वो शायद चंबल ही एक ऐसा सेंचुरी है जहाँ पे मोर दैन 40 years स्टिल रिसर्चर्स आर वर्किंग है। तो ये दैट इज़ ए वेरी गुड क्रेडिट टू दैट प्लेस। और आप जब जाते हैं फील्ड पे तो आपको क्या क्या चीज़ें आपको साथ में रहना चाहिए। मैं हमारी साथ में ऋषिकेश शर्मा जी है, उनसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि वो शुरू किया है किसी और से और डेटा उनको इकट्ठा किया है और लगातार सर्वे करने में आपको जो डेटा मिलता है उस पर एनालिसिस करने में someone will definitely going there to help you analyze the data and show it to the world. मैं ऋषिकेश शर्मा से भी आप लोगों को दो शब्द पूछना चाहूँगा। तो इनके अभी 40 साल में क्या हुआ है, कैसे रिसर्चर के लिए मोटिवेशन, दो शब्द।
their continuity field researchers and data. इसका multi-species indicator framework, घड़ियाल and मगर crocodile, gangetic river dolphin and otters, wetland birds and freshwater turtles. Key scientific insights, long-term population trends revealed, early warning of climate-related impact, strong ecological linkage across taxa, and the conservation significance guides endangered gharial and dolphin management, highlights threats from sand mining and river evolution, supports ecosystem-based river conservation, broader context aligned with Project Crocodile and Project Tiger. Predates ADR LTEO 2015, model for long-term river monitoring India, research and management connect in NCS is a model where long-term monitoring is possible. Take-home messages, long-term monitoring is irreversible. Chambal long-term ecological monitoring sets a national benchmark. Protecting rivers requires protecting monitoring programs. Thank you.
Everybody has done their part, and new generations will come. And what, looking into the experiences, looking into the problems, whatever we're facing, and maybe I will say that Madhya Pradesh is the model state, and this wildlife conservation, particularly crocodile conservation, is really, we should clap the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department's contribution for this crocodile conservation. And really, this now the flag is in the hands of the present Forest Department, and I request CCFG to say the experience.
Thank you, sir. It's obvious that Chambal is a crown jewel in terms of rivers that we have still in its natural state. There are obviously lots of threats. Some of them have been alluded to, land mining and fishing and agriculture attacks and highways coming up. The newest one is drinking water. So every town, village along the Chambal now has a plan to take water from the Chambal for drinking water. Luckily, what has happened is that is being frozen pending a study by WI in terms of maintaining the ecological flow in the Chambal. Already WI has, I think, already said that we are already below the minimum ecological flow required. So we can't have any more offtake from the Chambal, but still there are obviously a lot of pressures, and we'll see what happens to that. That's one of the things. The other thing is that what has happened is this Namami Gange project. So one of the good things that is happening is that one is obviously continuation of the research work and the monitoring that is happening on the Chambal as part of the dendritic system. And also there is it's still the beginnings, and one of the problems that Subhash Kumar Sahab said is the kind of random release of water from the three dams that we have on the Chambal, especially during the dry season, which is also the nesting season, and that actually creates havoc on the nesting population in Chambal. So one thing that is being done is we'll have coordination in terms of water release and when to release and how to release and at what rate to release. Hopefully something good will happen with that. We have this project, as I say, will require that we will have each of these barrages of the Chambal will have nodal officers, and so that will coordinate the water release with in a scientific manner, let us say, so that the damage is not done. As far as managing Chambal Chambal, one of the other things is, Suhasma said that the long-term project in the state to have the Chambal as a wildlife division. See, Chambal stretches in Madhya Pradesh in about 3 districts, and it's a long linear sanctuary. Most of it is outside the forest department's purview in terms of having no forest land as such. So that creates a huge problem. And so earlier, every attempt to form a Chambal Wildlife Division was shot down because we did not have enough people. That was the excuse given, one of the excuses given. But now I think that is kind of taken care of, and we will try and work towards modifying the Chambal Wildlife Division as such. That will go a long way in focusing on the Chambal and whatever is required. The other thing is that this tripartite, tri-state cooperation. I can tell you the last 2-3 surveys that we do on the Chambal, which we were talking about Tarun and others, and we have been trying to get people from Rajasthan, also UP, and try and have them in the surveys. I won't say we have been very successful. I mean, they do send, but then like even last year, because the head of the Chilpale warden actually changed in UP, so they did not do anything. So we had to tell them right from the beginning. So she was my batchmate also. So and I think that's a very good question because we are starting next month for this year's survey, and before that we'll have a tripartite workshop and try and push through the not only the survey but also the working plan, the tripartite working plan, the joint working plan. So the other thing is that Chambal is also, I would say, very fortunate that we have a lot of people working on the Chambal, a lot of NGOs working, including the WWF and the WCT, lots of other organizations. And what we have been trying to do, one of the things we tried to do with Chauhan Saab was try and suggested allow sand mining in some patches. Unfortunately, the way the laws and rules are framed nowadays is very difficult to do that. We did manage to denotify part of Chambal, but then we have to actually re-notify it back again because it's not possible to do mining going by the current laws and rules that are in place. So what we have been trying to do is try and protect at least the main nesting sites of the gharial, of the skimmers, of the blackberry here, and that focus on that. So one of the things that I mentioned in the morning was this river watch thing, wherein we take the help of the villagers, and actually they are eyes and ears in the protection of the nesting sites, at least, so that at least the nesting sites do not come under sand mining. So we've been trying to do that, and I'm sure that once we have a full-fledged division in the Chambal Wildlife Division, and we have this tripartite agreement in place, we'll be in a better place to try and conserve this absolute jewel of a river that we have, one of the few remaining that we have. Thank you. चंबल में कुछ दुर्लभ प्रजाति की कछुए पाई जाती हैं, शायद आप लोगों को बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं चला। 9 टाइप की कछुए चंबल में पाई जाती हैं, जिसमें 4 हार्ड सेल टर्टल हैं और 5 सॉफ्ट सेल टर्टल हैं। जिससे वाटरवुड कछुआ, वाटरवुड डंगोका काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट दुर्लभ प्रजाति की कछुआ हैं जो कि दूसरी नदियों में नहीं मिलते। उसके कंजर्वेशन के लिए चंबल में लगातार 15-20 सालों से काफ़ी काम हुआ है। Very much. This shows that we can make it the Chambal and the Madhya Pradesh Forest Departments as a important model for the conservation of any riverine ecosystems. So it is not because of the scan animals, it is because of this protection of this ecosystem. That is very important thing. And when we give a protection to the ecosystem, definitely animals will be there. And I think
they came and see the activities of this river. That is very important thing. So the river is now on the name of Gharial. Of all the three species, Gharial has really got all the importance in this place. And now I think there are two more crocodiles. I think we are going to end this session by thinking about what other three crocodiles maybe is the only person here is Choli. He has done extensively on all the three species because I visited all the places, but we were in Madhya Pradesh with all the freshwater crocodiles and everything. There is a saltwater crocodile in there. So I think we should complete the crocodile coded success story by hearing what is happening in other two crocodiles, so that finally we should say that we are very proud of making this crocodile coded success of these 50 years. I request this story to say about entire crocodile project. Finally,
I'm not going to go over to the other pieces. I think since we are in a state which is known for the species Gharial, but also I would like to say how important is Madhya Pradesh for the long-term survival of Gharial. I think in that sense, in the morning I talked about the southern tributaries of Ganges. I think the state of Madhya Pradesh has not only Chambal, but also Son and Ken. These are the three rivers which need to be
the great success. Yeah, this is one more story. So now I think we can close this with some of the actually, because without seeing a crocodile, we cannot say that the crocodile project was successful. So I would like to all the participants to see what the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department has done for the crocodile conservation program with a small presentation to the closing presentation. आप announce करिए 50 years का yeah, next one. This is the contribution of Madhya Pradesh Forest Department. You can watch this. So this is the Chambal area. Next. These are the vertebrate animals, and the crocodiles are cold-blooded and reptiles is there. Crocodile, next. Reptilia, crocodile is there. Next. These are the different type of crocodiles in the world: alligators, crocodiles, and gharials. Next. These are the different criteria for IUCN red list of these different species in the world. Next. So who will do it? Who will protect and what? Why is use conservation? These are the 3 crocodiles in the country: gharial, saltwater crocodile, and mugger. And gharial is the, you can see, when maybe geologists, everybody knows about what is the distribution of this animal. When an animal can walk different places, it have a wide distribution. Gharial is a heavy-bodied animal. It lives only in the water. It cannot walk on the land. So that may be the reason. Only Ganges river system and this tributaries, only this animal is survive. When an animal is in a short distribution range, if anything happens, they are going to be extinct in future. So that is the reason of all the 3 species. Gharial is a very short distribution range and having large problems on this. But saltwater crocodile, even in Australia and different countries it is there. Mugger, of course, in a different countries is there. So a large distribution. Gharial is a small distribution. That is the reason that gharial is a more highly endangered species. Next. Crocodiles are large. Next. This is the commercial use throughout the world. Many countries in America and Australia and different places, people are farming these crocodiles, removing the skin. Next. Using the skin for different purposes and different purposes. Even in Australia, Singapore, and different places, people are doing it. That may be the reason long back when the crocodile process started. Why not India can also do it? So that was the initiation started. But one Dr. Costello came and he has suggested that you cannot exploit these animals because nowadays it is only the conservation which is important. Limit your activities for conservation of this species. No commercial exploitation. Next. So that is the reason. These are the different American and Australian countries they are doing. Next. So present threats, everybody already we have discussed, threats are there. Next. Sustainability as a crucial crocodile populations. Next. Here, Indian crocodile project keeps stable population of all the 3 endangered species, provide protection to the habitats, crocodile sanctuaries and done there, action plans for given by the FAO and UNDP. Again, I think today you see FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. When the program started, it is a FAO. Because that time people think that crocodile is also fish, like a fish. People can eat them and all those things. But later on it came to wildlife protection, and now it is under the wildlife department. Crocodile project started in 75. And we have today also still the boat is there in the Chambal Sanctuary, everybody is walking. Given by UNDP and all the motor boats and everything was funded by the FAO and the Forest Department of Madhya Pradesh. Perhaps it is having all these resources. Next year. Chambal Sanctuary which came in Madhya Pradesh. This is Chambal River. Other side is Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh has a big area, so it has a large control on this and large responsibilities also like this. people are, forest department is protecting these areas. This Chambal River is like this. You can see here why the animal is available in this particular area. We have a different habitat structure. You can see that the last place is a sandbar, and further places is a hardy bar. So hardy soil. So that is the reason different type animals having a different type of habitats in the Chambal River. That is the reason that is a highly important biodiversity area in the Chambal River. Breeding crocodiles, they make a nest on this. It is a saltwater crocodile or mother or crocodile. They make a nest. These are the eggs on the Chambal River. The animal come on the land and lay eggs and going back. And I think I can give you one answer. Again, the female has to come when the eggs are ready. The female has to open it. So today, even no scientist, even nobody knows, there are some communal nesting area, the animal behavior. More than 10 to 15 females are nesting in one place. How the mother knows that my eggs are ready to hatch? Mother will come and open a nest. It is really only God knows. We cannot know how the particular mother knows that my eggs are ready to hatch. They make some type of croaking sound. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There are more than 30, 50 eggs are there. They make some type of sound, and the mother sitting in the water come out on the land and remove the animals to go back to the river. That is really fantastic. Next. Yeah, these are the crocodiles. You can see the breeding season. Hundreds and hundreds of animals are there in the river. Next. The method of production for these animals there. And different farming areas. Next. We have a crocodile rearing center in National Chambal Sanctuary. This is Devri Gharial Rearing Center where crocodiles eggs are coming and they are hatching there. Next. And we have a crocodile breeding is also there in Gwalior Zoo. Male females are there and breeding is there. Next. It is what we call it as a integrated biodiversity. Human being and people are living together. That is a very important thing as December. There is not, local people never objected any crocodile project. They are very happy that we are called as a crocodile wale areas. So that type of attachment with the forest department and local people. Next. People go and see this crocodile there. So these are the aquatic species conservation in the country. It is a most successful program in Chambal Sanctuary, made proud of this crocodile project, and we can proudly say to the world that we completed our 50 years and we got a success of it. All credit goes to Forest Department. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for making this program success, and your presence is also.
This is the 5th state which is celebrating 50 years of crocodile conservation in India. Thanks to Madhya Pradesh. Last one was organized in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And it's very interesting. First one is done by Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. There are 2 other states. Bihar has already done one. Gujarat has already done one. So this is the 5th state which is celebrating 50 years of crocodile conservation. 50 years of tiger conservation was done only once. That is in Mysore. And I think crocodile conservation has done it in 5 different states. And thanks to Madhya Pradesh and thanks to the society for doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, panelists. I mean, all of you have been able to succinctly provide us not just the history of crocodile conservation in India, but also successes and challenges. And lots to think about as well. Now, before we let you go, today SNSP moves past another milestone with the publication on India's first ever citizen's report on it took 12 years for this, 2025, sorry, so it took 12 years almost for this report but it coming on its own and coming with, there's definitely a lot of impact as well. I just request the dignitaries to please release the book. It's here covered in an envelope. We also have the privilege of having one of the co-authors with us on the panel, Mr. Srinivasa Murthy. So, I would request Mr.
I request Jasbir and then Vikram and then Rahmani sahab join come on to the dais, please. आप लोगों का अपना अपना रोल है वल्चर कंजर्वेशन, प्लीज आइए. So I request the co-people to show the presentation, please. I will take only 2 minutes. बैठ सकते हैं सर, 2 मिनट. सबको आप ही बैठिए, प्लीज sit down. एक चीज, so thank you everybody. Vikram, तुम इधर आ जाओ. It is the Vikram who started the process of vultures actually counting way back in 1996. So big hands to him. ऐसे छोटे छोटे इनिशिएटिव्स कहाँ तक पहुँचते हैं वो समझने के लिए आप रिपोर्ट में डिटेल पढ़ सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. वहाँ जो देख रहे हैं वो इजिप्शियन वल्चर का नेस्ट है. वो इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गो एंड सी देयर एंड कैप्चर ए फोटोग्राफ. 1 minute, पीछे चलो. I must thank Vikas and SNHC for really agreeing to my proposal to publish this document. And then it took that almost 12 years to publish this, because next please. ये जो है ना सन 2013 में जब we had a review of पन्ना's first page, तो उस समय 3 दिन का deliberations हुई थी. ये पवार साहब की हाथ से पहला इसका एक रफ ड्राफ्ट को हमने रिलीज किया था. बट वॉट एवर रीजन्स दैट वर देयर, इट वॉज देयर इन लाइंग डॉर्मेंट विथ मी. एंड देन फाइनली टुडे आई फाउंड द मतलब रेदर द डॉक्यूमेंट फाइंड द प्लेस हियर एवरीबडी. सो पवार साहब भी यहाँ पे हैं. उस फोटोग्राफ में अपना विक्रम भी है. 1 minute, पीछे नेक्स्ट प्लीज. एंड देन वन थिंग आई वुड लाइक टू लेट यू नो, वी आर रियली कमिंग अप विथ ए बिग टाइटल, India's first ever citizen science report. You can go and check in the internet. 2011 से पहले कोई सिटीजन साइंस का इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम हुआ नहीं था. हमें भी नहीं मालूम, मुझे भी कल परसों तक नहीं मालूम था जब तक मैंने AWC नहीं कराया. AWC करने के बाद मुझे समझ में आया कि सिटीजन साइंस कुछ होता है. शब्द भर सुने थे, बट एग्जैक्टली दिस वॉज द मॉडल वेयर वी कॉल द पीपल फ्रॉम पैन इंडिया टू हेल्प अस, बिकॉज as a department we were not knowing how to really identify and count the vultures. Next please. So enormous cliffs और gorges हैं Cane River Valley का. That is the best place where the vultures can have heavens around. Next please. And then before this process was started, people were counting only 4 vultures there, 4 species of vultures. जबकि उन लोगों की साइंटिफिक रिसर्च पेपर्स में बाकी वल्चर्स भी थे. आई डोंट नो हाउ दे मिस्ड इन काउंटिंग इट, बट इट इज देयर इन द रिटन देयर हाउ इट हैज बीन डन. एंड देन फर्स्ट चेकलिस्ट ऑफ बर्ड्स वाज डन बाय मिस्टर जसबीर, एंड देन वन शुक्र फ्रॉम नेपाल, ही वर्क्स इन केन रिवर लॉज. दे हैव डन द फर्स्ट चेकलिस्ट फॉर पन्ना. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. It is a vulture nursery for the entire landscape. Just imagine, one stretch of 35 kilometers does have almost 338 live nests. जो रॉक नेस्टिंग वल्चर्स हैं
उसका हेवन है, दोनों तरफ से रिवर की दोनों तरफ से क्लिप्स है, इसलिए वहाँ पे इतना ज़्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेशन है. आई एम श्योर, चूंकि व्हेन T3 मूव्ड आउट आई कुड सी ओनली वन वल्चर इन द एंटायर ट्रैक्ट, जहाँ पे भीमनगर करके दमोह जिला का है. अब यहाँ पे पूरे मतलब मध्य प्रदेश में, नेक्स्ट प्लीज. नाउ मध्य प्रदेश इज फॉलोइंग दिस मॉडल. In 2015, when it was not done in Panna, but Jitendra Agarwal Saab started the same model for the entire Madhya Pradesh. Now the Madhya Pradesh stands around say almost 13,000 vultures. Entire state, it's a big thing, quite a big thing. Next please. अब उसके बाद मारिच का भी चल पड़ा, अभी सेन साहब ने किया था. And this is one photograph from Orcha. I have named it as vulture sculpture. कोई हैदराबाद का एक नाम है कूचीबटला चंद्रा करके, उनका excellent photograph है. So thank you everybody. Now you all will get this publication by tomorrow if I am correct. लेकिन उसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, गलतियां हैं, उसे मुझे सुधारना है. यदि कल तक नहीं दे पाते हैं, it will reach you by post. But one thing we have made it free of cost in consultation with विकास. यदि इसके कोई राशि आप देना चाहते हैं तो इनकी संस्था को डोनेट करिए, so that he can support the conservation in the times to come in a bigger way. Thank you everybody. Jai Hind.
Hello everyone again. We can't thank you enough panelists for this session, and as a small thank you from our side, I would just request Mr. Vikas to please come on stage and give you a planter and a memento. So we would like to get started with our second session now, which is on small carnivores in and around pastoral land in Kutch. Now to begin this session, I would like to first call upon stage Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, retired IFS officer as well as performer PCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh. Along with Mr. Chauhan, I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Shomita Mukherjee, who's a senior principal scientist at Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History, working in the Conservation Biology Division of the Wildlife Institute of India. Since the 1990s, she has conducted extensive research on India's small cats, focusing on their ecology, genetics and conservation, and serves on the IUCN Cat Specialist Group and Species Survival Commission. Now before we just start the session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our guests with a planter. Tell me, then I'll do it.
No, not yeah. Let me do it. Or should I come there? That will actually be about this small project that I did along with Dr. Nandini Rajmani from ISER Tirupati, and we conducted this project in a very strongly human-dominated landscape in Kutch, and our results were pretty astounding in terms of. So this, as you can see, this is the land use land cover map of the Kutch district. The Kutch district is the largest district in India. And all the pink patches that you can see are areas that are identified as wasteland. Okay, so wasteland means it is land of the lowest quality that can be converted into any other form of land that you want, you know, for developmental purposes, largely, or agriculture. So you can see that small red square right bang in the middle of a wasteland patch. That was a study area. And the little black polygon inside is a 50 square kilometer pasture land that belonged to the erstwhile royal family of Bhuj. And they had asked me to come and do a survey a few years before this. And they wanted to basically see if caracal exists in that landscape. Now, for some reason, the caracal is extremely, it's like the next cheetah or tiger in India. Everybody wants caracal in their state. Everybody wants to study the caracal. So anyway, I went there, and we did locate the caracal. But along with the caracal, we we basically detected so many other species. And I'll talk about all that. So our objective, so you know, this is a pasture land. You can see these buffaloes in the background. It is completely human dominated. There are no villages inside that little pasture land, but these Maldharis used to come and graze their buffaloes on that pasture land. So we wanted to see how do all these, you know, we had in my earlier surveys, we had detected some 12 species of wild carnivores. That is quite amazing in a landscape that is completely ridden with humans, their livestock, prosopis, and yet you have 12 species of wild carnivores. Okay, and it's not even a protected area. So we wanted to see how do these carnivores live with each other and how do they live in this human-dominated landscape. So, so our study area, so, you know, they call it a wasteland, okay, but a better ecological definition is an open natural ecosystem, which means it is a landscape with different land regimes. You can have agriculture, you can have, you know, human dwellings, you can have lots of other forms of, and natural scrub also. So this study area of ours was 130 square kilometers, and that little black polygon that you see there, that is the pastoral land called Chadwa Rakhal, which is just 50 square kilometers. And it is one of the only 2 OECMs, which is the other effective area-based conservation measures, which is a form of protection given to a land. Very recently they came up with this definition, and they wanted to give this definition to increase the area under protection, so OECMs can also be privately owned. Like this was in a way privately owned, although this Chadwa Rakhal, at the time when I did the study, was kind of partly belonged to the royal family and partly the revenue department claimed it. So it was actually in a way under litigation. So they quickly wanted us to do this survey to establish basically the biodiversity value of that land. And like I said, we had detected 12 wild carnivores there. And the defining feature of this landscape was, like I said, it was full of prosopis. And the other thing is there were several water bodies in that landscape. A lot of it was man-made. Okay, there was one huge lake, and actually Bhuj, it sits on a very large aquifer. Okay, of course, they're harvesting that water more than they should in a way, because human population has grown so much. But basically, it is dotted with water bodies. Those are seasonal water bodies, and that large lake is obviously perennial, and that feeds the network of water bodies inside. And we put up camera traps because that is one of the ways that you can detect carnivores that are very rare. So these carnivores, the small carnivores, you don't see them easily. Also, because it's so strongly human dominated, they are also very shy, and you won't see them. Many of them are also nocturnal. So we put camera traps, and inside the Rakhal, as you can see, we put in every grid cell because that's what they wanted. They wanted us to detect as many, basically they wanted to look for caracal. Caracal is very rare, so you have to put in a huge effort to locate the cat. So we put it in every cell, and wherever we could outside, because that was mainly agricultural fields, we put our cameras wherever we could outside the Chadwa Rakhal as well. And then what we wanted to do is we wanted to do it more systematically. So we use the occupancy framework. So that's a kind of an analysis which you use to basically predict how much, you sample in a particular area, and then you see how much of that area is actually used by the species that you are studying. So what we did is, because our grid cells were very small, they were just 1 square kilometer, we interpreted our results as site use intensity, that how often or how much are each of the species using each of these grid cells. And for that, we had to actually characterize each grid cell. We had to see what are the features in that grid cell that actually determines which species uses it. Okay, so for that, we have to have site covariates. Site covariates are basically what are the features in that particular grid cell that will actually determine the presence. So we use ruggedness index, we use the percentage of prosopis, because some species may find ruggedness as a determining factor. Okay, presence of prosopis, we all think prosopis would have a negative effect on most of the species, because prosopis is a weed. Okay, then percent grass cover. Now the grass cover here is, the grass is really short because it is grazed. So percent grass cover basically denotes how open the landscape is. And you have shrub cover, and we have natural shrub cover also includes prosopis and natural shrub and natural vegetation separately. And of course, the kind of human factors that, you know, like the presence of humans, presence of dogs, and other factors that determine human use. And then you have something called detection, because animal may be, a species may be present there, but your camera may not detect it. Okay, because not every time. So that doesn't mean that the species is absent. So you have to kind of give it a probabilistic value saying, given these features, okay, the animal should have been detected, but it's not. So that is like a detection probability that you estimate. And putting together, you then model it and you come up with a result of the kind of, you know, where each species is present or using, what kind of. And we did it using the program R. And what we did is, because these are rare species, you have a lot of zeros in your data. And that can inflate certain figures, so you club it. So we had, for every 5 days, series of 5 days, we clubbed it together. So we had 5 surveys in 4 months. So the results was a total of, in 4 months, we had less than 1,500 camera trap days. And we got all 12 species. We also got the domestic cat and domestic dog. But they were, the dog was pretty common, but the cat, domestic cat was not. And then the most commonly recorded was the golden jackal. And the least common was, we found the rusty spotted cat, okay, which is very strange because nobody expected the rusty spotted cat, although there were records from Bhuj. But generally speaking, rusty spotted cat was not expected from arid, semi-arid areas. But we know better now that they are. And then you have the caracal. We also recorded the caracal and the honey badger. Okay, and we also have records of pangolin in this area. Of course, it's not a carnivore, but I'm just mentioning because it's a highly endangered species. And coming to the analysis and the results, this is where this is the Afro-Asiatic wildcat, which is also known as the desert cat in India. So that was found largely within the pasture land. Okay, and you see the detection probability is really low. That means your cameras don't always detect it. Okay, only 11% of the time, or say around 12% of the time, they are detected. And now this is the jungle cat. Okay, and it is next. You know, you'll see there in a series of sizes, which I'll come to later. So here we could only analyze data for the species that we had. We could only analyze information for the species that we had a lot of data for. Otherwise, it's not possible to, you know, run a statistical model with just, if you have records of only 2 or 3 captures. So you needed enough captures to be able to actually analyze. So we have only 5 species where we could actually analyze the data using these models. So for the jungle cat now, if you look, you see they are found outside, largely outside the pasture land. And the detection probability is slightly higher, but it's still pretty low. That means 40% of the time you could detect the cat. This is for the small Indian civet, and you can see it's present almost everywhere. It's present outside as well as inside. Can you? And again for the jackal, you have a lot of the presence actually inside the pasture land. And detection probability is a little higher than the cats, but it's still actually quite low. And then you have the Indian grey mongoose. So, you know, the civet and the mongoose, although they are pretty common, you may see them in your backyard, but there's very little information on these species. Nobody wants to study common species. Everybody wants to study caracal, everybody wants to study something that you will not get information on. Okay, but these are species that if you study, you get a lot of information. Not only that, you get to know the landscape very well, you know, and so then we looked at, the cats, they are so similar, especially the Afroasiatic wildcat and jungle cat. They both belong to the same genus Felis, okay, which is closely related to the house cat. And there's just a very slight body size difference between them. They both eat rodents, and I'll show you what they're eating here too. And so we wanted to know how do they coexist if they're together, okay, because they would be competing very strongly. And you know, here our study showed very clearly that they are spatially separated. They are, you know, they overlap almost completely in the activity patterns. They're both nocturnal, okay, because they both eat rodents mainly. But they're spatially segregated. And then what we found is that for the Afroasiatic wildcat, it's very strongly related to grass cover. Now, as I told you, the percent grass cover in this particular context, it means the areas are open. So the Afroasiatic wildcat actually uses the open areas. The jungle cat has a negative relation with the grass cover. So they were more, the jungle cats were outside the Rakhal because that's where the grass was. They were using areas that were more, that had more shrub cover. And with the civet, we did not really find any signal that could tell us that which of these factors that we estimated was actually making a difference to the civet presence. For the jackal, we found that ruggedness had a positive, ruggedness and human anthropogenic factors had a positive effect, and jackals were found in more rugged areas where human use was higher. And for the mongoose, we found that grass cover, like for the jungle cat, they were avoiding very open areas, and they were avoiding hilly areas. Okay, now how do we put these together in, so again, sorry. So this is what we found with our camera traps. Okay, now we also collected a lot of scat from inside the Rakhal because we wanted to know what they were eating. And when we collected the scat, we realized that, and what we did with when we collected scat, we actually assigned it to the species using molecular techniques. And what we found is that we found a lot of rusty spotted cat scat, which we could not find with camera traps. The rusty spotted cat, as I told you, was one of the rarest cats in that Rakhal. But when we picked up scats, we found quite a lot of it. That goes to show that, you know, one technique may not be enough to study, you know, especially these small, rare species. Okay, you need to have a combination of techniques. So I think these dots are too small for anybody to see, but basically that's the message, that we found lots of rusty, and this is a repeated thing. I've looked for rusty spotted cat in Sanjay Gandhi National Park in Mumbai. We found more scats than we could detect them on cameras. So obviously when we put cameras, and if there are larger cats coming there, we also have leopard in this landscape, by the way. I'm just talking about the small carnivores. So when you have larger carnivores, the smaller ones will avoid those areas. So they were not using those, perhaps not using the same areas where the cameras were located, but they were there in the grids. And what do they eat? Okay, so the green part is vegetation. Of course, they're not eating it for nutrition, but cats are known to ingest a lot of grass as roughage. And even your house cat will, if you give it grass, it will eat it. And, but that is not for nutrition. They cannot digest any vegetable matter. They are what are known as obligate carnivores. They absolutely need animal protein to be able to survive, fat and protein. And they were eating a lot of small mammals, that's the gray bits. And then if you see, these are the different types of rodents that are found over there, which we detected because of what we found they ate. How do we identify the rodents in the scat? From the dentition. So different rodents have different dental patterns, and all these jaws and bones, they come out intact in scats. So it is actually very interesting, you know, when you look at the scat of a small cat and what it's eaten, and then you piece it together, and then you see that there are so many different rodents that are found over there, rodents and an insectivore, Suncus. So it's not just the diversity of carnivores. Obviously, if there is a diversity of carnivores, there has to be a diversity of prey as well. So after the project was over, we went and spoke to a lot of school children. We identified 3 schools, and we talked to them about, so I had a master's student then, Siddhi, who was doing her dissertation. She continued doing this work in summer. And together we spoke to a lot of school children over there, and they were very interested in knowing what is there in their landscape, because they were not aware. They are aware that the leopard is there, they know the hyena is there, they've seen the jackal, but these nocturnal animals they have not seen. And everything for them was biladi, okay, which is cat. Okay, but then we told them there are different types of cats that are found there, and they were very interested. Not only the children, we spoke to the villagers, we spoke to the pastoralists, and they were all very excited. So what was the conclusion is that coexistence is facilitated by specific habitat associations. So this habitat, although it's known as wasteland in our policies, it's actually a very complex mosaic of different forms. Okay, you have little rugged hillocks, you have open spaces, you have bushes, you have prosopis, you have agricultural fields, and each of these is important for many different types of carnivores. And species like the jungle cat and small Indian civet, you may need, you know, because this is their stronghold, almost the entire landscape is their home, it's very difficult to identify what exact feature is making a difference. So for instance, if you do it in a forest and an open landscape, you might find clear signals that jungle cat is associated with open areas. But even here, we did get a signal for that. And now I want to actually dwell a little more on insights and recommendations. And I think this is really important because, like I said before, you need many different techniques to be able to really tell the value of a land, especially if it is in a human-dominated landscape. You may not be able to put camera traps everywhere. You need to be innovative about the kind of techniques you use, and they can give you additional information like diet. Okay, and understanding the natural history of a species is extremely important because this actually tells you a lot about ecosystem functioning. Okay, and this is where people often go wrong in inferring. You know, we talk about species that are common, so they are generalist. That's not so. If I describe a caracal and a jungle cat to you, just in words, long legs, large ears, short tail, there's no difference. Yet, we call the jungle cat a generalist, and we call the caracal a specialist. Why? Because caracal is rare, jungle cat is common. We don't see beyond that. The reason the caracal is rare in India is because it's at the easternmost distribution of its global range. Okay, and there was this really nice, there's this really nice book by Dharmendra Khandal on the caracal, and he's also published a paper, but there's one error in that where everybody jumped on that, and they said the caracal is now going to be extinct. Why? Because he says at one time, from historical times to now, their range has shrunk by 90%, is what he said. You know, a shrinking of a range global range by 90% does not mean a shrinking of a population by 90%. It's not the same thing. It's like if caracals were to go extinct in India, which they should not, if at all they were, it will not affect their global population at all. Okay, so this is the difference. So as you go eastward, even within India, caracal will become rarer because that's not its habitat. For the jungle cat, if you look at its global distribution, India is bang in the center of its global distribution. It is actually our cat. It is truly, you know, something. And if you look outside, right now I'm leading the IUCN Global Red List for the jungle cat. It is a shocker that almost, I would say, 75% of jungle cat population is within India. Everywhere outside, it is beaten, it's gone. If you look at West Asia, they're all warring zones. It's very sad. You know, they were restricted to Euphrates and Tigris and Nile. They're all taken over by humans or they're bombed. Okay, if you go eastward and northward towards Eurasia, those are just completely taken over by humans. So it is shocking when people, now when we are looking at the red list and people say we have no information, we have not seen them, we have not detected them on cameras, they're only in South Asia is their stronghold, and India. Same thing for the rusty spotted cat, because rusty spotted cat is found only in India, Sri Lanka, and a little bit of Nepal. So it's our responsibility, you know, with these two cats. So just because they're common does not mean they have fewer threats. I'm not joking, almost every week I get emails or messages from people from across the country saying, can you identify these kittens? We found them in our agricultural field. Invariably, they are either jungle cat or rusty spotted cat. So most of their populations are in agricultural fields. Outside protected areas, we have no clue what's happening to them. And it's like the sparrow situation, where suddenly you will find that they are not there. They were common, they are not there. Okay, so we should not come to that. So we should get away with the term generalist and specialist. What is a generalist? If you tell me, if you ask me, jungle cat is very strongly associated with open habitats with water, and they eat largely rodents. So what does that make it? Okay, but I will not use the term generalist specialist because I think it's a misnomer. They are archaic terms. We should not use them unless it's a very, very extreme specialist. Bycatch data. Now with a lot of camera trapping due to the tiger monitoring exercises, we have a lot of data on small cats, which is absolutely wonderful, and they're publishing it. But that's not the end all, because lots of cats, like the caracal jungle cat, reside largely outside tiger areas, Afro-Asiatic wildcat. So you do not have enough data to actually, it's not a substitute for focal studies on these cats. And this is really, really important. Okay, it's a very controversial field. I may be really hammered and thrown out for this because a lot of people are actually propagating this. That is captive breeding, especially for caracal. We do not need captive breeding interventions, okay? Simply because the caracal is not rare because it's unable to breed. Okay, the caracal is rare because it's naturally rare in India. Moreover, the reason why it is, if at all we think it is threatened, is because of bad land policies. Until you actually rectify that, no amount of captive breeding is going to help. When tiger numbers plummeted in the 70s, we did not have to captive breed them. All we had to do is protect their habitat. And they came up. Same thing with caracal. You do not need captive breeding. After you breed them in captivity, where are you going to put them? And there are these wrong figures that are being generated saying there are only 50 caracal left in the wild. And then they say we will take 20 individuals from that and breed them in captivity. So 40% you're going to remove straight away from, if you say there are 50, there are definitely more than 50. It's just that we've not looked in the right places. If you go and survey in Ranthambore now, inside the national park, you may not find caracal because the habitat has been protected for the tiger. It needs the exact opposite. That needs forest, this needs open areas. Okay, you go outside Ranthambore, you'll find them. You go in semi-arid India, everywhere you'll find caracal, at least in the western parts, in Gujarat and Rajasthan. So I think we just need to do a lot more, surveys. And not just for caracal. Let's not be focused on the caracal. I think it's the ecosystem which is important, which is, even captive breeding and releasing them, it's, I think, wrong logic to basically just enhance the population of one species, that too which is rare, naturally rare. You're going to tip the balance for everything else. They all occur in a certain proportion, and we should not really disturb that through interventions unnecessarily. So genetic studies, somebody mentioned, was very important. It is very important. It gives you information over a very large time scale, from historical evolutionary information right up to current information, whether populations are connected and in what way they are connected, what kind of corridors they're using. And of course, one of the biggest hurdles is funds and permits. Well, that, I guess we have to work towards that for many species. So I see them like this, They're like these Russian dolls. You put one into the other, They actually occur. These are actually taken from photographs. Okay, so they actually occur in these different sizes. It's pretty beautiful. That's how they survive together. Because just like the tiger and leopard largely eat different prey, in the sense the tiger eats prey that's much larger than what the leopard eats, okay? Generally speaking, same thing. I guess the small cats do the same thing. The caracal will be eating probably larger rodents. They'll be also eating peafowl. You have the jungle cat, then the Afro-Asiatic wildcat, and the rusty spotted cat. And believe me, 5 species of cats, you also have the leopard in this landscape. 5 species of cats, 4 species of canids. You have the wolf, you have the jackal, you have the the Bengal fox, and you have the desert fox. It is an amazing diversity for a landscape that you consider as wasteland. So I think we really need to get our policies, land policies, in order. I'd like to thank all these people for support while I was doing this study. It was a very small study, but I think it taught me a lot, because it taught me to put things together over the years that, you know, it's only little bits and pieces that you study and you put them together and then something strikes. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Yes, yes. In this area, probably because there are a lot of dogs that used to go in. And yeah, in this area only. No, and that's why I said when you do a study, you have to suit it to your questions and to the area where you study it. Because we really don't know enough of these small carnivores, you know, they must be. So in another area, they may be using something else. Sorry? Yes, yes. Maybe. Yes, yes. They also eat. Yes, yes, but they'll have to eat many more of that. Like I'll tell you, in Sariska, when I was doing my PhD in Sariska, there were these small mice, Mus platithrix, that these cats were eating. In one scat of caracal, I found 17 individuals of mus. So they have to eat a lot more of that. If they find a big fat rat, they'll just eat one and that'll be enough. Energetic reasons, so they wouldn't.
Did you find any bird remains in the caracal scat?
Yes, yes. Not so much in the jungle cats, but in the other ones, yes.
Okay.
I'll show you. Here, the blue part is the birds. They don't tease. You know, in all, whatever studies I've done, in all different areas, I think the maximum proportion of birds that were found in their scats was around, meaning around roughly 20 to 30% of their scats had birds. So it's not. Maybe, I think even ours do, but it depends. Again, in this area, we didn't have as many peafowl, but in Sariska, I've seen a caracal catch a peafowl, a proper peacock, and he was pulling out all the feathers. Francolins, yeah. Even jungle cat, I've seen jungle cat leap up this high to catch a peacock when it was flying.
So, Shomita, I have one question. So basically, when you mentioned about Asiatic wildcat or Afro-Asiatic wildcat, so was this only camera trap or you also did some DNA analysis? Because as far as I know, house cats and wildcat can also be quite similar.
So with DNA, that's the reason we did not show those cats. I mean, we have put a caveat over there saying, in this I have not written, These Afro-Asiatic wildcats, cats could also be house cats, but in the Rakhal, we did not have any photograph of a house cat. They were all outside. But in the camera trap, from a camera trap image, you can tell fairly certainly whether it's a house cat or an Afro-Asiatic wildcat. Not always, not in all areas, but yes, here you can. And actually, technically speaking, okay, I'm talking because I'm a great cat lover. There is no real difference between an Afro-Asiatic wildcat and a house cat, except for, of course, the coat colors. If you breed them in different colors, they are really the same. Basically, the Afro-Asiatic wildcat has domesticated itself, and that's what is the house cat.
Thank you, Soumita. Thank you very much for such a wonderful insight in such a small area, and it's actually warrants some more, food for thought for all of us. I remember here in Bhopal, Bhopal municipal limit supports many tigers, resident tigers. So we were thinking what they basically are eating. So when they put some camera traps here, and we found everything here. Wild ungulates and all, even the sloth bear and the jackal and wolf and whatnot. So this is how, basically it's unraveling now, because as we are basically going more, getting more science into it and more monitoring, then we realize that the things that we look are not that empty, or what should I call. So I think more and more such areas need to be examined and studied, and that's how we basically, when I was in service, I used to long for caracal, contrary to your idea. Conservation breeding, I was actually seriously contemplating, thinking that, if we get the specimen or the founder animals, then we could have dedicated a sanctuary even for
no, they are there, sir. They will be there. You don't need to captive breed them.
No, for say, how many? 27 years of mine in wildlife, I just saw once caracal, and I saw some remains in actually the kill remains in Kuno, but I could never see a caracal. And even such an extensive camera trapping exercises in almost all the tiger reserves and even the sanctuaries, and we didn't get.
So maybe towards Western MP, Western MP you will get it.
To me it appears that even Panna will have a caracal, and of course even for that matter, I would say that Gandhi Sagar, of course, it is one capture there. So they certainly will have there, but then not enough for. For ecosystem must be enough. But then for us as a manager, we actually wanted to have some good population of visible population of caracal.
Just protect the so-called wastelands. You will see them.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. Great. Yeah, please.
ये निकल के बात आई है कि आपका जो रिसर्च है, इससे जो वेस्टलैंड हमारे किसी भी काम में उपयोग में आ रहे हैं उसको रोका जा सकता है। एक तो इसको पॉपुलर आर्टिकल के रूप में जहाँ भी छपवा सकें कि वेस्टलैंड्स आर नॉट वेस्टलैंड्स, वेस्टलैंड्स आर होम्स ऑफ सो मेनी डिफरेंट एनिमल्स एंड बर्ड्स। तो ये करने, पब्लिक में जागरूकता फैलाने की बात है। ये तो ज़्यादा प्रचार करिए। वेस्टलैंड जो पड़े हुए हैं सूची में जितने, उन सबको बाहर निकाल के, ये चीता आया है उसमें भी कह रहे थे ग्रासलैंड बचाएंगे, यही मौका है कि वेस्टलैंड को पहले बचा लो। ठीक है ना? तो बहुत अच्छा रिसर्च है। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद दिस।
Just one small, sir, I come from a village in Uttarakhand, and उस गांव में 62 साल हो गए हमको बार-बार जाते हुए, and never could even imagine कि वहाँ पे येलो थ्रोटेड मार्टिन, वहाँ पे मेरे नेक्स्ट टू माई हाउस वहाँ पे मिलता है. अभी वेरी रिसेंटली आई वेंट एंड आई सॉ 2 ऑफ देम. तो देन आई रियलाइज कि देखिए ये मतलब इतना ह्यूमन डोमिनेटेड लैंडस्केप है, उसके बाद भी वहाँ पे सरवाइव कर रहे हैं हम लोग.
थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamita. That was a very fascinating study. So before you leave the stage, I just want to call upon Mr. Vikas to please felicitate you with a memento. Thank you so much. We'll now break for lunch. So we'll have approximately a 45-minute break. So I think we'll resume around 3:05, 3:10. Thank you. all had lunch, and I would just like to welcome you back again to the 4th National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Central Indian Landscape. Before we begin, I just want to extend a thank you to our supporters, starting with our supporting partners, the MP Forest Office, Wildlife Conservation Trust, and National Biodiversity Authority of India. Additionally, I would also like to thank all our knowledge partners without whom this event couldn't take place, including WTI, BNHS, Corbett Institution, Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, WWF, VNS, One Vihar, TOFT, Round Glass Sustain, Momentum Shift, Ground Report, Monga Bay, NCISC, Sanctuary Nature Foundation, Wetland International, Barkatullah Vishwavidyalaya, and the Mansarovar group of institutions. Now, as we begin, we're going to start our next session, session titled Conservation Beyond Protected Area Boundaries, Great Indian Bustard in Western Rajasthan. And to begin this session, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Asad Rahmani, who's a veteran ornithologist and former director of BNHS Mumbai. Dr. Rahmani is one of India's foremost conservationists and ornithologists with a career spanning over 4 decades at the Bombay Natural History Society, where he served as a director and senior scientific advisor. Renowned for his work on endangered birds, grassland and wetland ecosystems, he has authored several books, led numerous conservation projects, and served on national and international wildlife committees, including BirdLife International and Wetland International South Asia. Additionally, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sumit Dokia, an associate professor at GGSIP University, New Delhi. Dr. Dokia is an associate professor at Guru Gobind Institution with over 25 years of research and teaching experience in wildlife conservation. His work spans large mammals, from tigers to desert cats, and he has pioneered community-based conservation initiatives like the Great Indian Bustard Program in Jaisalmer, with over 120 publications and multiple funded research projects. It's lovely to have you both here. Before we begin, I would like to call upon Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speakers with a planter. On this note, I would like to hand it over to the speakers of this panel to take this forward.
Okay, thank you very much. We have got only 40 minutes, which was allocated to us, so I'll try to. All right, okay, I'll try to be brief in my introduction. I'll try to be brief in my introduction. Okay. BC, तभी तो मैं तुम्हारे दुश्मनी से शुरू करता हूँ मैं. BC spoke about the success of the thing, but before I talk on that BC is a wonderful speaker, as you know that. तो हम दोनों में दोस्ती ऐसी है कि I write and he speaks. And I would like to pass a resolution, if all of you agree, that BC should write his memoirs. हैं? ठीक है, ताली बजाइए सब लोग हैं. He just keeps on speaking, but he has written, of course, several books and other things. So this joke apart, I will say, BC spoke about the successes. There is no success without mentioning the failures, and there are many failures also. Not only in Maharashtra, I'm talking about the thing like GIB, Karera had been. No one has spoken about Ghati Gaon. From there also the bustard has disappeared. No one has spoke about the Tigra Dam, where I have seen bustards, and now Tigra Dam is all colonies and other things. Similarly, Pohri, interestingly, Pohri is adjoining Kunu Palpur. We have done everything to bring back the cheetah, but we, at the same time, we allowed did everything to exterminate the GIB. I saw, I think, 8 bustards in Pori area. So these are the, I would say, failure. Dehala Jheel, I'm talking just of Madhya Pradesh. Dehala Jheel used to have nearly more than 1 lakh birds. But I was talking this morning to someone, they said, "Kitni chudiyaan thi?" कहने 5,000. So 100,000 to 5,000. That is also, and it had the most, it has the potential to become a Ramsar site as well as an international wetlands of international importance, as well as India's major wetland. Sailana and Dhar, most of the people don't know, particularly the youngsters do not know. Sailana Sanctuary and Dhar Sanctuary were established for lesser florkin, and both of them are more or less now gone. Lesser florkin is hardly seen, sometimes 1 or 2 individuals. They are the non-breeding birds. Ecologically, they are dead because 1 or 2 individuals do not make a species. Vulture breeding center has been established thanks to the forest department, I would say. Indian skimmer, black-bellied tern. There are many other species of riverine systems which are also threatened. Saras, these 2 groups of birds are increasing, or they are at least doing something better than what they were doing 5 years ago. But Saras crane is declining, and BC and myself both have worked independently, not together. So Saras breeds only in small wetlands, and most of the small wetlands are almost all gone or being declining. Most of these species which have declining or declined are mainly the landscape species. Of course, the forest species are there. BirdLife International did an analysis to find out which are the group of which are the habitat specialists, or which are the habitat where the maximum number of species are declining, and they found that the forest areas are the least number of threatened species, and grasslands have got the maximum number of threatened species, because the grasslands is not considered as thing. I would like to request, or I will suggest to some of the people sitting here, particularly the youngsters, that have you heard the name of the white-bellied minivet? It is a species of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. It is endemic to India. So there is no attention to that white-bellied minivet. But white-bellied minivet is mainly found in the scrub forest, mature scrub forest. Where are the mature scrub forests left? They are all more or less gone. And similarly, green munia, I won't speak much about it because Rajat is sitting there, and green munia is also a species of Madhya Pradesh. So let us give more attention to green munia, because green munia will disappear. We tried to, under Rajat, we worked with the Rajasthan Forest Department, and he bred the green munia very successfully, but unfortunately there was no money to continue it. Beside the lesser known species, I would suggest that we should also talk about the lesser known habitats, lesser known ecosystems, which not much. I have written an article known as the neglect of the majority. It is not a political article. It is connected with nature. Whenever we talk about, I'll give you an example of Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, there are, I think, 26 sanctuaries. When we talk about sanctuaries, Dudhwa, Pilibhit, Dudhwa, Pilibhit. Nothing, not beyond that. Kataniyaghad has come because it is a part of the Dudhwa Tiger Reserve. Similarly, in Assam has got 47 sanctuaries. 47 sanctuaries. What we talk about? Manas, Kaziranga, Manas, Kaziranga, nothing more. That's why I say the majority of the protected areas are sort of neglected. In Assam, I would say, Dibru-Saikwa has got the wonderful area, the unique ecosystem. Nowhere found, at least I do not know anywhere it is found, that ecosystem is found there. But it is totally neglected. All attention is on Kaziranga and somewhat Manas. So that's why I call it the neglect of the majority. I won't take much time. we also spoke about the reintroduction of the species, which Madhya Pradesh has done very successfully, wonderfully, I would say. A few years ago, I was talking about someone. He said that in Ranthambore, we would like to introduce the gaur as it is a prey of a tiger. I have got a basic philosophical difference in this attitude. We will introduce gaur because it is a gaur. Whether the gaur kills a tiger or the tiger kills the gaur, it does not matter to me. As an ecologist, I don't care with that. So give attention, give respect to all the species, not because they are prey of something, particularly the tiger. So with these few words, I would like to introduce my speaker. He is very well known, Sumit Dhokia. We know each other. He also worked in BNHS for some time. And I'm very happy that the conservation baton has been transferred to people like Sumit, and I am in touch with him. A lot of people speak about his community work for conservation, because bustard or florkin on all these landscape species cannot be saved without the involvement of the communities. And that's what Sumit is doing it. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. So good afternoon all. And like this is the hardest part, post-lunch session. I will try to keep all of you awake, and that is my biggest task. And also we are going to talk about a bird which is very, I think, only few of us have seen. And my request to all of you that at least you once see Pehla Pyar jo hota hai, that will be the thing happen with you when you will see that bird into the live and especially into the breeding display. So almost like 4.5 feet, it's like 4.5 feet की height है, बहुत सारों की उससे थोड़ी सी ऊपर होगी, and you will see a bird which is as close as your height, and it's like fully into in its own world. So I just want to tell about little bit myself. I first saw, or I can say like I got an opportunity to listen Dr. Rahmani as a MSc student in my MSc days in 1997 or 1998. And that time like all the enthusiast young students used to have. So जब भी मौका मिला सर के पास हम गए, सर ने मुझे अपना विजिटिंग कार्ड दिया. दैट इज़ द फर्स्ट विजिटिंग कार्ड आई हैव इन माई. पुराने टाइम में लोग रखते थे, अब तो सब हम लोग मोबाइल रखते हैं. एंड देन आई रोट ए कंप्लीट जो पुराना अंतर्देशीय लेटर, इनलैंड लेटर होता था ब्लू कलर वाला, मैंने उनको लिखा एंड सर ने मुझे लेटरहेड पे रिप्लाई दिया. दैट इज़ आल्सो विद मी इन माई फाइल. एंड माई वन ऑफ माई ड्रीम इज़ टू हैव ए PhD अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ डॉक्टर रहमानी. एंड उन्होंने बोला तुम इसकी चिंता मत करो, तुम काम करो जो तुम्हें करना है. And then I got an opportunity to work on Chinkara for my PhD, and Rahmani sir used to come for bustard survey in Western Rajasthan, and I got an opportunity. सर को मैंने बोला सर जब भी आप कभी आएँ just drop a message और मुझे मेल भेज दें, हम लोग उठ के आ जाएंगे. And in 2000 December सर का मैसेज आया कि we are going to start a survey from Bikaner to Jaisalmer. तुम आ जाओगे तो आ जाओ. तो I convinced my supervisor, और पुराने ज़माने में जो होल्डोल होता था, अब तो लोग स्लीपिंग बैग वाले, मैंने अपना गद्दा बिस्तर पैक किया और सर के पास हम लोग पहुंच गए. एंड मॉर्निंग में, सर्दी की मॉर्निंग में बीकानेर में व्यास कॉलोनी के अंदर फॉरेस्ट रेस्ट हाउस में सर अपना दार्जिलिंग टी वाला कॉफ़ी और चाय चल रहा था. एंड बोले कहाँ बोलो. मैंने कहा सर मैं आपको वॉलंटियर बनने के लिए आया हूँ. फ्रॉम दैट डे ऑनवर्ड्स वी स्टार्टेड सर्वे फ्रॉम बीकानेर टुवर्ड द जैसलमेर. एंड इन माई पर्सनल छोटी सी लाइफ मैंने अभी जितनी भी है मेरी, उसके अंदर मैंने देखा कि बस्टर्ड हैव बीन लॉस्ट फ्रॉम मेनी ऑफ द एरियाज विच आई हैव सीन. So you can imagine what they have seen in their lifetime, and that is the biggest challenge for all of us to save the habitat. So I first saw two individuals of Great Indian Bustard, and I am little bit like fast mover, तो मैं थोड़ा तेज चलता हूँ. तो मैंने पहले कुछ स्पॉट किया, something very big. मैंने सर को बोला सर ये क्या, तब तक तो उड़ने लगे. सर ने मुझे जोर से डांट के बोला यही तो है जिसको हम देखना है. And that was like I was not able to recognize what is that big size bird which was standing in front of me, and I was not able to completely see कि वो कैसा था. और ऊपर से उसका विंग का आवाज़ आता हो गया. मैंने कहा सर ये तो मिस कर दिया. देन वी शिफ्टेड आवर नेक्स्ट कैंप टू दियात्रा. एंड ये बीकानेर का जो मैं बता रहा हूँ ये नथानिया ग्रासलैंड है, जस्ट इन फ्रंट ऑफ द बीकानेर यूनिवर्सिटी नाउअडेज. एंड अभी वहाँ पे सिर्फ ग्रासलैंड बचा और कुछ नहीं बचा. देन वी शिफ्टेड टू दियात्रा. दियात्रा में पुलिस लाइन पुलिस लाइन या पुलिस थाना जो भी था उसमें हम लोग रुके और बिल्कुल मतलब इट्स लाइक आलू पानी वाली सब्जी और बट इट वाज लाइक फुल फन एंड हमारे पास एक गाड़ी थी उसमें हम लोग जाते थे। यात्रा में मैंने फिर वापस 4 इंडिविजुअल्स बर्ड्स के देखे एंड देन फिर फाइनली हम लोग बीकानेर जैसलमेर की तरफ पैदल यात्रा से गए। That was a moment. I will show some of the photograph what we have done in that time. So I started as a volunteer for GIB in 2000 and now we are in 2026. So it's a 25 year of something I am going to give you. Then I started like looking how to survey as an individual independent researcher. So thanks to WIA and that is Old Hostel Mess, I got an opportunity to write something independent proposal. So 2006 I got an opportunity for OBC small grant project और उसमें मुझे 35,000 रुपीज़ मिले और दैट वाज लाइक फुल हमारे लिए बहुत मस्ती था। सो विद इन 35,000 रुपीज़ वी मैनेज टू डू सम 25 days survey along with one of my senior and then 3 of my junior from the MSc and my subsequent MSc this thing juniors. Then again I got an opportunity for 2010 through OBC again, then 2015 through again OBC, and then 2025 my better half is doing the same way and now she is heading that project. So thanks to OBC for giving us an opportunity to continue the work. Then 2012 I got an opportunity from Forest Department thanks to Dr. G.S. Bardwaj, now he is Director WIA. उन्होंने बोला सुमित तुम बहुत बात करते हो, तुम करते कुछ नहीं हो। मैंने कहा सर मैं क्या करूं? तो बोले कि तुम you have to make a bridge between Forest Department and the local people, because if you know Desert National Park में history है, वहाँ पे locals की और Forest Department की बहुत कम बनती है बिकॉज ऑफ द इलीगल एंड लीगल फार्मिंग का और रेवेन्यू का कुछ इशू है। सो जब अच्छी बारिश होती है फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट यूज टू स्टॉप द लोकल्स फॉर फार्मिंग, लोकल्स गो इनटू द ट्रैक्टर्स, रात को खेती करके वापस आ जाते हैं एंड इट्स लाइक बहुत खुना खुनी सी लड़ाई होती है, कभी वो इसको अरेस्ट करते हैं कभी वो इसको पीट देते हैं। सो डॉक्टर G.S. Bardwaj said that why don't you try to make something in between us in a form of a dialogue where we have to be seen as a beneficiary for the locals कि आप लोग यहाँ से कुछ कर सकते हो। Then I started thinking and thanks again Anup was a DFO at that time, Anup KR, and जिसको बोलते हैं all starts in the same line. Then we started discussing on that line कि how we have to start. Then in 2013 we got an opportunity and we started a project with Forest Department for training the local youths. मेरा अपना ये मानना है जब तक सैलरी नहीं मिलती तब तक नौकरी का मजा नहीं है। सेम वे अगर उसको आप पैसा नहीं मिलेगा तो वो हैबिटेट में नहीं जाएगा। And that is a very very small thinking we have to have in our mind कि you have to make something incentivization into their mind that कि तुमको इससे ये फायदा है। Otherwise everybody is talking about what is the benefit. 300 रुपये मेरा महीने का मोबाइल का लगता है, why should I go and do a monitoring for you? Then I said that treat me as your one of your I thankful for this thing that I am born and brought up in Nagaur, Jodhpur, and then again further into Jaisalmer landscape. We are having a Marwar entire state, so culturally, language wise, I was very much able to mingle in between the locals. And I started talking to the locals and then we were convinced, Anup, to give 25 people from the local villages to train them as a nature guide. Before 2013 or 14, there was not a single guide available in Desert National Park who can show the birds to the tourist. And that was an opportunity for me to explore it as much as I can. Thanks to Bardwaj sahab again, उन्होंने बोला सुमित तुम इनको क्या कराना चाहते हो? Then we prepared a 5-6 different type of lectures. उसमें how to speak, how to even we gave a idea how to show a dung beetle to a आजकल जो आप लोग रील बनाते हो, तो डंग बीटल अगर आपने देखा होगा कि वो कैसे डंग को रोल करके लेके जाता है। नो नीड टू गो फॉर GIB तो दिख जाएगी। जस्ट लाइक टाइगर रिजर्व में इफ यू आर गोइंग इनटू द टाइगर रिजर्व, all tigers are same from like Corbett to the Peria Tiger Reserve, from Manas to even the Central India, all are of the same species. What is more important in Kana is hard ground Barasingha. What is more important in Kaziranga is you have to see the rhino, you have to see the water buffalo. Tiger तो सब जगह दिखता है। Then धीरे धीरे ये लोगों का concept आया and आज की डेट में more than 7 to 8 independent people are working. So मैं उन्हीं के बारे में थोड़ी आपको स्टोरी बताता हूँ। So just like lesser known species, this is the male GIB and what I told, it's like 4.5, 18 किलो वजन है, 4.5 फीट की हाइट है और जब ये डिस्प्ले करता है तो ये किसी की कुछ नहीं सुनता, किसी को कुछ नहीं देखता and it looks like जो हम लोग स्टॉल गले में डाल के चलते हैं ऐसा भी चलता है। And the right one is the spiny-tailed lizard and the left one is Chinkara. So I used to call it as a GIB landscape, just like tiger landscape, because my idea is to have GIB as a keystone species of arid and semi-arid grasslands, because we don't have any tiger in the beyond Aravali, and that is the biggest problem, because many of the projects are species-centric projects. So we are not having that type of attention from the forest department. So this is the habitat. In the arid and semi-arid landscape, it is just outside the Desert National Park. You can clearly make out there is some agriculture field somewhere, shifting sand dunes, fixed sand dunes, few trees. That is the savanna grassland, true savanna grassland, and the wild grass. Again, it's the same habitat. That is in a summer season. It is in a late monsoon season. Then it's a king of the grassland, walks like anything. And this is a photograph taken by me in 2007. I think many of its gene pool is surviving there in the landscape. Then this is a very interesting story. They are catching the locust. So in 2020, 2019 and 20, it was a very good rainfall in Rajasthan. And whenever it's a good rainfall, locust used to come. And जब वो आती हैं तो it's like a hue and cry in the entire landscape. So बहुत लोग उसको देखते हैं, कुछ उसको पकड़ते हैं, कुछ वो भी करते हैं. FAO and then state agriculture department, and they all of a sudden start become active, and they decided to spray malathion on the swarm. And when Radhesham, late Radhesham Bishnoi, I will also come on that in the later slide, he called me that के सर ये तो बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है. मैंने कहा क्या हो रहा है? बोला वो वहीं पे स्प्रे कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे GIB घूमता है. Then what we have to do? Then we have to make it's like a complete scene in front of a collector office. We presented, मैंने फटाफट उसको जो भी उल्टा सीधा ड्राफ्ट किया, मैंने उसको बोला you get it printed, साइन करिए लेफ्ट राइट हाथ से 10-15 लोगों के साइन बनाइए, no need to go for village survey, and then go and submit to the collector that it need to be saved, no malathion spray in the GIB area, because government of Rajasthan was at that time having a project busted, and forest department was all of in a Desert National Park में कोई स्प्रे नहीं कर रहा, हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं है. We submitted a memorandum to him, and then luckily few of the retired IAS officers were in contact with me. I requested them, then they said that you just make a representation in front of the Commissioner Jodhpur, because he was a commissioner for the entire Jodhpur and Jaisalmer zone. And I wrote an email to sir and many of the who's who in the senior researching community, including the WIA director and Google से ढूंढ के MOF के सब के लिए, and we have to save the habitat. Within next day we received an order from Chief Wildlife Warden from MOF that forest department should be with the spraying team, and whenever people are saying that this is the GIB habitat, you have to stop the spray. And Pankaj must be knowing that उस समय पंकज के कजन है, he is a forest guard, उन्होंने बोला यार आपने तो हमारी गर्मी में बहुत भारी ड्यूटी लगा दी, because at that time जून बारिश आई, उसके बाद because जहाँ पे भी GIB है वहाँ पे forest department का personnel have to be there along with them, and many of the volunteers were joined. So GIB is like feeding like anything on the this thing, and then just like reporters कहते हैं सर इससे क्या हो जाएगा, तो बोले GIB तो hardly 150 के आसपास हम लोग बताते हैं, तो थोड़ी बहुत खा भी लेगी तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. So I gave some statement to the reporters, and one statement was that because through the animal ecology little bit of knowledge I have, I said that जितना अच्छा protein खाएगी अंडा उतना अच्छा होगा, and then hopefully in the future we can have more number of eggs, more number of survivability chances of the chicks. And very next year, and Dr. Jhala का comment था कि नहीं इससे बहुत सब green खत्म हो जाएगा और it's like going to become a very big problem in the desert. मैंने कहा ठीक है जो भी होगा, we are always going to support the local community concept, and next year continuously 2 to 3 years we are having more than 2 eggs for from some of the females. This is a very good photograph. You can see it prefer a grass which is a height of up to its eye, है ना, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं, इससे कम भी नहीं, and that is a critical forest management approach. We have to maintain the grass as per the species demand, not as per our concept. You can imagine the size. You can imagine the size. In the same photograph you can see there is one, okay, photo thoda kariye, okay. So you can see the short-eared, this thing, short-eared snake eagle, elephant, sorry not elephant, the camel and the GIPs. So there was a concept कि GIB livestock के साथ नहीं रहता. I totally, up to 2012, I was a little bit of scientist. From 2012 onwards, I became a community voice. मैंने बोला साहब अगर आप लाइव स्टॉक के साथ जीआईबी की बात नहीं करेंगे तो आपकी बात कोई नहीं सुनेगा. So you have to talk about the people and try to थोड़ा थोड़ा अपना आइडियाज उनके बीच में परकोलेट करिए, अदरवाइज दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बिकम योर वॉइस. सो ऐसा नहीं कि यहाँ पे भी आप ये कर दो, बिकॉज लोकल्स वर हैविंग ए कंसेप्ट दैट जहाँ पे जीआईबी दिखता है वहाँ फेंसिंग हो जाती है, एंड वी डोंट वांट फेंसिंग ऑफ द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट इन आवर एरियाज. क्योंकि आई एम फ्रॉम द 1981, वी ऑल through the GK books we used to read that Desert National Park is one of the biggest national park. It's totally false. As per the record, it's a wildlife sanctuary. So you have to become correct. 1981, there was a proposal. In the forest department, they proposed to make a Desert National Park, and that proposal copy is still with the collector office. So there is no hope of national park. So you have to reinvent yourself, think out of the box, how we have to save the species rather than going into the filing, the demarcation, this and that. We don't need to go into that debate because population increase, human population increase as multiple fold. From 1981, मेरा ये मानना है 2 जनरेशन वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है. जो आज 1981 में पैदा हुआ है वो रिटायर होकर फौज से रिटायर होकर वापस वहाँ पे आ गया है. सो यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू डील विद दिस टाइप ऑफ पीपल. यू हैव टू इमर्स योरसेल्फ विद देम एंड देन ट्राई टू थिंक कि अब उनके साथ हम क्या करें. इन दिस फोटोग्राफ यू कैन सी फॉक्स इज देयर, चिंकारा इज देयर, जीआईबी इज देयर, अगेन ए ईगल इज देयर. सो ऑल ऑफ देम आर, जिसको नहीं कहते हम लोग सब हार्मोनी में रहते हैं, किसी को किसी से कोई मतलब नहीं. एंड दैट इज द बेस्ट पॉलिसी. जीआईबी इज ए किंग. So it never ever bothered about anything. This is a map. You can imagine the status of GIB from that day to till today. From 2011, it is still into the critical endangered category. From 2018, we don't know what is the status of the wild population. We have good counting from the Wildlife Institute of India, the tripartite agreement between Rajasthan Forest Department and MOF. Population is in the captivity around 60 plus. So what I am talking to an area which is just into the yellow and that green, and green is the current GIB distribution. Some part in the Pakistan, largely into the Jaisalmer. One in Kutch, two female in Kutch, 1 or 2 in the Deccan Plateau. Deccan. But I will request Forest Department, if they are able to listen from here on this podium, from this podium, population की count आप करिए. ऐसा काम चलने वाला नहीं है. We have to have population count at least after 3 years, after 4 years. Without counting the population, आप habitat नहीं बचाएंगे तो कोई मतलब नहीं. So all these, like all photograph of me and my students, and this student, this is the forest guard, and the another one is the student when he was in first year, BSc first year. He was associated with me as a volunteer, just like Remani sir took us into the field. I took many of my students into the field, and all of these students were from the local colleges. And he did PhD with me on some different topic, but these are all like small work. This is a in Cap, myself in 2011 January. These are all school kids. We used to go and give some of the talks. This is one of my good friend Kaluram Senja. And the BNHS poster, when I left BNHS, I wrote a mail to sir that please sir give us some posters, because we are going into the field and we have to showcase something in larger photograph to give locals about the GIB and other things. So we took an opportunity and distributed many of the posters. छोटा ऑडियंस, बड़ा ऑडियंस, 50 की ऑडियंस, 100 की ऑडियंस, irrespective of the size. जहाँ दुकान मिली हमने अपना प्रचार शुरू किया. And we have distributed many of the leaflets, many of the posters, including the shepherds, the camel herders, जिससे भी हम बात कर सकते थे हमने दिया. And then also we started, thanks to the this thing all digital apps and other thing, we started designing local social media messages. कि आप किसी में GIB को लोगों को डालिए, लोग जब तक देखेंगे नहीं GIB के बारे में बात ही नहीं करेंगे. This is one of the photograph of this thing Dhananjay Joshi from Ahmedabad. And this is the first photograph which document the problem of GIB with the feral dogs. Then it's a Kutch photograph. Then this is a way of celebrating, or what you can say, remembering the death of the GIBs. We have all the 10 documented GIBs, the dates and the place. The first photograph is a son of a forest guard, and this the top photograph is the first non-death from the power line in Kanoi area. Then second and third. The third person is also left heavenly abode, and these are the places in the far away area from Desert National Park, that designated protected area. Forest department is doing excellent, but it is working inside the protected area. What is about the outside protected area? So we have to have someone who can go and see. And thanks to all the volunteers, वो alert करते हैं. Even I am working in Delhi, but I am almost like 2-3 hours in a day. I am mentally, I am into the Jaisalmer. I used to talk with all these teams, and वहाँ से उन्होंने मुझे फोटो भेजा, and thankfully at that time Anup was there. मैंने अनूप क्या DFO को फ़ोन किया, मैंने अनूप साहब this is the happening, बोले नहीं आप उनको बिल्कुल वहीं पे रोके, we are trying to come, and it was like something more than 170 kilometer from that place to locate where it happens. I am just using few because I don't want to go into the more scientific part. My part is how to convince the community. And now Desert National Park is very big, but population is found only in the northern part of the Desert National Park. So आपका protected area almost खाली है GIB से. आप उसको किताबें बचाइए, वहाँ पे GIB नहीं है. Very senior this thing IFS officer retired, he said that कि सुमित अगर हम उसको protected area को अगर बचा के रखे तो GIB अंदर नहीं आ जाएगी. मैंने कहा सर इतने साल भी तो बचा के रखा था, बाहर क्यों गई? पहले हमें ये सोचना है गई क्यों. इसका ये मतलब है कि there is something happening in the habitat, and that's why these birds are moving out, or otherwise हमारी ये population खत्म हो गई, वो वहाँ पे already थी. So almost in the two unequal half population is divided. We believe that around 130 to 150 as per the Supreme Court decision, birds are there into the wild. आधी इधर है, आधी उधर है. It's like somewhere around 40, 50 or 50 plus 55 birds probably into the Pokhran side, and 50 or 55 plus birds into the some Sudasri and Desert National Park area. And they are not meeting each other. That is another problem. Around 8 birds have been collared, radio collared, and I am trying to read all the reports, scientific reports available on the WIA website. All the birds of some Sudasri are not moving into the Pokhran side, and Pokhran side birds are not moving into the Sudasri side. The daily movement of bird is minimum 2 kilometer, maximum 32 square kilometer. So how this 32 kilometer area need to be saved for a single day journey of a bird? It's a huge challenge. So don't think about the protected area and the concept of the fencing and other thing. Let them roam into the landscape. Otherwise they are automatically roaming. So go and talk with the forest, go and talk with the local people, and they will tell you आँख और कान उनके वो आपके बनेंगे, and they are saving the landscape. Sir, another area, so it's like कोई concept आया था GIB arc and GIB potential area and this thing additional priority area and this and that. We don't want to go into that thing. जहाँ GIB है, we are trying to map with the help, and some of the areas where GIB was not beyond the Ramgarh, and in that particular area, recently Caracal was also cited. Pankaj is here, he must be telling something about that. This is the time when we started in 2015 with help of this Anup. So I just want to make sure that you are following this red cursor. Okay, so it's an innocent, confused village boy sitting. So you just follow him. You just follow him. You can make out where he is standing into the row. And the very next day, he is talking to the CCF. So this is the empowerment you have to give, because they are watching us. ऐसा नहीं कि हम उनको मानते हैं, उनको कुछ नहीं आता, वो हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा जानते हैं. That little bit of confidence we have to inculcate into them, and they will come out in front of the officers, and they are going to help us out. He is Musa Khan. He is very known, celebrated guide nowadays. You can Google it, and you will find him everywhere. So he is one of that 25 students which we trained. So you can see the photograph of Musa Khan on that day. Again, you can make out a little bit of innocency on his face. Now he is a full confidence, and he is leading tours. He is having his own hotel. He is having 2 to 3 vehicles, all because of the empowerment, because of the nature guide business he started. And he is also having a very ethical way of nature guide, guiding process. Dr. Rahmani must be knowing him. This is the outcome of this thing. You can see the baby with the GIB outside protected area in 2015. I gave this information to B.V. Reddy Sahab. He is also no more. and he said that Sumit, wow, you have done something very good. डीएफओ साहब नाराज हो गए, उस समय डीएफओ साहब कोई और थे, वो बोले कि आपने सीधा वहाँ पे फ़ोन कर दिया, हमें नहीं बताया. मैंने हमें नहीं पता था what is the protocol, because we are working outside the protected area and for us protocol is just जो आपको पहला नंबर याद आता है आप उनको कॉल करना है. So this is the way I am working inverted pyramid, and that is the best way. You have to keep your community people on the top, myself in the second last, honorary advisor, and 2 field coordinators, 1 left, Dr. This thing late Radheshyam Vishnoi, and then GIB volunteers, GIB Mitra, Godown Mitra, whatever you can call. And thanks to all the donors, जिसने जिसके दिल में जो आया वो हमें दिया, हमने वो as it is with सम्मान आगे उनको दिया, एक एक को जाके घर पे दिया. And you can see Radheshyam Vishnoi in 2016, Musa Khan in 2016, Danveer in 2016, some Gotham something कोई forest guard था 2016. This is Radheshyam Vishnoi. Then the second batch, last year a very bad accident happened with him and we left him. So again for me it's a square root 1. I have started again building my team with all the socks, and I am again recruiting some more youth volunteers. Some of them were already working with Radheshyam, some of them are new, and I agree with Varun. We have to use that technology. So they are taking help of the camera traps, they are monitoring in that landscape and sending information photographs to me. We also started with the help of the locals, 16-hectare restoration plot, thanks to Habitat Trust for giving us an opportunity. And some of the agriculture fields, people are not doing agriculture because of their personal issues, because in Jaisalmer, agriculture is not a economically beneficial objective or economically beneficial business. So they are leaving their landscapes empty, and that is an opportunity for us to utilize. With the help of the locals, we are doing publicly owned land under the restoration for GIB. There is no involvement of government anywhere. These are some of the photographs, or you can say bycatch data like Somita ma'am. So we have started working on entire thing in the concept of GIB landscape. These are some of the reports. Some of the programs, किसी को कुछ दिया, किसी को कुछ दिया, जहाँ से पैसा मिला वैसे ही हमने आगे आगे ट्रांसफर किया, उसमें +1 करके किया. सम स्कूल्स में हमने डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया सामान, कहीं पे हमें कुछ मिला अंडर द कैनोपी, अंडर द जस्ट लाइक कॉर्पोरेट लैंग्वेज में बात होती है कि आप कहाँ पे मीटिंग कर रहे हो, सो दे हैव टू यूज सम कैची वर्ड अंडर द कैनोपी, अंडर द रूफ, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बट जहाँ मौका मिला हमने उनको वहीं पे पकड़ के थोड़ा थोड़ा समझाना शुरू किया. सम ऑफ द स्कूल्स प्रोग्राम्स. एक चीज और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है कि राजस्थान के लोग सब जगह के होंगे, वो दे आर ऑलवेज वेरी प्राइड ऑफ देयर ओन पर्सनैलिटी. सो वी स्टार्टेड पिकिंग दैट information and try to make it that pride with the bird, and that आपके ही इलाके में GIB मिलता है. That is the enough thing for us to pass it. अब वो बोलते हैं साहब कहाँ रहते हो कि जहाँ हमारी GIB मिलता है. We also release some of the posters in the local language. ये उन्हीं की लैंग्वेज में लिखा हुआ है कि GIB कहाँ रहता है, कैसा रहता है. I don't want to read it. ये वो मूर्ति है जो रहमानी साहब के साथ हम लोग पैदल यात्रा करके लेके आए थे. It was placed somewhere in the temple. मी एंड माई अनदर फ्रेंड, दो हम लोग पोस्टर में BNHS का लेके घूम रहे थे, डॉक्टर KR सेंडचा, हम दोनों उसमें साथ में थे. हमें वो गांव का नाम याद नहीं था, एंड इट वाज फॉर अस ए चैलेंज टू ढूंढना है उसको क्या है. एंड वी ऑलवेज यूज टू रीच अप टू द विलेज विच इज सलखा. अब सलखा विलेज जा जाके हम लोग ढूंढ रहे हैं, वहाँ पे कोई मंदिर में कुछ नहीं मिल रहा, कुछ नहीं मिल रहा. एंड देन ऑल ऑफ सडन वी वर मूविंग इन वन ऑफ द स्कूल. एक छोटा बच्चा बोला आपने GIB देखी? मैंने पूछा GIB देखी? बोला कहाँ देखी? मंदिर में देखी. मैंने मंदिर में कहाँ GIB देखी? बोला हमारे मंदिर में GIB की मूर्ति लगी है. उसको हमने बैठाया, साथ में उसके गांव गए. देन दैट वाज ए सांकला. सो सलखा एंड सांकला, इट वाज ए लिटिल बिट ऑफ कंफ्यूजन, एंड देन वी एबल टू रिलोकेट दिस thing statue. It was in 2016 we were able to see, and this fellow who is standing behind this, at that time he was a student in a school where we did the program. So I am trying to connect all the generations together. देन आल्सो अगर जम्बोजी होते तो वो भी एक GIB को आशीर्वाद देते. इट्स लाइक समवेयर यू हैव टू कनेक्ट विद द रिलीजन, विद द लैंडस्केप, विद द इकोनॉमी, एनीवेयर. दीज आर ऑल बाई कैच डाटा. जहाँ पे भी वो पोचिंग कर रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, जब इन्फॉर्मेशन, आई एम आल्सो हैविंग क्वाइट ए बिग एंटी पोचिंग नेटवर्क. Information is coming thanks to the WhatsApp and other apps. During COVID, we were able to crack one of the biggest nexus into that landscape for GIB, this thing चिंकारा poaching. And करीब 20 के आसपास जैसलमेर में केसेज हुए हैं, जिसमें वेस्टर्न राजस्थान में सबसे ज़्यादा केस दर्ज होने वाला जैसलमेर हुआ. इट डजंट मीन दैट कि वहाँ पे एकदम पोचिंग बढ़ गई है, पहले रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं होती थी. I just want to give some of the things, and then thanks to one of the organizations which I built along with my better half and some of the locals, including father of the Radheshyam Vishnoi. It's the Ecology, Rural Development and Sustainability Foundation. Then Oriental Bird Club, thanks to Oriental Bird Club, thanks to Dharmendra Khandal and Tiger Watch, and thanks to Godown Conservation Society, thanks to Rajasthan Forest Department, thanks to Brain Stretch from the Birders Store UK, and thanks to Asian Adventure for giving us an opportunity to do something. This is a pro bono, no funding from anywhere. Even I am not having any funding from the government resources, but I am doing as a commitment. And and because of what I believe that funding khatam ho jayegi, aapka project band ho jayega. So if you want to keep your work continue, then don't depend on the funding. Try to build local network more and more stronger. Even after the funding stops, you will receive information from the locals. Thank you, sir.
I think there is time only for one question.
So Sumit, first of all, I have seen your work, and you are one of the examples I give to people, like, how conservation as a process should happen. Mixing everything. I don't have enough in a single term to define it, but maybe Rahmani Saab can coin some term for this kind of rooted conservation. But one question I want to ask, which I also observed last year when I went there. Outside DNP, there are places where GIB is now nesting or they're coming. And there were some enclosures being expanded. So the thing is that these are the places where actually your volunteers have worked, and it is their work which has led to GIBs coming back to those revenue areas, or maybe like common areas, whatever it is. Now government is interested to make those enclosures. So how do you see, as a conservationist, like, the work which is done by communities for at least a decade? Now, because of the enclosure, they're also losing other aspects like livelihood and grazing rights, or all those things. So how do you see this? I won't say it's a conflict, but it is something, a competing kind of interest or something like that. I don't know how to phrase the question, but I hope you got the question I want to ask.
So I want to add few more information because of question आ गया तो सर भी allow करेंगे थोड़ा और बोलने के लिए. So in last from 2019 onwards, I was in the backside. I was associated with that Supreme Court case, and we were able to supply information to Ranjit Singh साहब. And वो बोलते थे जहाँ पे भी तुम्हें sighting मिले तुम उसको मुझे भेजते रहो. And there were various renewable energy projects coming back to back in that landscape, and many of the EIA or ESIA experts from any of the consultancy firm, because it's a very small world, they are knowing me directly or through the network. And I got to know that there is one person who is doing survey even in the COVID lockdown in March 2020. I got his phone number and I asked him, why are you roaming into that landscape even into this lockdown? He said that we are doing some survey, this and that. I said that if you want information, I can give you. GIB presence is there. He said that just like अभी हम लोग eBird पे बात कर रहे थे कि वो बोलते हैं कि आपको फोटो देना पड़ेगा. मैंने कहा that is the biggest challenge. Photo GIB का many of these photographs I have taken is taken from the people. none of my photograph, there is only one photograph जो मैंने आपको बोला वो था. So it is because photo से आपको क्या पता लगेगा? So thanks again to the free apps. NoteCam is one app popularly used. मैंने Cephers को बोला, आपको अगर GIB दिखे, GIB का पंजा दिखे, उसकी शीट दिखे, आपको ड्रॉपिंग्स दिखे, आप उसका एक फ़ोटो लेके मुझे भेजिए. September 2020, 16 September, around 5 PM, मुझे मैसेज आया, फोटोग्राफ आई, वो बोला साहब एक GIB मरी हुई मिली, एंड दैट वाज ए ओरन इन देगराय ओरन, एंड आई ask him to put it Facebook live, whatever sources you have, because what I believe that digital signature is also going to become taken into consideration because of its time and date and place. वो जो something वो इसके पीछे का जो history होता है, some digits, and that photo become viral. Around 8 PM into the night I received call from that fellow who was doing survey. बोला सुमित जी हम आपको मान गए. मैंने कहा हम तो आपको बहुत पहले से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे, आपने एक मारने के बाद आप माने हो. That photograph has been taken into the Supreme Court decision, and additional potential area was declared between Desert National Park and Pokhran into the this thing, and we tried, thanks to Sumer Singh Bhatti ji was also from that area, और हमने बहुत कोशिश की कि उसको हम लोग बचा पाएं, but there is a huge pressure from left, right, center, all 16, 17, 18 directions, and we were not able to do something. But again, Devaditya, I am just trying to add now a reply to your answer, that we were able to save 657 square kilometer additionally area added into that existing area because of, and that entire landscape is community village common. There is no forest department presence. All depends upon the locals who are residing into these areas. So presence of GIB is being marked on the maps through all these open source applications. I am doing something in the Google, रात को बैठ के वो pins करते हैं, and many of the volunteers, those are not even able to write, even not able to read, वो voice message WhatsApp में record करके मुझे भेजते हैं, मैं उनको voice message वापस record करके उनको पूछता हूँ, when I am into the class and they are not able to make a call with me. So you can imagine the potential of that small device is in your hand. Use it in a positive side. We were able to save something. Regarding the fencing area, that is the biggest challenge, because whenever you are having any fence on the village commons, that landscape is for multiple use by the villagers, and that is a place, because Jaisalmer's economy is agro-pastoral. Pastoralism is very high, agriculture is very less. Thanks to education, many of the locals are now into the services, government service, and they are able to do something additionally. And we have to save the landscape for grazing also, because I have all photographs, left, right, sheeps, in the center GIB, just like a shepherd moving into the herd. We have photograph of cows in between GIBs. So it doesn't matter for them, because they are eating from anything available on them, on the landscape. It's like I have photograph and videos of they are eating rodents, then snakes, then small and large, and all type of arthropods and everything. So they love landscape, they love walking, and they don't want to fly. So if you are chasing them, they will start flying.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhukia. Okay, before we start the next session, I would like to call upon Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers. Now starting our next session, which is on the conservation of hill myna, a case study from Chhattisgarh. The speaker for this session is Dr. Rajat Bhargava, an independent ornithologist from Meerut. An ornithologist by profession and passion, Dr. Bhargava formerly worked with BNHS As an assistant director, his main interests are in conservation of threatened endemic Indian birds, with special emphasis to his favorite fin weaver and green munia. Growing up as an aviculturalist, his interest lies in conservation breeding. I would like to request Dr. Rajat to kindly come on stage. And the chair for this session is Mr. R. Srinivasa Murthy, IFS, retired and former APCCF and member secretary of the Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. Sir. Now to initiate the session, I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers with a planter. And with that, I hand over the mic to Mr. Murthy to begin the session.
तो मैं 2 दिन की कार्यशाला में दूसरे दिन उपस्थित नहीं हो पाया। इस बार आज ही के दिन उपस्थित होना था, लेकिन तीनों दिन रहूंगा। भगवान कभी कभी अच्छा कर देता है। लेकिन मुद्दा यह है कि हम इन बातों पे सोच के समझ के कि इसको कहीं किताबों में रख लेंगे या फिर कोई पेपर लिख के खुश हो जाएंगे, मुद्दा इसका है। क्योंकि आज की स्थिति में सबसे बड़ा माइनॉरिटी में है वो कंजर्वेशन कम्युनिटी है। जब तक कंजर्वेशन कम्युनिटी अपनी बातों से दुनिया को अवगत नहीं कराते, तो फिर कंजर्वेशन के लिए हम शायद भला नहीं कर रहे हैं, एक मूक दर्शक रूप में बने रह जाएंगे। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा इन सारे कहानियों से हम स्फूर्ति लें। आपकी घर मोहल्ले में बच्चों को कम से कम कंजर्वेशन के पक्ष में करने की कुछ कोशिश करें। आजकल बच्चे कहानियां सुनते हैं, कहानी बताने की क्षमता आपको चाहिए, तो बच्चे आर रेडी टू डू इट। और मोबाइल से उनका छुटकारा भी पा सकते हैं आप लोग, क्योंकि आजकल सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा हो गया है घरों में कि मोबाइल ले लिया, पढ़ाई नहीं किया, इस सूली पे चढ़ गई लड़की। मैं सही घटना बता रहा हूँ, आई विल नॉट कोट एनीबॉडी बाय नेम। ये घटनाएं आम हो गया है आजकल। तो मेरे रिक्वेस्ट है कि थोड़ा अपना जो जनरेशन्स है उसको थोड़ा नेचर की तरफ ले जाएं, तो स्ट्रेस बस्टिंग अपने आप हो जाएगा। यहाँ पर जितने लोग बैठे हैं, किसी चेहरे में मैं इतना ज़्यादा तनाव नहीं देख रहा हूँ, और इसमें ज़्यादातर हो सकता है शादीशुदा हो, इसके बावजूद भी तनावपूर्ण नहीं है। क्यों, सही बोल रहा हूँ ना सर? ये देखिए सो रहा है सामने बैठा बंदा जबकि पत्नी भी साथ में आई है संगीता मैडम को बताना पड़ेगा मुझे। सो कमिंग बैक टू द बेसिक इश्यू, कि अभी रजत बाको साहब बता रहे थे मैं नर्वस हूँ। अब मुझे ये पता नहीं कि पत्नी से डांट खा के आए होंगे इसलिए नर्वस होंगे। नहीं, मेरे बगल में बैठ के आपको नर्वस होने की बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है। हिलमैना इज ए वेरी बिग थिंग फॉर द एंटायर मध्य प्रदेश। जब यूनाइटेड था, उसको बचाने के लिए हसन साहब ने कुछ किया, उसके बाद पंकज साहब ने कुछ किया। अभी फाइनली क्या पोजीशन है एग्जैक्टली अपडेट तो मेरे पास नहीं है। यदि कायदे से कहे तो मेरे को थोड़ा रिसर्च करके यहाँ पे बैठने के लिए दो चार अंक कमाना था, जो किया नहीं मैंने। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि रजत भार्गव जी से कि सर इसमें हम मौके पे क्या क्या किए हैं इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा बता सकते हैं, लेकिन समय को ध्यान में रखते हुए उन चीज़ों को शॉर्ट में करें। फाइनली हम पॉलिसी लेवल पे, एग्जीक्यूशन लेवल पे कहाँ कमी है उसको हमें पूर्ति करने के लिए हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा। यदि इसके ऊपर आप थोड़ा सा फोकस करेंगे, इट विल हेल्प एवरीबडी। तो सर्टनली दीज रिकमेंडेशंस मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा विकास से कि संबंधित गवर्नमेंट्स को भी भेजा जाए। इट इज़ वेरी एसेंशियल, चूँकि हो सकता है कि छत्तीसगढ़ से एक बफेलो, दूसरा एक महीना, तीसरा कोई आया होगा, लेकिन ये रिकमेंडेशंस के रूप में नहीं रह जाए। तो कम से कम अपनी तरफ से तो 2 लाइन उनके लिए लिख के चला जाए, सर हमारा रिकमेंडेशन है, कृपया इसके ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहेंगे। सो फ्रॉम हियर आई हैंड ओवर द माइक टू डॉक्टर रजत भार्गव। बिल्कुल नर्वस ना होके बताइएगा। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Murthy Saab, for the introduction. I will be talking about my work in Chhattisgarh, which I did almost 25 years back when the state was made. Can I have the presentation, please? और मैं छत्तीसगढ़ का एग्जाम्पल लूंगा, but I'll be talking of entire country. What is the scenario of Hill Maina? So I would want to start my lecture by putting appreciation for 2 things. First of all, my appreciation for Chhattisgarh Forest Department, because when I started my work in 2000, the Hill Maina population was almost invisible, almost extinct, the Bastar Hill Maina. But now, there is a population of nearly 200 to 300 birds. And that is very nice. And it is again proves that you leave the habitat, you work on the threats like, trading, collection, and the bird will come back. And second, my appreciation for the Bhopal Forest Department, MP Forest Department, and the local NGOs and the local birders. I went to the bird market yesterday. And what I used to see 30 years back and 3 years back, 4 years back, the wild bird trade is almost negligible, almost, it's very, very less. So that is a very nice thing. Why I'm saying all this, please presentation laga di. Why I'm saying, because the biggest threat to Hill Maina is global pet trade in this species. So I'll be focusing on that. And yeah, I gave my pen drive. I also want to acknowledge 3 very prominent people who are not there. Manoj Mishra Saab, he was my boss, and that time he and there was a state board member, Pratibha Madam, and there was one more person. So all of them, Dr. Ramani also said that I must go and help the forest department with the Hill Maina. So I came around 2001. I surveyed for almost 1 month. And the problem which was there, it is like sharing experience, learning from my earlier surveys. And as I said, the biggest threat to this bird is from the pet trade. So I want to start with the first slide. Why it is so special? This bird, if you keep around 2 to 3 weeks old chick, it can mimic human voice. It doesn't mimic any bird sound in the wild, but with so much clarity. It is the world's best mimic bird. And that is the biggest reason for it becoming a victim of the pet trade. So, the problem is we don't take into account the communities who are working with the birds for their livelihood. And I have worked with these communities. So whenever I see, I really get impressed at times. I'm not saying that I'm advocating them, that they monitor every nest. They know most of the areas. They know when the eggs have been laid, when the pairing has taken place, and things like that. So I will be focusing my topic on the trade of the species and why Chhattisgarh population came back. To start with, at a global scenario, the Maina family has 125 species belonging to 36 genera. And in India, we have 22 species of Mainas, and they represent 11 genera. And we have 3 endemic species to India. So my focus should also be that endemic species to the Indian subcontinent, what are we doing towards them? And then this is the southern Hill Maina, the Sri Lankan Hill Maina, which is not here, but that is endemic to the subcontinent, and the white-headed starling. So out of 22 species, Maina is only 1 species. Now this is very interesting. The bird is called the common Hill Maina. The common Hill Maina has got 9 subspecies in the world, out of which 3 are in India. Earlier there used to be 4 subspecies by by Alian Ripley. but Dr. Pamela Rasmussen, she did a lot of DNA work, and now the southern subspecies is now a full subspecies called the southern hill myna. So now we have 3 subspecies of the common myna found across India and the subcontinent. This is the basic distribution. So the eastern hill myna, which is also found in Odisha, is part of the Bastar hill myna. So it is not only in Bastar, it is also found in Odisha. And this is the distribution of the 3 species. I would like to quote BirdLife International and State of India's bird. Now there's one wonderful thing, we have eBird. People watch birds, they report birds. And according to the State of India's bird, the population is stable. But I don't agree. I have worked on the species, I've seen the species over last 30 years when I've been traveling. And my support is by the BirdLife, the population trend is decreasing. So it is like, we don't know the numbers, even they don't know the numbers. So what I said, 2 to 300 is the population of Bastar, but the countrywide population of the 3 subspecies, we don't know the exact population, but it is going down. There is one wonderful thing that we want to say, everything we should put in Schedule 1. So how does it protect? It only protects the government for not giving permission to the researcher to do any research. The moment you put it in Schedule 1, you have to take permission from central government. But when it is a common species, when it is a least concern species, why do we have it in Schedule 1? So my basic question is, should it be in Schedule 1? And why it happened in Schedule 1? Because the year Chhattisgarh was found, 6,000 mynas were caught at Mumbai airport going out to Pakistan from PI Airlines. So they said we'll put it in Schedule 1. But that is 25 years back. Does it happen again? I'll show you through the pictures. And I think I've been instrumental in getting it in Appendix 2 of CITES. For people who don't know CITES, we have to prove there is international trade. So we did a significant trade study on the hill myna with all the counter countries having the population, and they accepted it globally. And you know, there's a wonderful report by Tim and Skip called All Heavens in a Rage. I was reading it day before yesterday. 1,72,000 mynas went in 1971 and 72. So that was the kind of trade which was happening from India to the global markets. And State of India bird, I said, is stable or abundant. But I have no data on the current population of hill myna in India. But it's for sure it is decreasing, because what I used to see in Northeast also, that I don't see in the numbers. Now this is very interesting. We talk of tigers. When a tiger is poached, you know it has come from which part by the skins. But how many people recognize the subspecies of a myna, even morphology? There was a wonderful paper published on the domestic strain of Japanese quail versus wild quails. I said the domestic strain doesn't fly. When you are an officer, you build up a case, immediately you can't say. But for the hill myna, these are all my pictures when I take close-ups and all, that you can really make out the population has come from which belt, which area. So what you see in the market, you may be seeing it in Bangalore, but the bird may be from Assam. What you are seeing in Mumbai may be from, Odisha. So we have to be very careful. And this is like the southern hill myna, and this doesn't have the, wattle. So this, and Ali says there were 4 species, now there are 3 subspecies. This doesn't have much difference. The Chhattisgarh hill myna and the northern Assam myna doesn't have much difference. It is only the size, but the neck wattles are the same. So there is a paper which says they overlap, and this is not a concern. And this is the full species, what I said. So I'm trying to get a book out of 300 species which are in global importance as PET. And these will be the icons for recognition of the subspecies. And why I'm saying, I will just show one slide and then come back. See, when we talk of populations, now this, I'll go back. This has been put by the Karnataka Forest Department as Bastar hill myna, and this is a southern myna. So, we have to be very careful, and I'll come back to this topic again, that why subpopulations are very important not to be released in, wrong places. So, I just jumped in my slides, but I'm coming back to the... Sorry, so this was the slide, and so these are all my experience sharing which I want to do. I was called by the Chhattisgarh Forest Department, and I brought this report in 2002. I wish 23 years back, at least some of the recommendations were followed. Sometimes I feel, what is the fun of research if it doesn't get to the ground, if it is not heard at the policy level? They got 8 birds, and today there is no bird in captivity. So my question was, that time, they said 22 years back, we don't know the sex of the bird. I thought it is so simple. You can get a DNA done by just a feather. So if we can't do DNA, if they were all birds of one sex, so what is the fun? That was one simple thing. Now we should do it for every species which we have in captivity, even in the zoos. Second thing, you get pets, they're all human imprinted. They're always begging for food. They don't mate. So when the person used to go for the food, the manna used to come, and the mannas were caught in the hand. Why will they pair? So to have a program, a founder population has to be very, very good. It shouldn't be imported. It shouldn't be of any subspecies. It should be right from the heart of the core area where you are trying to promote that species conservation, in situ or ex situ, whatever. So that is very important. And whatever literature I could get, in 1909, the myna was sold between 2 to 10 rupees. So that was the price of hill myna at 125 years back. And this was very strange that Chhattisgarh feudatory states had mentioned the birds of importance. So the myna was always exploited. It continues to be exploited. So how do we save? By good enforcement, at least in the protected areas. So I said, instead of breeding the mynas, instead of, covering a tree and leaving 8 birds, in 30 years back, what was the result? And I said, yes, I can breed it. I just went 3 years back to Chhattisgarh. Some new researchers were there, and they were talking of Bangkok people. They were talking of breeders. I said, don't in India you think we have aviculturists? Why don't we employ a professional ornithologist with basic training rather than just a veterinarian, a forest officer, a zoo biologist with no training? We said we will give 20,000 rupees. You get a raw student who has no handling of a bird. So how will he advise you? He has to learn through the process. So to fasten things, the Central Zoo Authority should also have protocols of an aviculturist, a person who knows birds in captivity. So that is my important recommendation. And that time, if this was happened, I think the mynas would have bred. And in my report in 2002, I gave an entire presentation. These are from my reports, a pair of myna breeding in a drawing room in Germany. And so well documented. You can see the hand and 2 clutches from the pair. So it is not impossible. I am not saying that you should have a captive breeding program if the species can be saved in situ. But if you are trying to do, please do it scientifically. Please do it with expertise. Just don't put 8 birds into, sort of a breeding program. So that is my message, entire message for this talk. Isko full screen kar do, please. Now when I went to the Kangen National Valley Park, the director of the park said, what can we do? The first and foremost thing I said, you have now human habitations coming up in the core of the park. All not the invasive species, the synthropic species are being fed by the people, and they are now having a conflict with your myna, because the tree cavities are limited, and the myna populations are increasing like anything. So can we do something with the common myna? Unless you remove the common myna, sharing the same place, the common myna has to be with the human, it's commensal of human. But if it is in the core area of the park because of human activities, the myna will always be in the conflict. And this wonderful thing, if you read around 45 years old published paper, the Assam people, when they used to harvest myna, they used to put up an artificial nesting box. It's very well published. So you have to try all these things to increase the population. And somebody has to really take, as I said, aviculture, this kind of thing. And now our myna or other subspecies are bred by the European Union of zoos and everything. So our species or subspecies are bred by many other countries, and this has to be stopped. These are classic examples. You are trying to breed the birds to be released, but if we can't stop, from Dhaka airport, from Pakistan Airlines to many things. So this bird has to be saved from the biggest threat. In 1992, when I went to Sariska, I said the problem is poaching. And that was the main thing. So if myna, such large numbers are going because they fetch a price of $800. See, we don't go to Dubai, we don't go to Middle Eastern countries for the bird markets, but if it has a price tag, the bird will still go. So this has to be taken into care, and we have to stop the demand. We have to curtail the demand. The wonderful thing like BNHS and BirdLife, they brought a t-shirt with a message, lots of article on trade, and if you see the Indian markets, the bank myna is colored to look like a hill myna. So where are the hill myna going? They're all going out of the country. That is a big indication, so we have to take into care. And last but not the least, my folded hand request is please remove this synthropic species from the hardcore subspecies areas, because that is really creating a problem. For all the cavity nesting birds, 20th March will be World House Sparrow Days. Hundreds of boxes will be sold because they will cry for the sparrows. The same people don't cry for the owls. What about the owls? They need a 70-year-old tree to breed. They need a cavity to nest. So we are just in one species with 1,400 species and 200 endangered species in India. How much focus is on the research of these species? You can cut a tree in 70 minutes or 7 hours, but you can't plant that tree with cavity in next 70 years. You have to wait. So Myna, we need this. And my other thing is, now, you have to build capacity, like I said, of the subspecies identification. But at the same time, what are the purpose of zoos? Nature education. So every state is coming up with a bird park, exotic bird park. You are creating demand of the exotic species in India. And you can't connect your people with the local bird by exhibiting a pair in a place like Raipur. Why? Why? When you are doing all this, you should at least keep a pair when you can keep a tiger, when you can keep an elephant, which is such a high home range. Why can't you exhibit? So when I went to the Raipur Zoo, to the director over there, I said, please, at least keep it. When the species is still common, you can try with it. So this has to be done. And you have to, every time I hear there's no funds. Basic funds can be there for anybody to survey at least, twice a year or once in 3 years. So I'll be happy to assist the department any way possible and, sort of do. This has to be taken seriously because I have classic examples. I have put, I think, I didn't talk about the Mumbai. The birds seized at Mumbai airport, Dr. Ramani was director. We talked to the Central Zoo Authority. The veterinarian says we've released them in Matheran Hills. So how can a subspecies of Assam be released in the Western Ghats, in a southern hill myna species area? So are we doing blunders? He says, no, who you are? I went to the back door, the Central Zoo Authority permission was there, P.R. Sinha Saab was there, Ramani Saab was there. So we really have to include volunteers. Volunteers from rescue centers also have to be taught. The dog and cat people cannot become expert on, birds. You can treat a bird, but you cannot force feed a bird to live. So the first thing is acclimatization of any seized birds, then releasing it back in the wild without the, the medicine or infection going to it, but in the right distribution at the right time. So that is very important. And anything which you have to do with should be scientifically. And as I said, all these bird parks coming, I was called in Dehradun last week. They're cutting the trees to make a bird park near President, Niketan, that Rashtrapati Niketan. I said, you can watch people, wild birds. Why do you want Macau? Now, when I was in this place called Raipur Zoo, they had a pair of violet terraco. So what, international people are rating, all terraco species are CITES, and they're imported and seen in India. So a species which has not started legally, how can it be legal in the government thing? So my question is, we have to work at local level with local species, local subspecies, but as a right example for future generations, because you will be questioned by why you are sort of, doing it. And see, these are all the bird life people saying. And where is any zoo in India with so many seized birds going which have bred hill myna? Can anybody show me any zoo? The Bali myna was almost extinct. Now Bali myna is coming to the Indian aviculturists to be bred privately. But why can't we do a hill myna in any range state or Meghalaya, which is a state bird, or Chhattisgarh? So that is my question to the audience. And I have been always saying, I don't want captive breeding. Aap isko bachao, jungle mein bachao, not in captivity. And I have been highlighting, but as I said, I have appreciation for the Chhattisgarh Forest Department. This was the state when I was serving. Every bird was hunted down. Now after 25 years, the myna is there, the hunting has stopped in most of the protected areas, and that is a good sign. That is a very, very positive sign. And now one more thing. People talk of DNA. My ex-boss was talking, well, how do we get vulture DNA? I said, in 99 rupees, just Google out. Now you have all the insect feed, you have all the DNA sexing, you have avian pathology, avian bacteria, anything. You have the pellets. So just small things. When you seize birds, I was in Guwahati, there was a seizure of world rarest lorry, and they were all fed, carrots, and they were paddy, and they were all nectar eaters. I said, if you don't feed them, they will all not survive. So why get the blame on yourself as, officers in charge? Involve somebody and, get it done. And these, as my, I want to acknowledge these people. Now, when a country has a political will to breed an extinct species from Brazil and release it in Brazil, why can't we even try with the common myna pair? So that is the Spix macaw, which was extinct in the wild. India, we have around 26 birds, which we are being planning by a private person to be released back after breeding in Brazil. So that and these are some of the rescue rehabilitation things. So we have to be very hands-on training with the rescue rehabilitation workshops. Artificial feed, putting them under quarantine with no sunlight, not separating the birds, not cleaning the birds in agglutinated condition. So I'm sorry to say most of the seizures which we say have released the birds are actually, very difficult. It's wrong information. And this is a wrong statement that 9 out of 10 birds die in the trade. No. If the 10th falcons being smuggled, do you think they will all be ill birds at the highest level of persecution by the enforcement authorities? So that concept has to be changed within ourselves. We have to cultivate bird-oriented veterinarians, not minimum time, minimum feed, maximum body weight. Where is the sample size for handling the birds? So that has to be cultivated apart from the large mammals and other things. Thank you. And again, I would like to acknowledge Chhattisgarh Forest Department, Chhattisgarh Wildlife Society, especially Baros Saab, Ramani Saab for always standing with me. Vivek Menon wrote the first paper on the trade in hill myna in 1995. He was a colleague. Anuj Jain, Manoj Mishra Saab, Pratibha Singh Ravi, and the former bird trappers. Please employ the former bird trappers into your zoos. They will make excellent bird keepers. The traditional knowledge will be saved. It's not a matter that you are a junior researcher, that you're doing a job. You have to be experienced enough, passionate enough to do hands-on work with the, birds. Thank you. Any questions will be a welcome.
तो भार्गव साहब है ना, पहले थोड़ा डिसेप्टिव स्ट्रैटेजी से चले थे उसके बाद मुझे एक बात तो पक्का हो गया, ये बीवी से भी उतने मतलब निडर होके बात कर सकते हैं। शादी नहीं करी इसलिए पता ही नहीं है आपको चलिए, ऑल सेड एंड डन, एन एक्सेलेंट वेरी शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट प्रेजेंटेशन विथ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल एंड मतलब क्या हार्ड हिटिंग स्पेसिफिक रिकमेंडेशंस। सो खासकर यहाँ पे इन सर्विस फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स में सेन साहब को छोड़ के और कोई है? तुम इन सर्विस कहाँ, रिटायर्ड हो तुम? मतलब ठीक है, ऑल सेड एंड डन। मेरा आजकल पहले से भी जब सर्विस में था खूब झगड़ा होता था कि वर्किंग प्लान का नाम क्यों नहीं चेंज करते। लोग बोलते हैं क्या ज़रूरत है, जब 2023 में उसका चेंज हुआ नाम फिर वही वर्किंग प्लान है। तो मैं लोगों से एक ही प्रश्न पूछता हूँ, राम और रावण के नाम से कोई अंतर तो पड़ता ना उसकी परसेप्शन के बारे में। तो सिमिलरली वर्किंग प्लान तो अंग्रेज करके चले गए यहाँ से, उनको खूब वर्क करना है, लकड़ी काट के ले जाना था, वो कर लिए। हम अभी भी उस चीज़ को अपनी टंगे क्यों ले जा रहे हैं? लेट अस डू फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। अब जो साहब ने जो बताया है उसमें कि फॉरेन स्पीशीज को ना ले जाएं अंदर जंगल में, लेकिन क्या वर्किंग प्लान में कहीं मैन एनिमल मतलब फाउनल फ्लोरल एलिमेंट्स का कहीं रिएक्शंस के बारे में कोई एक बात कही जाती है क्या? आई एम इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि आई वॉज देयर मेंबर सेक्रेटरी फॉर 4.5 years और आखिर मिनट में आते थे मेरे पास, चूंकि उसमें एज पर द मतलब जो वर्किंग प्लान का यहाँ कमेटी बनी है उसमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी की मेंबर सेक्रेटरी को बायोडाइवर्सिटी का चैप्टर स्वीकृति देना है। सर मेरा रिटायरमेंट है कल की दिन, आज कर दीजिएगा अरे सर मतलब कैसे सर, एक मीटिंग में यहाँ तक बात हुई, व्हेन आई अपोज्ड बाय लैंटाना शुड बी टेकन आउट ऑफ द फॉरेस्ट। अरे सर वो तो एनक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए वही तो बहुत आसान है, प्रोसोफिस भी अरे सर कई जगह नेचुरलाइज हो चुका है। तो व्हाट आई मीन टू से कि कुछ बेसिक्स में हम बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करते हैं, और दूसरा इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज को आज तक हम फॉरेस्ट्री में नहीं ले जा पाए हैं। तो यदि फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स इसके बारे में सुन रहे हैं तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट यह है कि इस बारे में जब भी आप किसी ऑफिसर से मिलेंगे सनम्र निवेदन कर लीजिए, ताकि कहीं ना कहीं सोच में अंतर आएगा। क्योंकि कुल मिला के वर्किंग प्लान बनाने वाले दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हैं, लेकिन दिल्ली में बैठा भी तो आसमान से तो नहीं टपके, यही कहीं से गया होगा नीचे से। तो दिस इज वन बिग डिफरेंस कि, और दूसरा एक ऑफ कोर्स आई एम प्रोलॉन्गिंग द टाइम, बट व्हेन आफ्टर माय इंटरव्यू वाज ओवर मतलब वाइल्ड लाइफ ट्रेनिंग के बारे में, देयर वाज अ डिस्कशन बिटवीन सावरकर साहब एंड पवार सर। तो दे पोज्ड मी अ वेरी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन, बताओ मूर्ति कि नाउ यू हैव कंप्लीटेड योर ट्रेनिंग, हाउ यू फील अबाउट इट? मैंने कहा सर नाउ आई एम फीलिंग लाइक ए बेस्ट फॉरेस्ट अराउंड, क्योंकि मेरा फॉरेस्ट को देखने की नजरिया मेरा बदल गया है। तो दे वर वेरी हैप्पी विथ माय आंसर। मैं क्लेवरली कहाँ हूँ, सही कहाँ हूँ मुझे नहीं मालूम, बट आई इम्प्लीमेंट इट, दैट्स वन थिंग. सो ऑल सेड एंड डन. अब साहब के लिए आप लोग प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं. साहब ने एग्जैक्ट 20 मिनट में कंप्लीट कर दिए हैं मेरे शुरुआत की भाषण के बाद. तो वी कैन टेक 3 more questions, सो दैट साहब को और दो एक्स्ट्रा मिनट हम दे देंगे.
Okay, Rajat, as usual, I don't have to say much, but there is one interesting thing. As I said, July 9th, I got into my profession of wildlife conservation, and that too with a gentleman many people wouldn't know, the great Saroj Raj Chaudhary, and that was in Simlipal Tiger Reserve. What it took me the next day was to a tribal village, and what he wanted to show me was how the tribals are actually breeding hill myna. Okay, and what I saw was they were actually breeding hill myna in earthen pots. And I asked Saroj Raj Chaudhary, but sir, it is an important species, why are they breeding the hill myna? His answer was amazing. He said, if they don't breed and if they don't sell it in the market, they are going to catch them from the wild. So I am promoting captive breeding, or in their breeding in their own house, so that they won't capture the ones in the wild. But I am allowing a few individuals to be captured so that they will breed them in captivity. So what I meant to say, this is the information when I was in the Central Zoo Authority Advisory Committee, I have told them multiple times, you don't have to create huge infrastructure to breed hill myna. There are simple technologies, there are technologies available even with tribals, just harness them. You have reinforced that, and I'm repeatedly saying again, there are not too many officers who will be doing that again. Breeding a bird in captivity is not difficult at all. He has just shown Germany people are breeding hill mynas in their bedroom. I think, what we seem to be interested in, how much money the Central Zoo Authority or XYZ is going to give us. Let's set that out of our context. There are technologies, there are people who are in trade who are actually breeding them also in captivity. The technology need to be harnessed. I think that is something also the crocodile project did that. The hunters of the crocodile project, the egg lifters, when I went to Andaman Nicobar to collect saltwater crocodile eggs, it was actually the egg collectors who used to sell each egg for 5 rupees. I said, okay, for the next 3 months you don't have to collect anything. I will compensate that money with you for 3 months of hiring you. And they became employees, our employees later. I think that is something which I need to say. People with experience of right knowledge need to be brought in. I don't think a master's with no knowledge will help. But having said that, I was also a novice when I was taken to the crocodile program. But today I claim that I know a little bit more. Thank you very much.
I just want to acknowledge Professor VC sir. He has always been instrumental for connecting me with the forest people for the zoo workshops in captive breeding and things. So I just forgot to put his name in the acknowledgement.
I just want to add to Dr. Bhargav. इनका 2000 का था बेसिकली स्टडी. उसके बाद स्टेट बर्ड डिक्लेयर हो गया छत्तीसगढ़ में. वाइल्ड बफेलो एंड हिल मैना वाज डिक्लेयर्ड स्टेट बर्ड एंड स्टेट एनिमल. तो कहीं ना कहीं स्टेटस थोड़ा सा उनके नज़र में आने लगा प्रोटेक्शन का. 2017 में क्रो फाउंडेशन ने गिनती की थी, डॉक्टर अमानी जानते हैं, रवि नायडू ने. उस समय बताया गया 350 to 400 है पॉपुलेशन. उसी समय डॉक्टर AM.K. भरोश, आपका स्लाइड में था, उन्होंने 40 की काउंटिंग की थी, मतलब सेम डे. तो मतलब 40 इज ए फिगर मिनिमम. तो 8 से 10 के फ्लॉक्स मिल रहे हैं. जो अभी फिगर्स आ रही हैं 20-25 की 300 से 400 के बीच डिपेंड करता है, लेकिन एवरेज हम लोग 300 मानते हैं. एट ए टाइम काउंट करना इट इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट. क्योंकि उनका टाइमिंग्स बड़ा टिपिकल है, उस टाइमिंग फीडिंग के लिए निकलते हैं, तो और वो माइग्रेट भी करते हैं. इट गोज़ टू उड़ीसा ऑल्सो एंड कम्स बैक. तो एक्चुअल नंबर इज़ रियली ए बिग प्रॉब्लम टू. ये मैं ऐड करना चाहता था.
मैं आपकी बात बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ. मैं आपको सिर्फ एक बात कहूँगा, आपके यहाँ ब्रीडिंग पॉपुलेशन भी है, आप प्लीज़ ट्री आइडेंटिफाई करके जितने ब्रीडिंग पेयर्स हैं उनको आप अपना समझिए, बिकॉज विंटर पॉपुलेशन में कीप फ्लक्चुएटिंग, डिपेंड्स ऑन द फूड अबंडेंस. और दूसरी बात सर, अगर हम लोग रिंग लगा सकते हैं, चिप लगा सकते हैं, बहुत सारी नई स्टडीज कर सकते हैं. तो
अगर 1 मिनट दे तो इसका भी जवाब दे दूं. पहले 8 विलेजेस आइडेंटिफाइड थे कांगेर वैली नेशनल पार्क में. अब उनके 2 रेंज है, केलोंग रेंज और कुटुमसर रेंज. इसमें हम लोगों ने 25 विलेजेस आइडेंटिफाई कर चुके हैं, जिसमें हिल मैनास की मूवमेंट है या उनके ब्रीड करते हैं उस पर. और करीब करीब 51 कंपार्टमेंट्स हैं आइडेंटिफाइड है जिसमें हिल मैना हैं आज के डेट में. 11 नए लड़कों को जो कि मैट्रिक पास हैं उनको हायर करके राउंड द क्लॉक लगाया गया है मैना मित्र के नाम से, और वो उसी गांव के हैं. तो मतलब एक लेवल ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन मिल रहा है उनको, और वो मोबिलाइज कर रहे हैं गांव वालों को भी. थर्ड जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, हमारी टूरिज्म कांगेर वैली अगर कोई गए होंगे तो हम लोग जाते हैं केव्स तक और वापस आ जाती है, गेट टू केव्स एंड कम बैक. अब वो सर्किट में ले लिया गया है कि यू हैव टू विजिट द मैना एरिया, और उसमें ब्रीफिंग करनी है और गाइड्स को ट्रेन किए गए हैं. ये अभी लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट है लास्ट 3 years के साथ. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू एसके.
Sir, Ravi was working with Beniches. I went and met him, in fact trained him also कि आप करो. बट सर फिर भी मैं आपको एक बात कहूँगा, जो मैंने 1-2 रिकमेंडेशन दिए हैं, जितने आपने कंपार्टमेंट्स और बीट्स बनाए ना सर, मैंने खुद देखा है ब्रीडिंग टाइम में द कॉमन मैना चेजिंग अवे द पेयर्स ऑफ हिल मैना. तो सर अगर आपके गाइस देख रहे हैं, बट उसके बियॉन्ड सर हमको जो साइंटिफिक इंटरवेंशन करनी है उस पर सर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? हाउ डू वी वर्क ऑन दिस?
मेरा भार्गव साहब, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, we can have these discussions and recommendations directly one-to-one.
Yes sir, I have just a suggestion. Thank you Rajat ji.
Already matlab we have short our time limit.
I am giving just a name of tree, sir.
Question should be short and sweet.
Yeah sir. Actually there are some tree species which is very important for hill myna, that is Xanthogylum retzia. This is the very important species. Even last week I have visited Kangar Valley National Park, citing 35 flanks of hill myna in one tree. I have done 2 volumes, I've published 2 volumes of book, Flora as well as Fauna. So I have already studied in last 3 years. And now situation currently different, more than 300 species currently. Any time you can visit the Kangar Valley, you can see the birds. So this is, I think, this is the older figure. Now is the completely changed as well for a protection point of view, as well as conservation point of view. This is completely changed.
Thank you.
That's all. This is the old information. Thank you.
Saurabh ji, aakhir question.
So this is a question in response to what Mr. Murthy said. Can be answered by both of you. So clearly, we are looking at protection of some species within protected areas, but we also know that the rural countryside is changing very rapidly. In a study published in Nature, in 5 years, we lost 5 million large trees, and that was before COVID and after COVID. And even in a city like Bhopal, we've lost about 6 lakh trees, large trees. So when we look at conservation in general, not particular to a species, but when we look at conservation and the problem of conservation in general, and we know that it relies on, and habitats can vary very widely, and in the case of avians, certainly, the landscape is changing, but also the large trees are now absent. What do you think, what kinds of new institutions do you think we need to reimagine? Could be legal frameworks, or could be legal frameworks, or could be ways of doing things that would need to change in the future.
Thank you Saurabh ji, you have put a very very relevant question जो हमारा जिंदगी के काल में हम कभी पूर्ति नहीं कर पाए. इसलिए है कि देखिए there are very many stakeholders in a particular country's development. डेवलपमेंट की जो अपनी सोच है लोगों का अलग होता है. कंजर्वेशन के बारे में यहाँ कम्युनिटी बैठा वो अपनी मतलब गाना गा रहे हैं हम लोग, लेकिन मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इशू जस्ट आई सेड इन द बिगिनिंग, बच्चों को पहले मोटिवेट करें. ये हो सकता है कि 20-25 साल के बाद वो कोई पॉलिटिशियन भी बनेगा. हम मतलब पूरे नौकरी भर में सोचते रहे पॉलिटिशियंस को कहीं एक जगह घेर के कैप्टिव ऑडियंस बना के उनके लिए 1-2 दिन का मतलब ओरिएंटेशन कोर्स करें या अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चलाएं, वो कभी नहीं हुआ। हो सकता है कि सेन साहब कर दें, चूंकि आजकल मुख्यमंत्री साहब इनकी वन मंत्री है, तो कुछ करके देखिएगा। कुल मिला के ऑल सेड डन कि हम सारे जो बातें जो कहते हैं प्रजा के लिए कहते हैं, लेकिन जहाँ डिसीजन मेकिंग है वहाँ से जो डिसीजंस होते हैं से कि वी नीड टू हैव ए सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल फॉर द कंट्री। और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल तब होगा जब डिसीजन मेकर्स इस बात से अवगत होंगे, उसके आधार पर निर्णय करेंगे। सो विद दिस वर्ड्स, बट वन थिंग मेरे को बहुत बड़ा शिकायत है, पीछे जितने भी बच्चे बैठे हैं कोई अपना कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा। यहाँ सब वेटरन्स बैठे हैं, वेटरन्स ही क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, मिडिल एज में सौरभ आते हैं। बाकी जो है यंगर स्टॉक है, पहले आप लोग इससे मोटिवेट हो जाएं, गलत सलत सही कोई क्वेश्चन पूछ लीजिएगा, कोई उसमें दिक्कत नहीं है। व्हाट आई मीन टू से, यदि मान लीजिए इसमें ये बताइए दिस इज द 4th कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसमें से कंटिन्यूसली अटेंड करने वाले पीछे की रो से कितने लोग हैं? हाथ उठाएं। 1। तो तुम तो वेटरन में आते हो, तुम कहाँ बच्चे हो? तो विकास से मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, यू हैव टू मतलब कैटर ये कोर ग्रुप ऑफ कंजर्वेशन कम्युनिटी, ये दिस इज वेरी एसेंशियल एंड यू हैव टू बी कम्युनिकेटिव फर्स्ट। वो कल तो बाद में हो जाएंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो थैंक यू एवरीबडी, थैंक यू वेरी मच, जय हिंद। और रजत साहब ने जो है बिल्कुल कमाल कर दिया।
Thank you so much for this session. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our guests. And now swiftly moving on to our next session, which is on wild buffaloes in central India, by Dr. Rajendra Prasad Mishra, Deputy Director and Regional Head, Central India Wildlife Trust of India. Dr. Prasad Mishra has 28 years of experience in wildlife and natural resource management and a PhD on wild buffaloes. With extensive publications, 15 books and 65 research papers, he has served on major committees such as IUCN, SSC, NTCA and State Wildlife Advisory Boards, and also is a recipient of Chhattisgarh's Biodiversity and Wildlife Conservation Awards. I would request Dr. Mishra to kindly come on stage. Along with Dr. Mishra, this session is being chaired by Mr. Shailendra Singh, retired IFS officer and former APCCF of Chhattisgarh. Mr. Singh is from the 1987 batch of IFS officers of the Chhattisgarh cadre and has served in key positions across MP, Chhattisgarh and ICFRE, and is also a retired APCCF for wildlife. A WII alumnus and a PhD scholar on god behavior, he has managed Bhavangarh, Achna and Udanti tiger reserves and continues to contribute nationally through NTCA committees and state advisory roles. Mr. Singh, I would hand over the mic to you to start this session.
आज हमारे स्टेट एनिमल के बारे में बात करेंगे एंड आई वेलकम मिस्टर राजेंद्र मिश्रा टू present the conservation status of wild buffalo in Chhattisgarh. Mr. Mishra.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Vikas, for opportunity. Thank you, audience. State birds, after state birds, now it's state animal. It's Chhattisgarh continuously. हम जब वन भैंसे की बात करते हैं तो लगता है कि यमराज का वाहन की बात हो रही है। पहले से ही हम लोग चर्चा करते रहते हैं और लकली अभी डॉक्टर बरगली हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे, ये बातें आ रही थी कि जब हम लोग आपस में बात करते हैं, बियर की बात करते हैं, स्लोथ बियर की, तो बोले बरगली जी का नाम आएगा। जब वाइल्ड बफेलो की बात आए बोले राजेंद्र मिश्रा का नाम आएगा। तो ये एक बड़ा फॉर्चुनेट है कि हम जिस पे काम करते हैं उसको उसमें ले जाने का प्रयास करते हैं। मेरी भी शुरुआत लगभग ऐसे ही हुई। I was in IFM Bhopal since 97 to 2005. And that time, I am working in several species, but fortunately, my guide is Professor P.C. Kotwal, who is interested for working in the wild buffalo. He advised me to work in this species. And that time, species found only in Chhattisgarh. क्योंकि फॉर्चुनेटली उस समय मध्य प्रदेश था, तो कोई ऐसा नहीं था कि बाण था कि ये मध्य प्रदेश का है, छत्तीसगढ़ का है। तो हमें मध्य प्रदेश में तत्कालीन जो चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन आदरणीय पी.के. मिश्रा साहब थे, उनसे चर्चा हुई और उन्होंने एक परमानेंटली लिख के दे दिया कि यह तुम्हारे लिए उदंती में एक रेस्ट हाउस का रूम परमानेंटली बुक है, आप वहाँ रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। तो मेरा आना जाना लगभग रहा और उस पर मैंने करीब मेरी पीएचडी 2001 में अवार्ड हो गई। इसके बाद भी मेरा सौभाग्य था 2006 में आई हैव ज्वाइन इन WTI एंड बिहाफ ऑफ WTI एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ आई वर्क विद दिस स्पीसीज। First slide. Okay. Yeah. Okay, ठीक। As we already several speaker has discussed, wild buffalo is also endangered species as per IUCN and categorized in Appendix 3 as per CITES and Schedule 1 as per Wildlife Protection Act. The wild buffalo is the third largest land mammal species after rhino and elephant, and the animal perhaps carries the largest horn in the world, 4.24 meter, recorded in 1975 in Manas Tiger Reserve. We in Udanti we have also recorded around 3.2 meters length of horns of wild buffalo in female wild buffalo, and wild buffalo declared as a state animal of Chhattisgarh in 2001, July 2001. Zoological classification, this, you know everything. And taxonomy, if we discuss about the wild buffalo, overall wild buffalo, there are two species in world. One is the African buffalo, जैसा कि आप लोग देख ही रहे होंगे, उसको सबसे ज़्यादा चैनल में वही देखी जाती है। दूसरा एशियन वाइल्ड बफेलो। एशियन वाइल्ड बफेलो में 6 स्पीसीज आइडेंटिफाई हैं। पहला है बुबैला सरनी जो इंडिया, नेपाल और कंबोडिया, वियतनाम और थाईलैंड में पाई जाती है। दूसरी स्पीसीज है बुबैला मेंडोरेंसिस जो फिलीपींस में करीब पॉपुलेशन 3 to 200 है, लेकिन रफली ये क्रिटिकली इंडेंजर्ड है, पॉपुलेशन बहुत कम इसकी बची है। तीसरी स्पीसीज है बुबैलस डिप्रेसिकॉर्निस, ये लोलैंड सुलवासी में है, ये इंडेंजर्ड है। चौथी स्पीसीज जो है वो है बुबैलस कॉर्लेसी है, ये सुलवासी में हाईलैंड जो एरिया है वहाँ पर पाई जाती है। अभी स्पीसीज सफिशिएंट है, इसके बाद भी ये इंडेंजर्ड कैटेगरी में है। और 5th और 6th ये दोनों स्पीसीज एक्सटिंक्ट हो चुके हैं, बुबैलस सेबुनेंसिस एंड बुबैलस ग्रोवेसी, ये दोनों स्पीसीज यहाँ से एक्सटेंट हो चुकी हैं। तो कुल मिला के वर्ल्ड की यदि हम बात करें बफेलो की, तो एशियन वाइल्ड बफेलो की 4 स्पीसीज अब बची हुई हैं। यदि हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के ओवरऑल बात करें, कहाँ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, तो जैसा कि आप इसमें देख पा रहे होंगे, ओवरऑल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेंट्रल इंडिया की बात करें, चूंकि आज का प्रेजेंटेशन भी सेंट्रल इंडियन वाइल्ड बफेलो पर है, तो पहला आप देख रहे हैं सेंट्रल इंडिया में, दिस इज द 3 डॉट्स आपको यहाँ दिख रहे हैं, ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट का है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने शायद इसमें दिया भी होगा, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आसाम, मेजरली आसाम में है जो करीब 4,000 पॉपुलेशन है। और सेंट्रल इंडिया की बात करें करीब लेस देन 50 यानी 1% रफली। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मेघालय में और अरुणाचल में स्पीसीज का थोड़ा सा वेरिएशंस है कि कितनी स्पीसीज हैं, बट आसाम के जैसे भी डॉक्टर बीसी सर कह रहे थे कि हमें नाम नहीं रहता, इतनी स्पीसीज हैं, बिल्कुल वही चीज़ है। आसाम में भी कई प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज में है, कुछ एरिया में अभी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और ज़्यादा भी लोग बढ़ा रहे हैं। हम यदि मॉर्फोलॉजी की बात करें, चूंकि बफेलो एज मुझे लगता है पहली बार हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे होंगे ऐसे उसमें, तो मैं इसमें और थोड़ा डिटेल में जाऊंगा। एज जो हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है अपनी स्टडी के दौरान करीब 24 से 27 साल, 24 to 27 ईयर्स। यदि हाइट की बात करें, अराउंड 6 फीट हाइट, ए डेवलप ग्रोथ मेल का साइड जो होता है, यदि हम बॉडी इंटैक्ट, चूंकि हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट यहाँ की भी बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे, इंटैक्ट बॉडी होती है, वेट मोर देन 1000 kg होता है, कलर जब यंग होता है या सब एडल्ट या काफ होता है तो ब्राउनिश होता है, आफ्टर वो ब्लैकिश हो जाता है। जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे होंगे कुछ एरिया में अभी भी यहाँ आपको ब्राउनिश दिख रहे हैं, इनकी जो लेग्स हैं वो थोड़ा सा ब्राउनिश हमेशा बने रहते हैं। आप टेल लेस देन 1 मीटर, ये बेसिकली फिजिकल अलग अलग है, जैसा कि आप फोटो में भी देख पा रहे होंगे। वाइल्ड बफेलो, जब हम सेंट्रल इंडिया की बात करें तो निश्चित तौर पर पहला बर्ड हम यूज करेंगे हार्ड ग्राउंड वाइल्ड बफेलो। चूंकि 2 स्पीसीज की हमने चर्चा की, नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्पीसीज की और सेंट्रल की स्पीसीज। सेंट्रल इंडिया में जो भी स्पीसीज हार्ड ग्राउंड है, कहीं भी स्वाम्पी एरियाज की वहां बात नहीं है, तो इनका जो फिजिकल जितना भी है वो उसी पर डिपेंडेंट है, कैसे चलते हैं, चाहे हुप मार्च की बात करें या बॉडी की बात करें, लगभग उसी पर होती है। छत्तीसगढ़ में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जो करंट में है, इंद्रावती, उदंती सीता नदी एंड बारनोपारा वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी। बारनोपारा रिसेंटली वी हैव ट्रांसलोकेटेड 6 वाइल्ड फेलो फ्रॉम मानस टू छत्तीसगढ़, एंड इंद्रावती उदंती में काफी पहले से पास्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है। इसके अलावा भी कुछ सेंचुरी में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन था पामेड़ भैरमगढ़ में, बट धीरे धीरे चीजें परिवर्तित हो गई, जैसा कि अभी डिस्कशन हो रहा था, हैबिटाट डिस्ट्रक्शन एंड सो मेनी अदर्स रीजन, स्पीसीज हैज गॉन, ओनली 2 स्पीसीज यहाँ पे है। महाराष्ट्र में सेम पॉपुलेशन जो इंद्रावती में है वही पॉपुलेशन है। मैं 7 बार इंद्रावती को सर्वे किया हूं और 7 बार अलग अलग डायरेक्शन से, महाराष्ट्र एज वेल एज छत्तीसगढ़, बोथ साइड से हमने किया हुआ है। सेम पॉपुलेशन है, जो पॉपुलेशन इंद्रावती में है वही पॉपुलेशन, केवल एक बीच में इंद्रावती रिवर बहती है, रिवर से जब इस पार चले जाते हैं, सॉरी पामेड़ से चला गया सर, पामेड़ भैरमगढ़ बोथ, कोई स्पीसीज अब नहीं है सर। तो ये जब नदी से इस पार आ जाते हैं तो ये महाराष्ट्र की पॉपुलेशन हो जाती है, जब उधर चली जाती है तो छत्तीसगढ़ की पॉपुलेशन हो जाती है। एंड वी हैव सर्वेड इंटायर एरिया, बोथ एरिया छत्तीसगढ़ एंड मध्य प्रदेश। तो जो हमने देखा करीब करीब महाराष्ट्र का 4 से 5 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया जो रिवर से डिस्टेंस है वहां पर इसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, और 20 to 24 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर की जो एरिया है टुवर्ड्स इंद्रावती यहाँ पर है। तो केवल इसी पैच में पूरा एनिमल है, और फॉर्चुनेटली ये भी बात है कि वहाँ कोई बायोटिक प्रेशर नहीं है, नो बायोटिक प्रेशर, केवल 2 पैर वाले जो नक्सलिज्म के अलावा कोई भी वहाँ कोई भी किसी तरह का डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उनके लिए एक बहुत बढ़िया शेल्टर भी है, जो उनको रहने का एक सबसे बड़ा कारण है। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिप्रेक्ष्य में यदि हम बात करें, मैंने इसमें लिखा है महाराष्ट्र सेम पॉपुलेशन जो ऑलरेडी हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। ओवरऑल यदि पॉपुलेशन की बात करें इंद्रावती में हमारे समय जो जितना सर्वे कर पाया, 7 का एक बार देखा, 4 का एक बार देखा, 2 का एक बार देखा, ये मेरा जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है। लेकिन हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वहाँ है 25 अराउंड 25 के आसपास है। हम यदि उदंती की बात करें, केवल एक में बचा हुआ है, बारनोपारा में 11 हमारे पास एनिमल हैं टोटल, जो भी करंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है। ये जो भी हम चर्चा कर रहे थे, आप देख रहे हैं, ये उदंती सीता नदी टाइगर रिजर्व है, अर्लियर उदंती सेंचुरी, नाउ इज द कन्वर्टेड टीगा टाइगर रिजर्व। तो दिस इज द उदंती सीता नदी टाइगर रिजर्व, दिस इज द इंद्रावती टाइगर रिजर्व। एनिमल, ये इंद्रावती रिवर यहाँ से बाउंड्री बनाती है। जब ये एनिमल यहाँ चले जाते हैं तो महाराष्ट्र का हो जाते हैं, और यही एनिमल जब यहाँ रहते हैं तो ये इंद्रावती के रहते हैं। दिस इज द पामेड़, दिस इज पामेड़, इज कम्प्लीटली गॉन, और ये भैरमगढ़ है सर। तो ये 3 जो मेजर सेंचुरी है इसी पर थे, बाकी चीज यहाँ से एक्सटेंट हो चुकी है, अब नहीं रह गई है। ये डिफरेंस है, मॉर्फोलॉजिकली डिफरेंस की बात करें, देयर 3 पॉपुलेशन लगभग सेम है, कोई डिफरेंस इनमें नहीं, फिजिकली भी डिफरेंस नहीं है। मैं जेनेटिकली की बात जब सवाल आएगा तो चर्चा करूंगा। ये इंद्रावती का पॉपुलेशन है, ये उदंती का पॉपुलेशन है, और ये बारनोपारा का पॉपुलेशन है। तो लगभग पॉपुलेशन सेम है, बहुत ज्यादा कोई वेरिएशन इसमें नहीं है। उदंती में रहने का कारण क्या है? मैं जब 97 में फर्स्ट टाइम उदंती गया और वहां जाके देखा सिचुएशन क्या है। आप देख पा रहे हो कि ऊपर वाली फोटो यदि आप देखना चाहें, ये देख पाए होंगे, तो चारों तरफ हिल है, जस्ट लाइक बाउल, पूरी सेंचुरी बाउल की तरह है। पूरा बीच में ये उदंती रिवर बहती है, जो आपको देख रहे हैं, ये उदंती रिवर है, जो पोटेंशियल हैबिटाट पूरा वाइल्ड बफेलो का बनाती है। तो इसमें जो स्पीसीज भी हैं, ग्रासेस स्पीसीज, जो हम लस वेजिटेशन की बात करते हैं, सारी मैं उसकी भी आगे बात करूंगा। सारा वेजिटेशन जो है लगभग मोस्टली 90% साल फॉरेस्ट है, बेस्ट ग्रासलैंड, स्मॉल पैची डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ ग्रासलैंड, नॉट ए बिग ग्रासलैंड। तो ये पूरे एरिया में कवर किया हुआ है, और इस तरह से है। मुझे लगता है एक ऐसा ये मेन रीजन रहा होगा जहां इनका हैबिटेट डेवलप हुआ होगा और एनिमल का प्रेजेंस यहाँ लगातार रहा होगा। वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मेन रीजन रहा होगा। उदंती का यदि हम बैक पुरानी चीजें में बाएं जैसे रमन सर ने अभी पूछा कि पिरामिड में चले गए, तो चूंकि 97 यदि पहले की हम बात करें तो पहले ऑफिशियली वही था कि फिगर हमारे पास 80 से कम हुआ नहीं करता था। पहले भी वही परंपरा थी। बोले 80 थे, बोले हाँ, बोले क्या हुआ होंगे, बोले 5-7 बच्चे तो हो ही गए होंगे, तो ऐसा करो इस साल 89 कर दो। अगले साल बोले और 5-6 आ गए होंगे, बोले 92 कर दो। तो एक्चुअली पहले तो वही होता था। तो यही फिगर था। हम जब वहां पहली बार गए तो 89 का फिगर था। और थैंक्स टू हमारे मेंटर एसके सिंह सर, उस समय डीएफओ थे, फ्रेश डीएफओ थे, तो सर का गाइडेंस मुझे तब से मिलता आ रहा, आज तक भी लगातार हम साथ में हैं। तो वो सौभाग्य है कि जब हम लोगों ने वहाँ हम जब इस पूरा कंप्लीट स्टडी किया तो हमको केवल 29 वर्ल्ड फेलो दिखे। ये 97 से 2000 की बात है। इसके बाद दोबारा हमने इसलिए लिखा है 2005 टू 25। हम जब WTI के बिहाफ में, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ के बिहाफ में जब हमने उसको सर्वे किया, और हमें जब सर्वे करने के बाद देखा तो मुझे केवल 5-6 बफेलो वहाँ मिले। तो बिल्कुल सडनली लगा तो सर इसका क्या केस हो जाएगा, अब कैसे होगा। तो तत्कालीन चीफ वाइल्ड वार्डन आदरणीय राम प्रकाश साहब थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं यार कैसे हम इसको माने। तो मैंने तो रात दिन मचान में बैठ करके और सब 6 की फोटो खींचा और उनको एक फ्रेम में करके दिया। मैंने कहा सर इसके अलावा 7वां फोटो आपके पास है तो आप इसको करवा लीजिए, नहीं तो एक्सेप्ट करिए कि केवल इतने एनिमल बचे हैं। खैर वो सब चीज़ें चलती रही। इसके बाद ये जब स्थिति हुई तो कंस्टिट्यूट एक टास्क फोर्स, वाइल्ड टास्क फोर्स का गठन किया गया नेशनल लेवल का। उसमें काफ़ी नेशनल लेवल के लोग उसमें गए भी। डॉक्टर सिंह उसमें कमेटी के मेंबर थे और इस पर उन्होंने हमें जो 5 रिकमेंडेशन उन्होंने दिया, सॉरी ये उन्होंने 5 रिकमेंडेशन हमें टास्क फोर्स ने दिया। तब की बात है 2007 की। 2007 में उन्होंने हैबिटेट इंप्रूवमेंट की बात की जो कंप्लीटली आज चेंज हो गया है। मैं उस पर डिटेल्स लेने जा रहा हूं कि हमने उसको सारे चीज फुलफिल किया। बिहाफ ऑफ WTI, बिहाफ ऑफ फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, कंप्लीटली आज के डेट में जो हम मान के चलते हैं, स्टैंडर्ड जो मान के चलते हैं वाइल्ड लाइफ मैनेजमेंट के लिए कि मिनिमम 10 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में एक पेरेनियल वाटर होल होना चाहिए, हमने वो वहाँ अप्लाई किया हुआ है। तो लगभग हैबिटेट का भी काफ़ी वो हुआ। ग्रास लैंड भी हमने सारा आइडेंटिफाई किया, चूंकि मैं भी टैक्सोनॉमिस्ट हूँ, लगभग 100% ट्री इस तरह हर ग्रासेस आइडेंटिफाई करता हूँ। तो वो सर हमने सब कुछ किया हुआ है, सारी चीज आइडेंटिफाई किया है। एक्शन प्लान हमने बना के दिया गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ को और वो मिनिस्ट्री में सबमिट हुआ। उसके बिहाफ में हमें बजट भी मिला, 3-4 साल उसका बजट भी मिला, 4-5 साल। कंजर्वेशन बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम भी हमने चलाया, आदरणीय चौहान सर जाके देख भी आए थे, तो वो भी हमारे लिए बहुत सक्सेस रहा। इसके बाद इंटेंसिव मॉनिटरिंग, हमने इंटेंसिव मॉनिटरिंग की, कैमरा रेडियो कॉलर लगाकर, जो फर्स्ट टाइम आई थिंक पहली बार है कि रेडियो कॉलर हमने लगाया। जरा इसको प्ले कर देना भाई, इसको प्ले कर देना है महोदय। हमने साउथ अफ्रीका से एक एक्सपर्ट बुलाया था ताकि प्रॉपरली सारा चीज़ हो जाए, डॉक्टर मार्कस। मैं बीच में एक चीज़ और जोड़ना चाहूँगा कि हम लोग पहले से सुनते आ रहे हैं कि सेंट्रल इंडिया में दो ऐसे स्पीसीज हैं, स्लोथ बियर और एलिफेंट, जो बिना किसी कारणवश सामने आएंगे तो चार्ज करेंगे, पर तीसरा इसको भी जोड़िए। बफेलो बहुत एग्रेसिव होता है और कभी भी एक्सेप्ट नहीं करता ह्यूमन को, कहीं भी स्थिति में बिल्कुल लाइक नहीं करता, कहीं भी देखेगा वो चेस करता है, बिल्कुल लाइक नहीं करता। आप हार्न की साइज लोग खड़े पकड़ने में समझ कर सकते होंगे, इमेजिन करते होंगे कितनी बड़ी हार्न की साइज है। और देखें आप उसका विड्थ की भी कैसी है, वो पकड़े रखा है तो समझ में आ रहा होगा। ये हमारा पूरा प्रोग्राम 20 मिनट्स में ये रिवाइव हो गया है और सर को करके वापस चला गया। आई थिंक खुला हुआ है बगल में शायद। ओके, हमने पूरा डेटा लिया उस दौरान, लगभग सारे एनिमल का हमने डाटा लिया इंक्लूडिंग रेडियो कॉलर का। पूरे एनिमल का हमारे पास डेटा है। हम डाटा में हमने ये देखा कि सारी हमारी मॉनिटरिंग डे बाय डे मॉनिटरिंग भी हम कर रहे हैं। प्रोवाइड हेल्थ सपोर्ट जैसी रिक्वायर होती है, हर एनिमल का हर दिन का रिकॉर्ड। मजे की बात आपको लगेगा, हमने सभी एनिमल का नाम दिया हुआ था। 6 एनिमल थे, हमने 6 एनिमल का उस एरिया के नाम से सबका नाम दिया हुआ है, क्योंकि मेल कभी भी अपनी टेरी, अपना जो होम रेंज है उसको आप एक दूसरे में ओवरलैप नहीं करता है। तो हमने सबका नाम दिया हुआ था, रामू, श्यामू, छोटू, जुगाड़ू, कालिया, सब कैसे नाम दिया हुआ था जो जैसे रिगार्डिंग था, ताकि ये, और इसका भी ये भी नहीं, हमें उसके साथ साथ अवेयरनेस भी करना था। तो उसमें जितने भी करीब 17 गांव थे, 17 गांव के हर आदमी को पता था कि ये एनिमल आज है। जैसे उसके पास आता था हमें मैसेज करता, साहब छोटू यहाँ घूम रहा है, साहब कालिया आज हमारे यहाँ घूम रहा है। वो एक हमारा अवेयरनेस का भी पार्ट था। मैं आगे उसको भी थोड़ा सा बता पाऊंगा 2 मिनट के लिए। तो ये मैंने पूरा इसका स्टडी भी किया हुआ है, डिटेल में लिया हुआ है, हर उसको हमने इसमें शामिल किया हुआ, ट्रैकिंग से लेकर के। इसके बाद हमने अवेयरनेस का भी मास अवेयरनेस हमने पूरे स्टेट में चलाया। बिफोर अवेयरनेस 14% अवेयरनेस था पूरे स्टेट में। हम पूरा अवेयरनेस करने के बाद 64 देन 64% अवेयरनेस हुआ। उसके लिए हमने रूरल कैंपेन, अर्बन कैंपेन, पूरा उसका एक पूरा प्लान चाक आउट किया, उस प्लान के आधार पर बनाया। उसमें हमने पॉलिटिशियन से लेकर सारे लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया। हमने पोस्टल टिकट जारी किया है। हमने, आप ये देख रहे हैं, हमने ये नया रायपुर में हमने बफेलो चौक किया, नया पुराने रायपुर में शहर में किया, ताकि लोगों का सारा एक्सेप्टेंस बढ़े और लोगों को पता चले कि ये उनका स्टेट एनिमल है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हमने इस पे किया। इसके बाद हमने लोकल कम्युनिटी का फुल सपोर्ट किया, फुल सपोर्ट लिया। जैसे सुमित भाई बता रहे थे, जो हमने लिया उसमें 1 रुपये बढ़ा के दिया। अब वो कुछ और कवर कह रहे थे, मैं कवर नहीं जोड़ूंगा जो भी है। तो एनीवे हमने पूरे कम्युनिटी को उसमें जोड़ा। किसी न किसी ने लाइवलीहुड से, बच्चों को उनकी ट्रेनिंग के लिए, जो जिसके लायक था लाइवलीहुड के लिए, उनको उनके साथ सर के हमने जोड़ के रखा और सारे लोगों को शामिल किया। इवन आप देख पा रहे होंगे, हमने विलेज जो हैं उन्होंने खुद ही अपने वजह से उन एनिमल का नाम से उन्होंने प्लांट किया, आज वो बड़े बड़े प्लांट है फाइकस के और दूसरे प्लांट के बड़े बड़े प्लांट्स हैं। हमने इस पर पीवीआर बनाया, उन्हीं एरिया का पूरा पीवीआर हमने WTI ने पूरा बनाया, क्योंकि मेरा सब्जेक्ट था तो मुझे कोई इश्यूज भी नहीं था आइडेंटिफाई करने में, तो हमने पूरे एरिया का उसका पीवीआर भी बनाया और फर्स्ट पीवीआर स्टेट का बना के हमने दिया। इसके बाद तो अभी करीब करीब मैं समझता हूँ करीब मोर देन 10,000 पीवीआर स्टेट ने अभी तक बना लिया है। ये सारी सिचुएशन होने के बाद चूंकि पॉपुलेशन थोड़ा सा हमको ही लग रहा था सर्वाइव कर पाएगी, सब कुछ करने के बाद क्या करना है, तो हमने गवर्निंग काउंसिल मीटिंग जो होती है वाइल्ड बफेलो प्रोजेक्ट की, हमने उसमें डिस्कस किया। डिस्कस करने के बाद ये तय किया कि हमको एनिमल को ट्रांसलोकेट भी आसाम से करना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए बाकायदे परमिशन हमारे स्टेट वाइल्ड लाइफ बोर्ड से भी हमने लिया, हमने गवर्नमेंट से लिया। इसके अलावा MOEF, NTCA, आसाम गवर्नमेंट, नॉट डिपार्टमेंट, इंक्लूडिंग गवर्नमेंट से सारा परमिशन लेने के बाद हम लोगों ने सक्सेसफुली हमने वाइल्ड बफेलो हमने ट्रांसलोकेट किया मानस से, जिसमें हमने बारनोपारा में ले गए। इवन कोरोना पीरियड में 1700 किलोमीटर हम उसको लेके आए। फर्स्ट टाइम ये ऐसा हुआ कोरोना के पीरियड में। सक्सेसफुली अगेन ट्रांसलोकेटेड 4 वाइल्ड बफेलो फ्रॉम 2023. So we have translated 6 animal, now is 11 successfully. All animals adopted the habitat and all female buffalo gave birth to the calf. It means that they have adopted in this area, Assam to Chhattisgarh. Now population 11, as I have already discussed. These are the animals. A translocated animal. This is the female. He has given 2 birth. One is female, one is male. Another is also given 2 animals birth. You can see here. I have mentioned all the things. Only we have already also identified suitable habitat in all central India, adopted following parameters, and this is the basically habitat. Total Chhattisgarh area, this we have surveyed this area. We need to ground to think in next year. We are planning to ground to think this. ये पूरा एरिया है। यदि हम इकोलॉजी की बात करें, कितना टाइम सर अभी? घंटे तो बजे 5 मिनट। 22 से 27 थोड़ा प्रेजेंटेशन तो 60 तक भी डिस्कस हो रहा है। एज 20 to 27 ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं। मैच्योरिटी मेल की 4, फीमेल की 3, बट इट्स डिपेंडेंट ऑन द रिसोर्स। वी हैव ऑलरेडी फाउंड दैट फीमेल 2.5 साल में ही मैच्योर हो गई है। तो ये ऐसा भी हो सकता है, रिसोर्स हमने उपलब्ध किया तो वो भी चीज़ें चलती रहती है। ब्रीडिंग सीजन अगस्त टू जनवरी, ये मेरा पर्सनल सारा ऑब्जर्वेशन है, क्योंकि 27 ईयर का एक्सपीरियंस है तो हमने इसको किया हुआ है। गेस्टेशन पीरियड 10 months at age, एवरेज ऑल एनिमल्स, हर्ड साइज 10 in 97-98 and 56 animal in Manas. I have recorded only 1 herd. 56 animal in 1 herd. Mostly old female buffalo leading the herd. In fighting between the male, 2 males, always is a very problem in all area. Mostly nocturnal, all animals prefer to rest where there is no biotic pressure and wallow in water hole. This is the basically habitat की यदि हम बात करें total. हैबिटाट प्रिफर क्या करता है? प्लेन टेरेन, डेंस फॉरेस्ट विथ वाटर होल्स जहाँ है, नो बायोटिक प्रेशर, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ पैलेटेबल ग्रासेस, कोर्स ग्रासेस मेनली, वाटर होल्स विथ सफिशिएंट वाटर फॉर स्विमिंग एज वेल एज वैल्यूइंग बोथ। होम रेंज की बात करें 10 से 20 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर हमने दोनों का आइडेंटिफाई किया है, एज वेल एज ट्रैकर्स डेटा एज वेल एज रेडियो कॉलर्स डेटा, बोथ डेटा बेस्ड ऑन बोथ डाटा। एंड फूडिंग बिहेवियर की बात करें, दिस इज द स्पीसीज जो वाइल्ड बफेलो, सेंट्रल इंडिया के जो वाइल्ड बफेलो है ग्रेजर एंड ब्राउजर दोनों है, बट यदि हम आसाम की बात करें मोल्सनी 99% द ग्रेजिंग स्पीसीज ग्रेजर। ये बेसिक स्पीसीज हैं जो आप देख पा रहे होंगे, ग्रासेस स्पीसीज हैं, ये हर्ब्स हैं, ये क्राफ्ट्स हैं। यदि सराउंडिंग उसके हैबिटाट के क्राप है तो वो प्रिफर करेगा वहां जाने के लिए, और तब तक नहीं हटेगा जब तक वो खा नहीं लेगा। आप हल्ला करते रहे लोग, किसान वो हटता नहीं है। ये एक हमारे लिए बड़ा थ्रेट्स भी था, क्योंकि ऐसी स्थिति में किसान वो धनुष और तीर का सहारा लेता था, तो वो भी है एक बड़ा थ्रेट था हमारे पास। इसके अलावा 30 स्पीसीज जो है वो ये पूरा उसने इसको ब्राउजिंग करता था। वे फॉरवर्ड की बात करें, हमने जो अभी प्लानिंग रिसेंटली हमारी जो प्लानिंग है 3 फीमेल वाइल्ड फॉलो फ्रॉम बारनोपारा वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी टू दंती इज प्लानिंग फॉर बिफोर मार्च वी हैव ऑलरेडी प्लानिंग। We have already discussed the matter with the MOEF and NTCA. Government has already sent a letter to MOEF and NTCA, and hopefully we need permission. We receive permission within month of January, and will process it. Translocation of some more wild buffalo from Assam to Chhattisgarh. We are already planning. Detailed survey of wild buffalo Indravati National Park and insufficient. ये हम प्लान कर रहे हैं, चूंकि अभी सिचुएशन आप सबको पता है, थोड़ा सा जो प्रॉब्लम है नक्सल इफेक्टेड, वो इश्यूज थोड़ा सॉल्व हो रहा है, यदि सिचुएशन सही रही तो हम उसको भी सर्वे करेंगे, डिटेल में सर्वे कर जाएंगे। करने के बाद हम देखेंगे कि एज सेक्स रेशियो क्या है, स्टेटस क्या है। यदि सुटेबल रहा तो वहाँ से भी कुछ हम ले पाएंगे, यदि सुटेबल रहा तो, अदरवाइज उसको हम टच नहीं करेंगे। वो पॉपुलेशन कैसी है उसको हम देखने के बाद ही कुछ कर पाएंगे। एक छोटा सा और ये वीडियो है, पर मेरे ख्याल से मैं टाइम से ओवर चला जाऊंगा, तो आई थिंक मुझे यही ख़त्म करना। देखना हो तो देख सकते हैं आप, 1 मिनट का है। कर दीजिए भाई, कर दीजिए, प्ले कर दीजिए। नीचे 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 जाइए, क्लिक कर दीजिए। जस्ट बिहेवियर पता चल जाएगा। स्विमिंग करता है तो कंप्लीटली पूरा नीचे चला जाता है, केवल टिप भर दिखता है उसका हॉर्न का, तो लगता है कोई उल्टा पेड़ कहीं लगा हुआ है, समझ में नहीं आता। बफेलो नहीं देखें तो थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। बोथरी क्लोवा पर्टुसा उसके मुंह पर दिख रहा है आपको, ग्रेजिंग जो कर रहे हैं, ब्राउजिंग ग्रेजिंग ग्रास कर रहा है, बोथरी क्लोवा पर्टुसा है। दिस इज द कॉमन स्पीसीज इन अवर सेंट्रल इंडिया, इवन कान्हा, बांधवगढ़, बोथ एरिया। सूपखार एरिया सर काफी एरिया में ये है। सैक्रम, बोथरी क्लोवा 2 है, दोनों है इसमें। हमने लोकल के लिए एक बफेलो की बहुत अच्छी बुक हिंदी में बनाई थी, ताकि लोकल हम लोगों को किया, और इसमें सब कुछ डिटेल जो हम आपसे चर्चा कर रहे हैं सब कुछ इसमें हमने डाल के रखा था। और इसका हमने टाइटल दिया था वन भैंसों की जवानी, छोटू की वन भैंसों की कहानी, छोटू की जवानी। छोटू मीन्स दिस इज द बफेलो। ये बहुत छोटा था तब हमने इसको देखा था। नाउ इज 24 ईयर्स ओल्ड नाउ। तो ये उस समय छोटा था, तो इसी की भाषा में पूरी किताब लिखी हुई है। हमने कुछ नहीं किया, इसकी कहानी है ये कंप्लीटली। वेरी इफेक्टिव, वेरी पावरफुल कहानी।
Thank you, Mishra ji.
Which have completed last 20 years. We have already comprised this book completely, and I trying to give to Vikas.
I will accept only 3 questions. Please. Kindly mic दे दीजिए।
विकास भाई,
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था आपका। आपने जो ट्रांसलोकेट किया एनिमल, अच्छी बात है। जो पहले एनिमल की जो पॉपुलेशन कम हुई उसका कारण क्या था? मतलब जो मॉर्टेलिटी थी या जो पॉपुलेशन डाउन गई, वो इश्यूज रिजॉल्व हुए या नहीं हुए? दैट इज़ माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन। और दूसरा ये था कि मेरा, आपने कभी इनका जेनेटिक एनालिसिस भी किया? कोई इनब्रीडिंग वगैरह इशू तो नहीं था कुछ?
मैं दोनों क्वेश्चन, डॉक्टर साहब मुझे पता था दोनों क्वेश्चन आएंगे। हमने दोनों क्वेश्चन को पॉइंट आउट भी किया था। हमने जानबूझ के नहीं किया, क्योंकि सर ने भी कहा था कि ये क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, तो हम ये दोनों का आपको जवाब देंगे। मुझे पता था, पर यह नहीं पता था कि हमको क्वेश्चन स्लोथ बियर बफेलो से पूछेगा। तो दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सर बेसिकली 2-3 चीज़ें इसमें रही। मेरे ख्याल से ये जवाब सवाल दे देंगे तो बहुत लोगों का जवाब हो जाएगा। कई रीजन इसके थे, जो पहले से जो इसका थ्रेट्स की बात करें, कई रीजन थे। एक तो ये था कि हंटिंग काफ़ी ज़्यादा थी। हंटिंग के कई रीजन्स थे। ड्यूरिंग माइग्रेशन, एक तो था एनिमल जब भी हैबिटाट डिस्ट्रक्शन होता था, फॉरेस्ट फायर कुछ लगता था, तो ये माइग्रेट करता था। ये सूना बेड़ा से लेके उड़ीसा के और एरिया में करता था। और ये भी मैं इसके साथ जोड़ूं कि लगभग वाइल्ड फैलो का जितना पास्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, हमने पूरा इस सर्वे किया हुआ है। ऐसा नहीं केवल उदंती किया है, इंक्लूडिंग सूना बेड़ा, उड़ीसा का कंप्लीट पार्ट, महाराष्ट्र का कंप्लीट पार्ट, ये पूरा सर्वे किया हुआ है। उसके बेस पर ही हमने इसने किया है। तो एक तो ड्यूरिंग माइग्रेशन हंटिंग होती है, किलिंग करते हैं। दूसरा मीट के लिए भी होता था, अब नहीं। ये 1997 से 2001 तक 2 तक बल्कि हुआ है, मीट के लिए भी होता था। इसके अलावा भी क्रॉप राइडिंग के लिए जब ये एनिमल जाते थे, तो मैंने आपसे बताया कि फीमेल लीड करती थी, और फीमेल लीड करने की वजह से वो लोग, जो तीर धनुष लगता था वो फीमेल को लगता था, और वो हमारा सेक्स रेशियो पूरा गड़बड़ होता चला गया, और अल्टीमेटली हमारा पॉपुलेशन चला गया। एक वो भी रीजन था। दूसरा था पुअर सेक्स रेशियो ड्यू टू दिस रीजन, एंड आई थिंक और भी कुछ रीजन रहा होगा, पर इससे मेन रीजन था, इसकी वजह से ये रहा। इन फाइटिंग मेल की बात मैंने बताया, इन फाइटिंग बहुत बुरी तरह से होती है। यदि होती है तो तभी छोड़ते हैं जब एक मेल दूसरे को खत्म कर देता है, अदरवाइज वो इतना इंजर्ड हो जाता है, आप उसको कितना भी ट्रीटमेंट करें। मैंने खुद चलाया है उस समय अपने पीएचडी के दौरान, इन फाइटिंग में मरते थे। तो वो एक रीजन था। हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन का 2-3 कारण उस समय मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कह सकता, उसमें 2 चीज़ें थे। एक तो फॉरेस्ट फायर, फ्रिक्वेंट फॉरेस्ट फायर था, दूसरा था इंक्रोचमेंट का उस समय मुद्दा कम था, दूसरा था वाटर एंड ग्रासलैंड का इश्यू था। बहुत पुअर वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी थी ड्यूरिंग द ड्राई सीजन। केवल उदंती रिवर में पैची डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पानी हुआ करता था, तो कभी कभी ये गांव में पानी पीने जाते थे, वो भी एक रीजन हुआ करता था। तो एक ये था। धीरे धीरे ग्रासलैंड का भी कुछ इश्यूज हुआ, तो एक वो भी था। एक और जो हमने उस समय आइडेंटिफाई किया था कि जो कुछ एनिमल्स जो कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जिनको लगता था कि ड्यू टू वाइल्ड बफेलो, ये वाइल्ड बफेलो सेंचुरी डिक्लेयर हो जाएगी तो हमको यहाँ से हटा दिया जाएगा, रिलोकेट कर दिया जाएगा। वो भी एक रीजन है। ये मेरे सारे किए हुए रीजन है, मेरे खुद के आइडेंटिफाई किए हुए रीजन है। मेरे ख्याल से आपका जवाब ये मिल गया होगा। दूसरा जेनेटिक जो पार्ट आपने कहा, जेनेटिक का हमने करीब 100 सैंपल हमने कलेक्ट किया है पूरे इंडिया से। ऑल उदंती, इंद्रावती, महाराष्ट्र एंड ऑल पार्ट, इंटायर पार्ट ऑफ आसाम एंड अरुणाचल हमने कलेक्ट किया, CCMB हमने दिया, उसकी पूरी रिपोर्ट हमारे पास है। देयर इज नो डिफरेंस, केवल हैबिटेट के अलावा कोई डिफरेंस नहीं। इवन WI ने भी पूरी स्टडी दोबारा की है, उनके भी रिपोर्ट में देयर इज नो डिफरेंस ऑफ जेनेटिक डिफरेंस। तो ये दोनों में नहीं है। मैंने उसको जानबूझ के नहीं रखा, मुझे लगा सवाल तो कुछ आएगा।
डॉक्टर साहब, जस्ट वन स्मॉल
सर
अगर आप परमिट करें तो
सर,
एक वो बड़ा ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट था छत्तीसगढ़ फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का, वो NDRI के साथ, उसका क्या हुआ था?
सर उसका जवाब आप देंगे? नहीं तो फिर मैं तो दूंगा ही। नहीं सर, अपने गाइड का के लिए हर बच्चे का हक होता है, कहता है आप कहेंगे नहीं, मैं कहूंगा। इज माई गाइड।
अलग है, तो मतलब ये कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज़ें हैं, इसमें घूम के रह गई। जहाँ तक जेनेटिक मैपिंग की भी मैं बात करूँगा, शायद हम लोगों ने 10 साल खोए हैं इसी को जेनेटिक करते करते। आज हमारे पास वो एनिमल नहीं है, सिंगल मेल हमारा बचा हुआ है जो उदंती में है, और हमको फीमेल्स लानी पड़ी। तो हम कहने हैं नियरेस्ट अगर कुछ भी करना है हमको उस स्पीसीज़ को बचाने के लिए, तो हम केवल साइंटिफिकली बेस्ट अवेलेबल है उसको हमको देखना चाहिए टू सेव दैट एनिमल इन दैट हैबिटेट।
सर अभी कितनी वाइल्ड बफलोज हैं सेंट्रल इंडिया?
सर 11 बारनोपारा में, 1 उदंती में, और रफली 25 इंद्रावती में। इंद्रावती मीन्स महाराष्ट्र एज वेल एज मध्य छत्तीसगढ़, बोथ पार्ट। इट्स 1 पॉपुलेशन। लेस देन 50 हमने लिखा है सर उसमें, 1%।
फिर भी सेव हो सकती है 50।
बिल्कुल सर, हम उसमें हैं सर। अभी सर जो हम ट्रांसलोकेट कर रहे हैं उसका हमारा उद्देश्य यही है कि चूंकि हमारे पास बारनोपारा में सरप्लस तो नहीं कहेंगे बट सफिशिएंट पॉपुलेशन है, तो 3 हम ट्रांसलोकेट करके उदंती लेके आएंगे, तो हम इन ब्रीडिंग से भी बचेंगे बारनोपारा में, और हमें एक नया पॉपुलेशन भी बचेगा और हम आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। यस, इन ब्रीडिंग से बचाने के लिए भी हमारा
मिश्रा साहब को भी, शैलेंद्र को भी एक क्रिटिकल क्वेश्चन है
सर।
नाउ मतलब मध्य प्रदेश इज गोइंग टू ट्राई विद बाय वाइल्ड बफलो
सर।
जसबीर साहब तो उन्होंने काफी कोशिश किया बट हाथ नहीं लग पाया। तो मतलब क्रिटिकल इश्यूज आप लोगों ने फेस किया है, उनके बारे में थोड़ा लाइट डालेंगे तो दे विल बी एबल टू रियली लर्न सम मतलब गुड लेसन्स फ्रॉम यू, सो दैट मतलब बगैर ब्रेक के आगे चल सके गाड़ी।
सर बताएंगे बाकी में।
आई थिंक चौहान साहब से कुछ मैंने सीखा। सबसे पहले कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कैसे हो, क्योंकि हॉर्न स्पैन गौर का आप लोगों ने किया था, मैं आके केवल आपका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन व्हीकल देखने गया था कि कैसे घुसेगा हमारा एनिमल अगर हम मानस से लाएंगे। तो आपको ईच एंड एवरी स्टेप पे आपको देखनी है। हैबिटेट सूटेबिलिटी आपने कर रखी है, मैचिंग है, और आपके ग्रासेस भी ईटिंग वही है। हाँ, आपको सॉफ्ट रिलीज करना पड़ेगा, रखना पड़ेगा, सारे प्रोटोकॉल्स आपको मेंटेन करने पड़ेंगे, ड्राई रन लाने के लिए करना पड़ेगा। डार्टिंग बड़ा इजी लगा आपको उदंती में, लेकिन हम लोगों ने 5 दिन बर्बाद किए थे वो चीज़ पाने के लिए, और रात दिन माइंड इट। और मिला कहाँ? ओपन में। मानस भूल जाइए, मानस में आपको ग्रास कटिंग कम से कम 1 महीने पहले करनी पड़ेगी। ग्रास हाइट एलिफेंट के बराबर होती है, उसके बाद वो सूखेगा, तब आपके एलिफेंट्स छोड़ने पड़ेंगे, हैबिचुअल होगा एनिमल, तब जाके आप डार्टिंग डिस्टेंस पे आ पाएंगे। हम लोग बहुत फेस किए हैं, तो प्लानिंग एग्जीक्यूशन पहले से तय करके शेड्यूल बना के करना पड़ेगा। बोमा, वहाँ बोमा दूसरे तरीके से बनाते हैं, वो पूरे के पूरे पेड़ काट के वो डालते हैं, सेमल का काट के। तो बोमा हैज टू, बोमा में भी हम लोगों ने रिवाइज किया था। रिवाइज ये किया था कि वाइल्ड का ऐसे ही भाग रहा था, डार्टिंग में ही करीब 100 फीट से दूरी रहता था, कभी डार्टिंग रेंज में भी नहीं आता। तो 3 ट्रिप बैठाया गया, किसी को पेड़ पर लटकाया, 2 को एलिफेंट पे अलग अलग रख के ड्राइव करके किया। इट टेक्स टाइम। फिर एनिमल सिलेक्शन, हर्ड में एनिमल सिलेक्शन कीजिए आप कि आपको इसी एज ग्रुप का चाहिए, तो इट टेक्स टाइम। तो थोड़ा अपने को है वेट्स आर गुड, एलिफेंट्स आर वेल ट्रेन्ड, लेकिन आपको पहले से प्लान करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि टाइम फैक्टर और आपका टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस होता है लाने में, ये ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। कैसे लाएंगे पता नहीं, अगर रोड से लाएंगे तो आप मान कर रखें 5 दिन। स्टॉप ओवर्स देखने पड़ेंगे आपको, फीडिंग देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आप लोग कर चुके हो गौर का, यू आर बेटर हैबिचुएट टू दैट थिंग्स, तो यू नो द बेसिक थिंग्स। थोड़े से आपको मॉडिफाई करने पड़ेंगे, टाइम स्लॉट्स करने पड़ेंगे। हाँ, ड्रग्स के लिए इट इज़ ए बिग इशू। हमारे पास ड्रग्स नहीं था, हमने दुधवा से लाए एक वाइल, WII से हमने कहा कि आप दिलवाओ, तो इट टुक टाइम। इमेबुलॉन ही यूज़ करते हैं, बेटर वही M99 वही यूज़ करें अपन। तो ये सब चीज़ें हैं जो कि प्रिपरेटरी आपको करना पड़ेगा। टीम्स आई थिंक जो आपके गौर के किए हैं या चीतल के किए हैं, वो टीम अगर है आपके पास, थोड़ा सा उसको रिफ्रेशन करेंगे तो वो आपको पहले से आपको टीम भेज के वहाँ रखनी पड़ेगी, ताकि कम से कम 1 महीने वहाँ रहें एनिमल के साथ।
सर
हाँ, बिहेवियर का दिक्कत होती है जरूर, लेकिन अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो कर चुके।
मैं सर इसमें पॉइंट सिंपल जोड़ देता हूँ तो मेरे ख्याल से वो क्लियर हो जाएगा। एक तो सर सबसे पहले तो ये करना है, आपको कोई भी एडल्ट में एनिमल आपको ट्रांसलोकेट नहीं करना है, आपको पूरा सब एडल्ट ट्रांसलोकेट करना है। यदि सब एडल्ट नहीं करेंगे तो कैजुअलिटी भी आपकी होगी, और चूंकि सींग हाई फाई होंगे वो आपके लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम होगी। तो हमेशा सब एडल्ट को वहाँ से ट्रांसलोकेट करिए। दूसरा, कोशिश ये करें सर कि आप, हमने वो भी किया है जो सर कह रहे हैं, हमने करीब 25 एलिफेंट में करीब 56 एनिमल को हमने पूरा घेर के रखा था। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि 4 मेल बफेलो जो एडल्ट बुल थे, 2 हाथी की तरफ दौड़ पड़े और सारे के सारे हाथी भाग गए। तो वो कोई हाथी भी काम नहीं देता है। सिंपल सी बात है, अर्ली मॉर्निंग हम 5 बजे अपना शुरू करें, और मुझे लगता है कि यदि ईमानदारी से 5 बजे शुरू करेंगे तो हर दिन कुछ न कुछ कैप्चर आप कर लेंगे बिना दिक्कत के। सब एडल्ट पहले चूज करना पड़ेगा, हर्ड और प्लेस वो उसको चूज करें, और हर दिन मॉर्निंग में करें। लेकिन आपको एक बोआ जरूर बनाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आपका मास आपकी कैप्चरिंग है, 50 का टारगेट है। आप 10 लाएं 20 लाएं जो भी लाएं, बट अच्छा होगा कि उसको पकड़ करके एक छोटा सा इंक्लोजर वहां बनाएं, जिसको बोमा कहते हैं वो लोग, इंक्लोजर बनाएं और उसके साथ उसको रखें, और फिर आप उसको ट्रांसलोकेट कर सकते हैं। यदि आपको लगता है उसके दिन भी ला सकते हैं। सर उसमें आपको लाने के बाद आप 2 से 2.5 साल का लाएंगे सर, मैं वही कहना चाह रहा, 2 से 2.5 साल लाएंगे, आपको मुश्किल से 6 महीना 1 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा। तब तक एनिमल अडाप्ट कर जाएगा, अडाप्ट करने के बाद वो ब्रीडिंग करेगा और उसके बच्चे आ जाएंगे। अदरवाइज आप बहुत मुश्किल होगा सर सर्वाइव करना। सर उस आपको सर मैट्रियाक की भी जरूरत ही नहीं है, आप तो कैप्टिव में ही रख रहे हैं सर। आपका इंक्लोजर है, आपका बाहर का फ्री नहीं है जो आपको लीड करेगा सर मैट्रियाक। नहीं सर, आप जब जैसे आप रिलीज करें उनमें जो बड़ा होगा वो अपने आप मैट्रियाक बन जाता है सर, वो उनका अपना रोल है सर, दे हैव देयर ओन रोल, तो उसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी सर आपको, वो अपने आप कर लेंगे सर। Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sir, I want to ask us some question. Sir, here.
Yeah, please.
Sir, this one is last question.
आप यदि हमारे साथ कहीं शाम को बैठेंगे तो जिसका इंटरेस्ट होगा मेरे साथ घंटों बैठ सकते हैं। आई एम हैप्पी टू शेयर द ऑल द
Sir, this will be a short question.
Sir, please.
Sir, मुझे पूछना है कि जैसा मैं टोटली ऑल बफेलोज के बारे में पूछना चाहता हूँ। जैसे कि बफेलो इज़ अ हर्बीवोर एनिमल, सो ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो होता है उसमें जो क्रॉप रेडिंग का पार्ट होता है, तो ऑल बफेलोज लाइक जैसे इफ अदर एनिमल में देखा जाए तो जैसे वाइल्ड बोर होते हैं जो क्रॉप रेडिंग में सबसे ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन होता है, तो क्या बफेलोज का भी सेम पार्ट होता है? अगर इफ ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो क्या उसके मिटिगेशन मेजर्स हो सकते हैं?
नहीं, बहुत कम। अभी तक मैंने आपसे वही कहा, मैंने उसमें दिया, आपने देखा होगा, हमने लिखा है कि क्रॉप डैमेज कंपनसेशन भी जो होता था हम देते थे, जो भी होता था हर दिन का हम रिकॉर्ड करते थे और उसको देते थे
सर,
हर दिन का।
मिटिगेशन मेजर्स क्या हो सकते हैं?
ऐसा कोई इश्यूज नहीं है अभी, वहाँ कोई भी ऐसा इश्यूज हुआ ही नहीं कि हमको लंबा मिटिगेशन करना है। सिंपल सा सोल्यूशन है, गांव वाले के साथ टच रखिए, उनके साथ जुड़े रखिए, जो उनका नुकसान हो दे दीजिए, वो ऑलरेडी खुश रहेंगे, आप भी खुश रहेंगे। नो एनी इश्यूज, किसी का कोई इश्यूज नहीं है उसमें। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speakers. And with that, we'll begin our next session, which is on geomatics for lesser known wildlife, prospects and challenges. The speaker for this session is Dr. Jai Singh Parihar, a retired scientist from SAC ISRO Ahmedabad. Dr. Parihar holds a PhD in environmental biology and served nearly 40 years at ISRO Space Application Center. Retiring as an outstanding scientist and mission director, he led landmark initiatives such as the fossil crop forecasting system, key national remote sensing projects, and the global GeoGlam projects under FAO. A pioneer in geomatics-based wildlife and grassland studies, he continues to advise the Kanha Tiger Reserve project and has received several prestigious national awards. The chair for this session is Mr. Jaspreet Singh Chauhan, a retired IFS officer and former PCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Chauhan is from the 1987 batch of IFS officers from Madhya Pradesh cadre with extensive experience in wildlife management, having saved. Okay. Welcome both speakers. I would first like to call upon Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers with the welcome planter. I would now like to request Mr. Chauhan to kindly take this session forward.
It's a great privilege to chair a session where Gurudev is speaking. तो परिहार साहब के साथ हमारा काफ़ी पुराना कह सकता हूँ मैं, बहुत पुराना तो नहीं बट यस काफ़ी पुराना एक वो है रिलेशनशिप है, वर्किंग रिलेशनशिप। एंड आपके ड्यूरिंग when he was in service before his retirement, we were able to do some real good work in the field, जो which was actually neglected. मतलब हम सभी लोग बोलते हैं कि जंगल जहाँ पर है वहाँ बारिश ज़्यादा होती है, but how do we prove it? So that is where आपकी वो एक्सपर्टीज आई सामने। एंड जो जियोमेटिक्स हैं बेसिकली, आप बहुत कम लोगों को ये मालूम होगा कि जब हम लोगों ने 12 सिंगा ट्रांसलोकेशन किया है कान्हा से सतपुड़ा के लिए, तो एक तो हैबिटाट एंड आई मीन पॉपुलेशन एंड हैबिटाट वायबिलिटी एनालिसिस तो करते ही हैं, बट उसके अलावा एक जस्ट बिना ग्राउंड पे जाए भी एक हमारे पूरी स्टेट का हमने एक वो रिमोटली सेंस्ड डेटा से हैबिटाट फिजिबिलिटी का अटेम्प्ट किया था। एंड वो शायद आप कुछ बता पाएंगे उसमें। तो काफ़ी उसमें बैक एंड फोर्थ मतलब उसमें होता रहा, मास्किंग होती रही उसमें, एंड इवेंचुअली वी एंडेड अप सेलेक्टिंग 2 एरियाज़ पूरे स्टेट में। एक उसमें बोरी सेंचुरी थी जहाँ पे इवेंचुअली वो हुआ ट्रांसलोकेशन, एंड देयर वाज अनदर वन इन बुरहानपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। तो हमें ये लगता है कि बहुत सटीक एंड बहुत अच्छी एक तरह से अगर हम ह्यूमन एरर्स को उसको थोड़ा वो कर पाएँ तो बहुत ही यूज़फुल टूल है जो विच कैन एक्चुअली हेल्प अस in basically making good decisions in due course. तो अभी वैसे भी टाइम काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो रहा है, मैं डॉक्टर परिहार जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि आप मैक्सिमम टाइम आप ही को मिले सर। एंड अभी जो इंट्रोडक्शन में जो एग्रीकल्चर में जो हाईएस्ट अवार्ड होता है हिंदुस्तान का, तो वो अवार्ड किदवई अवार्ड वो साहब को मिला हुआ है, राइट।
For chairperson it has come, but not for the audience. So there is a preference here, preferential treatment to chairman. Okay, good evening to all of you. I'm sure by now you would have got nearly saturated, but still I'll try to make all possible effort to keep you awake. Respected Chairman, sir, thank you for a very generous introduction. I don't know whether I deserve it. And very learned audience and very keen learners, young students here. Well, I was a former team member in ISRO because the scientist, I think, cannot be retired, so calling me a retired scientist, it looks a little odd to me. And all other those designations which you remain in official capacities, they are over the day you superannuate. Now what geomatics topic which I'm going to talk about, it has several components. The most important, of course, is the remote sensing. And remote sensing, as a layman says, that any observation which you take without coming physically into contact is remote sensing. What we see from our eyes, what we listen from our ears, it is all remote sensing. But what is touched from our tongues, that is not remote sensing. Colloquially, remote sensing has been now ascribed to be photography, initially with aerial, then it went to space from satellite platforms. Again, it is back to your drones and a small tool which you have in your pocket. In whole day, you keep on taking photographs. That is also the remote sensing regard of object. Geographic information system, because you see, whatever we do, any natural resource, disaster, anything on the planet Earth, the surface Earth, it has to have a geographic reference, geographic context, because the information which you derive or the information which you use. In either case, it has to be applied to a piece of land. So you should be able to have a geographic reference, and it need not be a single parameter. There could be n number of things put together, and that's where the geomatics comes into picture. Now another important thing is the positioning and navigation system. We all realize how important it is that again on this tool in our pocket, we know at any given point in time where we are located on this planet Earth and how we are moving on the road. Now this put together with the development of information technology, modeling tools, it all encompasses the remote sensing and geomatics, put together as geomatics we call it. Now, the current status if we talk about in terms of how broadly the remote sensing has spread, in terms of the spectral range when we say, so it covers now a very vast range of electromagnetic spectrum and also even the sound waves and those things. They are all part of, because when you go to the sea and if you want to do the bathymetry, you use the LIDAR sound systems. So you have LIDAR, SODAR and the multispectral scanners. So sensor systems, they are again in different ranges operating and they have different band width. You have a very wide band. Earlier we had only those black and white photographs which was having the panchromatic, what we call visible spectrum. Then the photographic material, they got sensitive to the higher part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it was called extended red sensitivity, the black and white film which Dr. Hamani and Dr. Chaudhary would have used it. And then of course the multispectral thing, we got the area color photographs and we had the color infrared where the basic emulsion itself on the film which had 3 different layers which were sensitive to different part of the spectrum and there was a yellow filter on the top of the film itself. Now these are developments in the photography which the current generation need not bother. You have a digital thing and you are taking in RGB directly and you are taking it. If you want to store the actual data, you can have that. Otherwise your camera does little modulation of that and you see a beautiful picture. The spatial resolution is what the smallest point on the target which gets resolved in the image. So this is a function of the distance from which you are taking, the lens of the camera which you have, these things. Temporal, how often you are taking, whether it is at what intervals. So now the satellite systems are there which can take few hour interval. You see on your system, you'll see the weather data if you take the IMG side. Every half an hour to 45 minutes you are getting the weather updates. It is from the inside system, it takes the picture and which is displayed. And then of course the other Earth observing satellites, they have their own orbital periods, 20 days, 7 days and 5 days. The products which come, now the products also very, in early days, all the space agencies, they were acquiring the data and giving you the product, giving you the data as it is. Now they started converting it to products, whether it is NDVI product or various other products. The turnaround time from acquisition to when you get, it has come down to just few hours, few minutes. Actually when super cyclone took place in Odisha, it's now 20 years plus back, I was able to get the data from Canadian satellite radar set, the data which was acquired 6 o'clock in the morning. It was downloaded at Urumqi station which is in the western China, then downloaded to Canadian Center of Remote Sensing, processed and access allowed to National Remote Sensing Center. So 12 o'clock I was getting, that was when super cyclone took place and used to print the image, standby flight to Odisha because the next day when the pilot will go for the dropping the food, where should he go? Because in the cyclone, whole thing is inundated. When aircraft flies, he doesn't see anything which was seen in the map. So this is the kind of the importance of turnaround comes. Of course, when we talk of the habitats, you don't have that kind of urgencies. Access, now it is access online. And a very large volume of data is available free of cost. I used to buy, being part of Space Application Center, another sister center, National Remote Sensing Center, part of the same Department of Space, I used to pay 10,000 rupees per scene for buying the data for my project. Now the same data is available free of cost to you, to all of you. Then analysis tools. Earlier you used to buy the analysis tools and you had to pay the license fee. Now many of the space agencies, they have put the image analysis software along with the data platform, so you can do the analysis, log into the system. And the current generation, I know that Google Earth Engine and that kind of platforms you have, where the data and the analysis things are there. You have your field data. You can, if you want to have visualization of data, my colleagues at Space Application Center, they have developed a program, what they call Vedas, where lot of data is put. So if you go to Vedas, your vegetation monitoring, I'll have some example of that. Now the ultimate has come, this drones. Now in drones, one of my colleague who was director of my center, he is retired. After retirement, he has opened a private agency. He is going to manufacture radar which will be put on drone. So from the multispectral system to hyperspectral, you are going to have radar. And my colleagues at National Northeastern Space Application Center, incidentally I was the founder director of that center way back in 2000. They are developing the drones, they are putting the hyperspectral sensor, they have put the LIDAR. So if you have a LIDAR with hyperspectral, in the same flight, you are recording the multispectral, as well as from LIDAR, you are sensing from the platform to the ground height, so you can generate the bare surface, and from the top of canopy, the return signal you are getting, so you are getting the canopy height. You can get the leaf area index. Now this is the kind of possibility which is available to you. I pity that I was born perhaps 30 years too early. If I was born 30 years later, I would have been using it because I retired about 12 years back and now I'm out of the system. No, but youngsters, they are fortunate, so they shouldn't feel. Now this is just some of those images which you see here. You see daily at sub-regular interval, then you have a 20-day, then you have 5-day interval, and so on and so forth. So a very large variety of this thing actually, it's a mind-boggling amount of this thing. The important thing which I want you to see is temporal coverage. Now in consultation with me, one of my colleagues has developed, there is a satellite from European Research Agency, Sentinel. It has a multispectral payload having 8-9 bands. Taking that data to generate the NDVI. So what I told that in a month, if I want to access some place 3 times. So first of month to 10th, you treat 1 decade, 11 to 20th decade 2, 21st to last. Because if I have to monitor a place year after year, so my time scale should be common. And this thing came because of Chauhan Sagar provocation that this grasslands in Ghana or other wildlife habitat areas, if you have to monitor, you have to have a protocol which is based on the ground measurements as well as the field operations. So I'll show you some images. You see October when the cloud free image became clear, we have this is part of Kanha part of it. And you see it is middle of October 2023, November, the browning has started. Now you see, you move to December, more browning. You go to January, further browning. Now you keep an eye at this place, this one, this one. You go to February, March, more green. This has become more green, more green. You see, the uplands, because of the 2 factors, the slopes and the basic soil characteristics. So the landform and soil, the stored soil moisture allows the growth of grass to a certain period. And the moisture becomes this thing, the senescence gets triggered. So you are able to basically derive the phenology. And then when you go towards the end of the season, May and June, you are seeing these which are green. They are the ones which provide the green fodder during even the summer months. So when you talk about in the context of wildlife, the grasses should not be green only during the during the monsoon period. If the greener grass is available even beyond that, it's a welcome thing. Now, to ensure that, again, Chauhan sir has done it. When the Sukudi village got evacuated sometime in 2012-13, he thought from that experiment which he had done on the watershed, I'll come later, that the Tenala is flowing. Why to create a dam? Why to create a pond? Why not to create a rapta which is just about a feet and all high from the surface? And because of this, the backwater will spread over a large area. And what you see is this large area. This rapta is here, and this water is small which you see here. This long, more than 800 meter and about 300, 400 meter wide. Green patch remains green even during May and June months. If you go in May and June months, you see the Barasingha congregation there. Not only that, Barasingha from Sukhar part of Kana, they have come through by Sanghat part because of these attractions. And like this, he got created many of those, what you call, water bodies. and creating the riparian habitat. So use of geomatics, this is how we do on the computer, but somebody experienced like Chauhan sir, he could put in his mind and put to action. So here is an example of actionable science. It is not only that it should remain on the publication or this thing, but to it. New things which have come, I talked to you about the hyperspectral as well as the LIDAR. Now LIDAR, a perspective view which you see, this is the Australian publication. Now here you are able to see the ground surface and also the canopy. So you are able to basically generate the DEM as well as bare earth model to then model the crop or the vegetation height. And hyperspectral data, you have other vegetation indices. Combining that, you are able to derive much more information about the habitat. The handheld camera. This was again a provocation from the first department here. So Nakia sir is no more, his provocation. We were doing an exercise on establishing some weather measurement towers, return meter tower we had generated to solve the energy and mass exchange equation. And we are looking for the places to put where we should take the observation at 3 layers your weather parameters. So I came here and visited near Hoshangabad some flat areas. And when I came back, Sunakia sir said that you make a presentation in your PFD headquarters. And then Mr. Gangopadhyay, I believe, when I presented the whole thing, he said, why you are going to Hoshangabad? I said, sir, this is the place I was told. He said, why you didn't go to Kanha or other place? Sir, I said, this is a protected area, so we will not allow this kind of things. He says, who says? You are doing science, so one tower will not do. You go to 3 places. So I was told you go to Kanha, Madhav and Madhav. So we said, okay, very happily we modified the proposal and we went. And it was my good fortune, that is where I came in contact with Chauhan sir, Mr. Patil in Bandhavgarh, and Mr. Alok Kumar from Madhav. And that is what opened the floodgates for us, because all the 3 had a lot of interest in whatever we were doing and coming out and suggesting many of the problems which we should address. And that is what energized us to do more than what we had thought about. And this was just this thing that when we can have a handheld camera system, simply a forest guard takes photograph of a generated tree canopy standing from a same place, and then we co-register it. We derive the RGB component of that digitally, and then we associate with this. And this paper got published in Current Science. Now, this kind of things, if you look at the Harvard Forest Site, US, they have Phenocam network at so many places, they put the data. Actually, incidentally, I had drafted a proposal for IAFM in 2015-16. Due to some reason, it could not come, otherwise you could have had this kind of system in the country. A new data set which nobody had thought it could be of any use. Defense Mapping Satellite Program of US, they were collecting the data on the night lights, knowing what kind of habitation, their size and different kind of things. This data earlier they was using for their military purposes. Later they have started distributing it. This data we used when we were mapping the caracal habitat, caracal possibility in Western Madhya Pradesh. So along with other data, even if you find that an area is suitable, the night light at certain density has to be used as a deterrent. So this kind of things you can also think about. Then there are different products which are now coming out from the remote sensing data, NDI, FFR, primary productivity, albedo, radiation. Now all these things, they go into the modeling of these things. And when you talk about the habitat modeling or the NIST modeling, you have bioclimatic indices, because these are the climatic parameters which are supposed to be meaningful in terms of the animal, its requirement, its existence, its survival, its growth, so on and so forth. Now, these kind of things are also available initially from the weather satellite data, which have a longer history. So, which are in a coarser spatial resolution, but in terms of time domain coverage, you have a large many years of coverage. This is the thing which Chauhan sir was mentioning. We did an exercise in Kanha, taking the Sukhar part of it, which is the forested, and then outside that we had the agricultural area. We had put the water level recorder here on the pond in Kurkuti and other in Sijora nursery. Near that there was a bridge and that. So we were recording the flow and the height of this thing and the rain gauges which we had. And we did the modeling using the NCS curve number. And we could demonstrate that the rainfall when it takes place, the runoff is generated faster from the agricultural land than the forest. So forest initially holds the water for a longer period and then it allows the slow release. And this is what I was telling Chauhan sir, I used that, okay, if in Nala it is slow release is coming, if I put some obstruction, it will have the back pressure and going to spread. And so these are the kind of things which the people who are in the field, they are able to use these tools. Now some of the things which our own Forest Survey of India is doing, incidentally I must mention you here the leftmost photograph what you are saying. This photograph was taken in January 1924, 101 year back, Irrawaddy Delta, by then Survey of India. And this was at the request of foresters, because foresters felt that the data which you get from the field in terms of the stock mapping, at times they are not true reflection. Of course, there is reason difficulty in working in the field in those days. It was not that easy. So exploration of aerial photograph began by the foresters. The rest of the people, we agriculture, other people, we have come much later into the scene. Now, FSI is regularly doing the forest cover map, which becomes useful by many of us. FSI also doing your volume, how much biomass. And this using of the radar data, we had my center, Space Application Center, FSI, we had collaboration, whatever technology tools we had developed, we transferred the know-how, they validated, and they are doing it. This is how GIS you are able to put it. You can put the visualization of the terrain, and you can drape the basic parameters like your vegetation cover, the forest, and these things. And this is where I had some questions and suggestion and request to Chief Wildlife Warden who was gone, that you see, to do this GIS, unfortunately the survey of forest soils is not done in the country. National Bureau of NBSS and LUP, it has done survey of the agricultural land, it has produced a map of soils of India. I used to be their member of the Research Advisory Council till 12 years back. I said that, look, this is not enough. India has 20% or more under forest, and the forest soils have much more organic carbon. So when you talk about many other things in the climate change, how things will behave, how much the organic carbon, and for various other purposes, soils of the forest also need to be surveyed. It has not been done. My request to all the foresters is that when you are preparing your working plan, many of the things where the natural resource come into picture, at least the textural class and the limitations, if there is stoniness, gravels, or the depth. These are some critical minimum parameters we must get the survey done. Then only our plans and this thing, where the vegetation and these things are related. Because I have seen part of Kana, many of the places in the Dadars, on the margin where there are regional features, there are different kind of grasses and the vegetation coming than the rich soil and plain surfaces. So this is very important, and you have to do the GIS analysis that we integrate, and to integrate we need to have this. So it is not only for Madhya Pradesh, any other states, such as Kesing sir, you are from Chhattisgarh, so please convey this message, and other states as well, please see to it that soil is a very important component it comes into. Now GIS, when we say this, I have adapted a 3 map, where in terms of the remote sensing habitat, there are so many possibilities which one can do. I started this thing sometime in 1984-85. The basic, what was defined by then US Fish and Wildlife Service. The habitat, what constitute the habitat? The food and cover, its interspersion and juxtaposition. Taking a simpler approach, and then of course with time, many more models have come and more complex models have come. So in those days, we did not have digital GIS. I took the Kana, I just put it into some grids. I had the mapping of Kana in terms of here are the water holes from the map. I generated the landform map. I had the vegetation, this thing, and we did this. With time, what Chauhan Saab is mentioning, we did this modeling for the Barasinga. I'll show a little details of that. And also we had the time series where the forest area which was integrated into the agriculture area integrated into Kana National Park, the hardwood and the other species, brushwoods have grown. Now, look, you have taken pains to get that land evacuated by the farmers to integrate into wildlife. Primarily you intended, in addition to the safety security, that we can dedicate this to grassland. But if that is getting occupied by invasive species, brushwood and all that, we need to know it. And 2013 when we produced that, I think that was appreciated by everybody, including Sri M.K. Ranjit Singh ji. And then Chauhan Sahab has seen to it that putting it on the ground, and in Kanha many of the grasslands have been made free from the brushwood and many other places. So this kind of information becomes handy in your hand to convince the people the need of taking action on this thing. Now this is what is the NIST modeling, what Chauhan Sahab mentioned about. We started with a simpler distinct flag species, Barashita. And we could demonstrate that there are areas in Madhya Pradesh other than Kanha with little lower but still moderate that kind of habitat suitability. And you release the Barathinga and Satpura, now you have taken it also to Bandhavgarh and you are seeing they are growing. Now my idea of showing this to you is that this what we did is not enough. Why? At that time the habitat requirement, the basis was Clyde Martin's paper about some of the habitat parameters. Clyde Martin's observations in 70s were confined to Kanha and some of two grasslands. So the Barathinga itself has a limited choice of its food and terrain. Now when you have put in Satpura and Bandhavgarh, plus it has dispersed in larger part of the Kanha, we must have detailed study about the behavioral part in terms of its food requirement and species which are preferred. So then we should put those things into the model. That model will be more robust. Thank you, sir. This is something which Chauhan Sahab has suggested, a lesser known, your giant squirrel, and we did the modeling and we also did the validation in Kanha, and we found the Sukhar part of it, that a large number of drays as well as the animals we could locate. And this is how Chauhan Sahab used to look. He had beards, I had little less. Now his has become less, mine has become more. That's the only change. Now the NIST modeling for the Caracal, because this is the thing which was again provocation from Chauhan Sahab, and Ranjit Singh is not here, he was after us. We tried to do, we did some finding the location of this thing from the reports. I generated information where the Caracal sightings were reported, took the geographic coordinate, went to the Landsat and other remote sensing data, historical to later, to know what kind of land covers there, what is the kind of terrain. We tried to put some assemblies, and then we did the modeling. Now, with this modeling, what we could find, that, here one thing we have taken care, that all the records which we had, which were older than a certain period, we have left. So the 70 which we have used, actually I had about 135 records. But they are of 1995 and before that. We left it because after that the terrain modification and land cover modification, so many things would have happened. So better to drop it. Then per unit area also have a limited number, otherwise there will be repetition within small area, it will be over-representation of that area. So all those cares were taken. And when I did the model, we have taken the area which has 50% or better suitability, only that should be treated inclusive. And here we have put that this night light, if it is occupying 20% or more area in a region, that should be treated as a deterrent factor. So this is how that night light data which I was talking, we have made use. Now, this model where we have taken again, there is a issue. When you go to now your AI and these things, you have so many models. They churn and give something. Now, which one to use? You see here, the random forest and max entropy, the habitat, potential habitat area of this Caracal is better picked up by these two models rather than the rest of the things. So, to my young colleagues, all this thing, AI, ChatGPT, to whatever you are using, you need to apply your mind still. That output, if you take and go to the field, you are due for the shock. So, you need to screen from the model and the data which are the one which are useful and which are not, and use the useful one. And with this, when we have mapped, this is the area in Madhya Pradesh where the different kind of habitat suitability. So Shiopur, which is part of the Kunuan this thing, and Mandsaur, Jilani, Shaka, this thing. Now, I think several teams are working because we had intended that we need to do some more work that is in the field. What is the kind of food availability to Karakal and certain other aspects. So I am sure Sharma and some of those colleagues they are working. So with this, I think I will have a better. Now when we do this kind of modeling, what I felt that we need to have a good understanding of if it is a carnivore, the relationship of the prey unavailability. Then also anthropogenic, like let's say here we have used if it is a village of a certain size in Palpur-Kuno area or the Gandhi Sagar area, you have to keep certain distance not as suitable for Karakal. Now to these things you have to have a understanding of the behavioral part of it and also the terrain part of it. The ruggedness of the terrain. The forenoon lady who talked about some of these things, Karakal, she talked about the terrain part of it. Now these are things, this of course is a publication about the Himalaya, but these also need to be used in the other places. The interrelationship of the different species when there are more than one carnivore or with the human. Now these relationships, whether it is their spatial use, whether it is a temporal behavior, or whether it is spatio-temporal distribution. Now for this we need to know the distribution of these animals and the behavior. And that is when you train a model, whether it is a random forest or your entropy model, if you use these information, your model will have a better predictability. Now this is something very dear to me. A corridor mapping which we had done in 1984-85, a letter went from Vice Chairman ISRO to then Secretary Ministry of Environment Forest, and Mr. T.M. Seshan wrote back that it will enable to set certain existing corridors. Now this, nobody took cognizance at that point till 2008, when your PH corridor came into picture, and National Highway in a big way was to be conducted. And Supreme Court, in those days NGT was not there. There was a committee where Dr. P.C. Kotwal, who was a co-author with this paper, he was invited for the meeting. He called me, Parihar Sahab, do we have this map? And the report. So I gave it. He went and defended it. And the committee accepted it because it was an ISRO technical report published in 1986, being discussed in 2008. So there was no politics. It was not a proposition made by the state. There was a central agency. And then this got created, and you see when the camera has been put, many animals are using this corridor. And this success, what happens in India? After this success, the corridor study, you see, in 2008, your this thing succeeded, in 2022, 2023. Now to my young colleagues, like me in 86 when I did, Mr. Rogers, who was the UNDP expert in Wildlife Institute, used to make fun of me. Jay, you tell me, will the tiger from here will go in search of a gun friend? He used to teach me. You see, it has happened after 40 years. So if what you are doing today, if it is not useful or not appreciated, don't get disheartened. As long you have conviction that what I am doing and there is a rational, stand your ground, time will come and it will get recognized. And this one has been analyzed. I am very happy with many other parameters, whether it is the crime, whether it is the temporal gradient of the happenings, depredations, or the changes which have taken place in the land cover. Now they are all very important things when you go for the management of the protected area, and that is where the forest officers who are there, they will appreciate it. Now a new thing which occurred to me just 2 days back, all that corridor and this thing habitat which you are talking, in between the agricultural and what is happening to that. The crops which were conducive or otherwise, Kharif sorghum, if you see, I have taken for Riva, Satna, Saidol, Siddhi. Raman sir, I was asking to you about that Sanjay because when I met you in 2014, you were unhappy that you were not becoming Sanjay, which you had done a lot of wonderful work. So I have done some work there, grassland, but not very successfully. What you see here, Rabi sorghum, Kharif sorghum area, big time, it has come down. Preceding period, rice, it has gone up by 250%. Now, the sorghum crop which was being sown in Kharif, it had till, it had urad, it has arhar. Till will be harvested in 75 to 80 days. Urad will be harvested in about 90 days. Then sorghum will be harvested in December, and then February, March, tuar will be harvested. For that period, a tall vegetation cover in the surrounding of the forest was available, and the wild pigs, in thousands they used to live. Even Sambar will come in the night and raid it. Now, this is lost. You have only rice where the wild pig will come in the night and eat something. Now this is also a loss of habitat to me. And चौहान सर, मूर्ति साहब, आप लोग जो है ना मेरे ख्याल से इस पर विचार करें कि ये जो एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड में जो परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं, जो एग्रीकल्चर जो इरिगेशन सिस्टम में आ रहा है, and that is where I looked at the irrigation statistics of the Shiopur district, which is adjacent to the Kuno, which is the Kuno is part of it. Lot of area is irrigated. That means there are irrigated crops. That means again the loss of diversity. So that also has to be factored when we are looking for the caracal or anything, or even for cheetah to move out. Now, lot of complex models and those things are there. One thing which has been bothering me is that how we can put this thing to a simpler representation. So you have a given area. You have the area, let's say A, B, C, D and all that. If there is a population of something, if you have a percent ground cover of something, you have the fraction, this thing, population factor, or you have that IVI and those kind of indices. Please try to put them in a spatial context. Please put in the map form. Because the numbers and the graph, your dendrograph, to a manager, it doesn't mean anything. It has to be placed on the ground, this geographic location. Now this, all my young colleagues, they have to work and put in the GIS. So with this, I would like to move towards the near end, that we need to see the total habitat or the surrounding as a system, not as an individual component. This picture, I think it is clear. Individuals touching different parts of the elephant, they are all not having sight, blind people. So their perception of individuals is different. But putting together it is elephant. Otherwise it can be a rope, it can be something. Now, the concept on which we are working, the habitat today, it is not the true ecology, what ecologists were doing. I have borrowed this title for Laura Martin's book. It is wild by design, because you are not allowing the things as nature. Anthropogenic things you are trying to prevent, and you are doing something anthropogenic also. You have removed the human population, but anthropogenic intervention of various kinds, creating the water bodies to modulation of them, you are doing it. So the pure ecology to this, we have to have a clear understanding what we are aiming for, actionable document, and we have to do proper documentation with full working details to guide the field level worker. Otherwise, I am finding it's too difficult, the understandings are very different, and everybody has the elephant understanding. Somebody finds a rope, somebody finds this thing. So with this, I think I am going to end with one that, look, we need to use our imagination. If you go by the book, A to Z will reach. But if you use our imagination also, perhaps we will know the uncharted this thing. And this photograph I had put for Subharanjan sir. This is a composite of 18 hours of a water hole in Botswana. What are the animals visiting that? Because Sen Saab jo hai, kuch photograph dalte rehte hain, and I find very good quality. Few days back I saw something, the stars and all that. He had taken few hour composite. So this photograph I am going to give him personally also, that I want to see this kind of photograph, a water hole in any of the national park. So with this, I must thank Vikas ji, the organizers of this symposium, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Chauhan sir, for not only nice introduction. Bulk of the work which I have done here, my team has done. It has been with your guidance, your encouragement, and support by many of the officers in your department. So whatever little we have been able to do, it has been possible because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation, sir. बहुत ही informative था and very new एक नया. So we can actually take a few questions also, maybe 2 or 3 questions, if anybody.
Yes, okay. कोई बात नहीं सर.
सर ये भारत में मतलब रेडियो कॉलर बना रहे हैं क्या कोई? चूंकि आई वाज आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन कंटिन्यूसली ओवर लास्ट ए डिकेड. Somebody has said in Wildlife Institute of India, yes, they are doing, but finally I found out कर नहीं रहे हैं, कोई initial stages में है.
Not in my knowledge, sir.
तो मेरा ये कहना है कि सर इंडिया must have its own radio collars. Sir.
The GPS equivalent chip, which should go into your cell phone.
नहीं बना रहे हैं, अभी बनाया नहीं सर, ये कह रहा
बना
हूं।
नहीं।
सर ये बाद में डिस्कशन हो सकते हैं क्या अपन?
ठीक है, डन।
पर्सनल लेवल पे।
ओके।
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such a wonderful talk. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parihar. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speakers with a moment. I understand we're all very tired. We do have 2 more sessions to go. However, we've decided to push the last session to tomorrow. We still have 1 session to do, and so I've requested, and the organizers will be preparing some tea for all of you if you want to go and get some refreshments. So I'll quickly move on to the next session, which is on fireflies of Western Himalayas, diversity and conservation strategies. The speaker for this session is Dr. Nidhi Rana, a research affiliate at Graphic Era University, Dehradun. And this session is chaired by Dr. V.P. Unial, Professor, Graphic Era University, as well as former scientist of WII. I would welcome both of you on stage. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers with the welcome planters. Dr. Onial, I'll hand over the mic to you to begin the session.
Namaskar. We're already late, and definitely a large session on large mammals and other species, and invertebrates is the first lecture today by Dr. Nidhi Rana. Nidhi has done her PhD on fireflies. I think so is the first PhD on fireflies in the country. And we thought about fireflies, and we have submitted a large number of projects to Government of India areas, but we did not receive any fundings. But she got the funding from her efforts. She got the first and second and now third fundings, and she is working on the fireflies of the Western Himalaya. We have conducted firefly survey all over the country for the last 5 years. And every year, the first week of July is Vishwa Jugnu Divas. The first Saturday and Sunday, the world is celebrating, and we are a part of that. We have coordinated, and I think so she will present how we have done it and what is the findings. And now I will request Nidhi to start her presentations. That is a few lines on fireflies. I will tell you what. कि राह काली हैं कुछ उजाले रख, अपनी तहजीब को संभाले रख, चांद तारों से भी दोस्ती निभा, मगर चंद जुगनू भी अपने साथ पाले रख. Yes. But we have not having the documentation of fireflies of the country. Few information by JRSI, they are talking about 50 species, but not documented, and we have not received any informations. And few organization is working in South India, and we have just got documented 12, 15 species of Western and Trans-Himalaya. So we have done this survey and continuing working on the tigers, fireflies documentation of the country also. So any delay?
Good evening to all.
So, thank you so much, sir. And I'm overwhelmed by all the wonderful presentation, the conservational work and the experiences of more than 30 and 40 years. And so I was stunned by all the conservational work all the respected scientists have done. And today I'll be talking about a whole lot different genera and a whole lot taxa other than the wild buffaloes and crocodiles. So please allow me to take you a different galaxy. Okay, so I'll just start. So I guess it will gradually work. So my topic will be is fireflies of Western Himalayas, then their bioluminescence. जुगनुओं के चमकने के अलावा क्या आप में से कोई उसके बारे में जानता है that वो क्या करते हैं, how important they are for our environment? Anyone? Okay. So fireflies are basically not flies. There are different orders in the kingdom, the Arthropoda, phylum Arthropoda. So fireflies are basically soft-bodied beetles. As sir said, the dung beetle, it's from order Scarabeidae, but fireflies belong to family Lemphiridae and the order Coleoptera. They are soft-bodied beetles, and fireflies complete their life cycle in 4 different stages: the egg, larva, the pupa, and the adult. The larva, the fireflies larva are the best biocontrol agents. They feed on our garden pests. They are voracious predators of our garden pests, like snails, slugs. Mainly जो हमारे घरों में बागीचों में सब्जियां हम फ्रूट्स वगैरह लगाते हैं, उनमें आपने जनरली देखा होगा कि पत्तों पे छेद हुआ रहता है. Snails and slugs are eating those. So fireflies larvae basically feed on those garden pests of ours and working as biocontrol agents. So other than that, fireflies are very bioindicators of a healthy environment. They are very sensitive to environmental changes like temperature, humidity, like the habitat fragmentation and light pollution. They are very sensitive to that. So even though their population or are working so importantly and play a significant ecological role in our environment, but their population remain data deficient. They have been largely neglected and largely remain unstudied in India mainly, but there are studies that have been started in India in different regions, mainly in West Bengal and also in Assam region, and we have also started the study in Uttarakhand only. So other than that, along with this data deficiency status, there are various anthropogenic pressures like which have been recorded all over the globe, like the habitat fragmentation, which not affected only fireflies but also other animals and other genera also. So like habitat fragmentation and light pollution is there, and several other anthropogenic pressures like pesticides are there, which are affecting their population. So it arises a very urgency or need for study to assess, to study their diversity and also to work towards their conservation. And what I mean. No, sir. Yes, sir. I will be talking, but I need to show the pictures and all. Yeah. Yeah. It's open here, but not open here. Okay, sir. this is still data deficient in India. However, they have been largely unstudied in India, though there are studies which have been started in different regions of India, in West Bengal, in Assam, and also in Uttarakhand. So, there are very different anthropogenic pressures which are affecting these beetles and resulting in declining their population, which creates an urgency for the need of this study and also the engagement for working towards their conservation. So this is the life cycle of fireflies. As I said before, that they complete their life cycle in 4 stages: the egg, the larva, the pupa, and the adult. The female firefly lays their eggs in soil and on the leaves of the plant, and the eggs, after the 3 and 4 weeks, they hatch out into a larva. Larva is the longest phase of the firefly's life cycle. They remain in this phase for 1 to 2 years, and they feed on our garden and on snails and slugs and act as biocontrol agents. After that, 1 to 2 years, the larva converted into the pupa, and in this stage, most of the crucial changes in the firefly's body occurs. The firefly develop the wings, and after 3 to 4 weeks, from the pupa, the adult emerges. The adult shows the sexual dimorphism that you can easily distinguish between a male and a female firefly in your field. As the picture shows, the male firefly has 2 light organs, whereas the female firefly has only 1 light organ. So you can easily distinguish between the 2. And it is very interesting to know that every stage of fireflies, from the egg to the adult, they show bioluminescence. Even the egg of the firefly glows. These are some of the studies on fireflies in India that has been done. The first, new records from West Bengal, and also the study how the nightlight affect the fireflies population has been done in different regions of India. And this is some of the papers that we have published on the citizen science approach, the first record, and also the World Firefly Day data has been published in an article. There are also evidences of fireflies decline from all over the globe, that how the nature lanterns are dimming, how they are facing the global extinction threat. So yeah, so keeping all these things in our mind, we have constructed the objectives of our study, that to assess the fireflies diversity in Doon Valley, and also to identify the potential habitats and the anthropogenic pressures in our fields which fireflies are facing, and also to escalate the conservational awareness in community-driven programs. So starting with our first objective, this was our study area. We have taken 4 forest ranges in Doon Valley: the Thano, Barkot, Asharodi, and Malhan. This was our sampling layout. Each of the forest range was divided into 4 different habitat types, and each of the forest, yes sir? And each of the habitat type was then further divided into 3 sampling plots according to the disturbance gradient from high to low. This was the methodology adopted. 100 meter by 100 meter plots were plotted on the sampling sites. Sweeping net and hand picking methods were adopted for preservation. The general methods, 70% ethanol was used, and then penned in the wooden insect box. And for identification, we have used the following identification keys. So a total number of 6 different species under 3 genera were identified: the Abscondita, Lamprigera, and Asymmetricata. And 6 different species under these genera were Abscondita perplexa, Abscondita chinensis, Lamprigera tenebrosa, Lamprigera nepalensis, Asymmetricata circumdata, and Asymmetricata ovalis. From the 4 forest ranges, 5 species were recorded from Asharodi and Thano, whereas 3 species only were documented from Malhan and Barkot. The Thano and Asharodi forest range supported the maximum number of firefly species. However, the distribution of firefly species were different. Asymmetricata circumdata species was only restricted to Thano, whereas Lamprigera nepalensis was only recorded from Asharodi forest range, and all the Malhan and Barkot forest range only have the common species which were also found in other forest ranges. these are some of the morphological identification character that we use to identify species on our field. This was of identification character of Aster metricata, and these are of Lamprigera tenebrosa. So coming to our second objective, to identify potential habitat and possible anthropogenic pressures in our field. To identify potential habitat, we also look fireflies population on different vegetation type, on trees, shrubs, and herbs. The trees, species that support maximum number of fireflies individual were mainly Bombyx, Tectona grandis, Albizia procera, and all the shrubs, we have the Lantana camara, Murraya coengi, and in the herbs, we have the rice fields and the Parthenium hysterophorus. Though the Lantana camara and Parthenium is weed, but fireflies population tends to rest in these shrubs and herbs more often. So as potential habitats, you can see here that Thano, Barkot, Asharodi, and Malhan. You have seen that these are according to the habitat sampling plots, like from high to low disturbance gradient. As you can see that we have documented the fireflies population highest number mainly from the low disturbance gradient type. However, from the water habitat type, fireflies population was documented more in the high disturbance gradient sampling site rather than the low disturbance gradient. And the reason behind this would be that even though the sampling plot received high disturbance, but the vegetation type was more very much in the high disturbance gradient rather than in the low, because the low disturbance gradient sampling plots supported or had only these thorny bushes and the shrubs of Gigifus only, which doesn't support fireflies population, as they cannot rest on thorny bushes and Gigifus bushes. That's why the reason of having fireflies number more in high disturbance gradient of water habitat type was the cause of vegetation. And it also says that it also gives a seasonal trend that from May to July, fireflies population tends to increase. However, after July, as temperature increases, fireflies population gradually decreases. So as main anthropogenic pressures, we have observed that the habitat fragmentation and the light pollution have caused fireflies population harm or impact their population. So, and habitat fragmentation, not only fireflies, but they also have impact a lot more animals and a lot more taxas. These are some of the pictures from my field where a tractor is pulling out all the shrubs. Mainly, this was the mainly of Lantana camara patch, and as you have seen that the Lantana camara have supported fireflies population or fireflies individual really well. It affected the fireflies population in the sampling plot. And this was the photo of 2021, a bridge, and this was after the destruction of the bridge, all the construction was going on, which also affected the population. And there was the demolition of a building which exposed the agricultural field to the light pollution that impact the fireflies population. And also, again, the Tectona grandis patch, which has been cut and logged, affecting the population again. So coming to our third objective, which is to escalation of community-driven and conservational awareness. We have started a firefly survey as citizen science approach in 2021 on occasion of World Firefly Day, which is conducted and which was on every first weekend of July. And from 2021, it was continued till date. For the Firefly survey, we have generated the links and the barcodes using the ArcGIS survey 123. And we have circulated the links and the barcodes with the official website of Wildlife Institute of India and through our personal contacts also. The data sheet, this type of data sheets and the questionnaires were then changing and adding on the questions, but this type of data sheet was circulated through the links and the barcodes. This was the data of fireflies occurrence from all over the India. From 2021 to 2025, we have the map of the India here. As you can see, This was 2021 to 2023, 2024, and this is the current 2025 map. In 2021, we received the participation of 76 starting with the 76 participants from 14 states of India. The data of fireflies occurrence, presence and absence was recorded, which gradually increases to 190 participants, and the data documented from 190 states of India to 315 participants, and the data then gathered from 22 states of India. So all these firefly survey have documented the occurrence of fireflies, absence and presence, which help us then doing or then projecting further projects and encourage us to do further projects in different regions of India. And if someone wanted to do or someone wanted to start a project in India, in any area of India, through help of these data, they can start it, so that they can know that from in which region of India we have fireflies in that region, so that they can easily start the project. And using this data only, our project is ongoing in Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. So yeah, and other than this, we have this media coverage. Several articles and newspapers and interviews have been done by Dr. V.P. Onyal and myself. And also, we have conducted and adopted awareness workshops, programs in several schools in Doon Valley itself, in Chakrata Forest Division, in Mussoorie, and also in Joshimath and different regions of Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. So yeah, and as Sir says that the light will go and you will shine, I have just put a video in it. I don't know if it works or the sound will come. The video will work. Okay, I'll just. Okay. Can you sit? Can this? I can. Yeah, no, sir, it's okay. It's sad that sound's not working, but it will be more beautiful if. It's, sir, that video is given me by Dr. Onyal only. And this, I told you that the fireflies larvae are the predators of our snails and slugs. The previous one, he was eating on that. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I would like to acknowledge SNHC for this wonderful platform, for this opportunity, and also the Rufford Foundation, which has funded all the projects and let me do the work, and also the Uttarakhand Forest Department, all the PCCF, so Chief Wildlife Wardens. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nidhi. So, this is the observation of our 5-year study on fireflies. Yeah, and just you remember your childhood and understand what the status of Jugnu and what is the status today. And every person is talking about कि Jugnu नहीं दिख रहे, लेकिन आप क्या कर रहे हैं? So it is a small observation, and since last 5 years, and since more than 5 lakhs, I have sent this link to all over the country through ministry, through Wildlife Institute of India, through Develop and Forest Department and friends, but representation is very, very less. People are not responding. We are keeping, and after that we are sending the e-certificate to everyone. They have a good fee. So it is our छोटा सा प्रयास इसमें है, but you can see that canopy is very important for this blinking of fireflies. So male flies up to 2-3 feet and blinks and attack to female. Because of the light of our bright light, LED lights are disrupting their mating behavior. So recommending that canopy kind of light is required in your fields, your lawns, your guest house, your bright light. So they all are affecting their breeding system also. Sir, you want to say something, sir? Sir, really, yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. No, sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I know it, yes. Yeah, yeah, yes, sir. This
Yes,
stuff,
sir. Various nocturnal wildlife,
So,
they have been
yeah,
hampered
we
by
are
this.
not, yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Not observatory. What do you call it? The observatory is being built in Peru, in the middle of the desert in Peru, because that is supposed to be the darkest place in India, or not in India, in the world. And in Europe they can't have any observatory because the whole Europe is eliminated and light pollution is there. So I think you should work with the Dark Knights also organization,
Yes,
and try to start organization like that in India. This will be a very good development.
Yeah, so I got this data set of the 25th of July this year. So what is the lighting of India midnight? So we are trying to correlate, we have not presented here, but I have that data, we are talking about it. पर कई लोग कहते हैं कि इतने जुगनू एक साथ वो क्या कर रहे हैं? तो end of this presentation I will tell you कि कितने नादान हैं शहर के जुगनू, कितने नादान हैं शहर के जुगनू मिलकर कहते हैं कि सुबह सूरज को उगने नहीं देंगे. Thank you very much. Sir.
Yes, sir, sure.
I had one addition to Sir's point, to Rahmani Sir's point. So as he mentioned that you should probably start something just like the Dark Sky organization in India. There already is one organization, it's called Wild and Dark Org. Yeah. And it is, the work is being carried out by a person called Sriram Murli. He has also received Nat Geo grant this year.
Award.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. So maybe you could work with him as well because they are doing some pan-India work on this. Great presentation.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, we got some information, linked to all over the world. People are working on fireflies. So we have a networking and doing a lot of information exchange of programs for conservation of fireflies. So some sort of data set we are already having this night pictures of the country, how much light is the country that through satellite informations. So this is the end of the program of today. I think so. Thank you very much for your patience.
I just have one little thing. There has been firefly sanctuaries, I
Yes,
think
sir.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the firefly sanctuaries in Malaysia has been there, supported by UNDP for a very, very
So we
long
are in
period of time.
contact with them.
And what is interesting, I have gone there at least 2-3 times, and on the weekends, there would be not less than 2,000, 3,000 people. Okay. Your mobile phone is taken, your camera is taken, nothing is allowed so that you can, your flashlights will create problems for them. But this is largely in a water body. Once you get in, you can't come out till you complete the circuit. But till you see that, you won't believe what you are going to see. It's a wonderful experience of seeing the Jugnus, what of the videos, what was shown.
Yeah.
And it is sad that they don't allow any kind of video to be taken unless, but it would be interesting to show how much of revenue is earned out of tourism of just a few firefly sanctuaries in Southeast Asia, and possibility of that, because presently our government is all tourism, any kind of tourism. I think, at one point of time they will also start tourism, watch people walking in the night, that also will become a tourism. But the pun is intended. But having said that, if you can actually work out the locations where the firefly sanctuaries are, and push it, you don't have to worry about funding. They will ask you to
Yeah.
come and set up a firefly sanctuary. That's an opportunity for you.
Yes.
Yeah. In case of Dehradun, that Kadwa Pani range is very good area for fireflies. So we took those pictures. This area we already planned to the government of Uttarakhand Forest Department can firefly watch, and we're planning for that. We already submitted the proposal to government, but they are in the process, and definitely we'll do this kind of activity soon. Fine.
Nidhi, I
Yeah,
had a
sure.
question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that fireflies depends on lantana as well, right? So my question is that since most of us are working on the restoration project and we are removing lantana from most of the forests, so what are your thoughts on this, that after removal of lantana, is there any threat for fireflies as such? Also, are there any papers on this? That was my question.
Okay. So basically it was an observation that fireflies, that Lantana camara has supported fireflies, but as you said that does firefly only be on camara if you just pulled out all the lantana? So it's like fireflies not only are not depending only on lantana. There are all, other vegetation also, that as I mentioned, there are also other trees and also other shrubs and herbs other than lantana. So yeah, if you pulled out all the lantana, it does affect fireflies population, but no, it won't wiped out the fireflies population from that area. It will do affect, but yeah, not much, because there are other vegetation or there are other substitutes for fireflies.
Because in case of insect, they prefer the host plant, but lantana is not a host plant of the fireflies.
Yes, sir.
So they can take any plant for the rest for some time also. So this is not much affected, but any lantana or any plant, they are sitting and taking rest for that purpose, because the male are always top and just blinking. That time females are taking rest and they are going to attack it. So any plant over there, they are going to sit over there. So not much. Thank you.
I would like to thank both the speakers. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come up on stage and felicitate our speakers. As we conclude today's session, I just want to extend the deepest gratitude to all our speakers and dignitaries today. You've been very patient with us despite our logistical issues and issues with electricity. So tomorrow we continue with day 2 of the conference, where we will have more engaging technical sessions as well as discussions and expert sharing on the theme of river ecosystems. I just have 2 quick announcements. The first announcement is for those scholars who have signed up for the poster presentations. We would request you to kindly get physical copies of the presentations. We will be presenting them at the garden outside. And after lunch, there will be a presentation session for each scholar. And secondly, the high tea is ready and waiting for all of you. So I would request you to please proceed. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे हालांकि राहत थी क्योंकि मैं अपने आईफोन का नहीं भूला था, तो मैंने बोला ठीक है।